Cavern cleaning. On the topic of cavern cleaning, chat. Say hi to YouTube.
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it.
Sure.
Jam it full of garbage shit sugar and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit. Stop eating ketchup.
Yeah. Thanks. If that demonetizes this VOD, I swear to God. All right. It'd be very funny if it did. We're gonna dive into the back into our save for Sizzletongs. 800? 800. Wow. That's pilot. Don't care. I mean, you could have used the significantly worse one that has Hobo just screaming. So setting up a ceramics industry, if you have access to glass, ceramics is worth way more than glass, except for like maybe crystal glass. Yeah. So the 3 projects for today. Project number 1. Yeah, that one. So Ilan Kanem, yes. So project number 1 is we need to fix these 3 doors.
Let me, maybe undo some of that.
You guys aren't letting me talk today, are you? Thanks for the $10, pilot. Cheers, man. Means a lot. Seriously, it does. So thank you for that. Speaking of cleaning your current fort, you breached the second caverns and you found a bloodbath of Crundles and Snakemen and 2 trolls and some Reachers and Monera. Blood and bits everywhere, and your militia dwarves got started cleaning the blood. Well, I mean, someone has to, right? Also, everybody at Clayboard and wish Clayboard a happy birthday, as it is Clayboard's birthday. So if you're watching on the YouTube VOD of this, you're late, but wish Clayboard a belated birthday. Do you have any plans for your birthday, Clayboard, by the way? All right, so the caverns that we want to clean are this one, just the first cavern layer. And I know it's full of ant people because we've killed some of them. There's a dead one right there, and there's plenty of others. They're going to come in and they're going to shield wall the hell out of it, and it's going to be a pain. We are building this. I'm filling it up with weapon traps. I am building adamantine ballistas at the end. We're going to make a... Well, actually, I should probably dig a bigger room than this tiny little thing. My queen keeps on demanding I make ballista arrows anyway, so I've got a bunch of steel ballista arrows, and I probably should just make a bunch more. These are all weapon traps that are being filled up with iron swords and other things, and whatever else the elves have left around, which probably won't be very effective, but that's fine. So we are making weapon traps with steel spikes and various other things. Iron short swords and, like I said, various other things. And then eventually we're going to lock all the dwarves inside and just punch through this and unlock the door and see what walks in. And then that'll allow us to break our way out into here, give us better access to the underwood, as well as adamantine floors too posh. It's a bit too much adamantine to use on floors. And work our way out into this area so we can actually clear out these cage traps down here and fight the Forgotten Beasts and various other things. As for fighting zone, stuff's actually going to get fought up here. I'm going to like build, like make this into a kind of a thing where they go this way and then maybe down and around up into here and then down and through here. So we'll actually fight them down here. So it'll be pretty safe. This down here is a semi-functional lava railgun. It sort of works. I mean, it doesn't work well, but it doesn't work badly. It just sort of works. So building a semi-functional magma railgun. Why did I cancel that? I need to place that. So you down here. There we go. So yeah, that's it. You just embarked in and your video FPS immediately went crashing to 10 FPS. And any chance that you could show what your video settings are set to in game? Is this your first ever embark? What size of monitor are you using? Off. Second embark. Did your first embark do that? Because everything is set default except I'm running the game at 1600 by 900. Okay, Oh, you had 200 dwarves. Did it do that initially when you embarked? Because that's weird. It begs me to wonder, like, if you're one of the people running into the, like, kind of edge cases where game just runs like piss for no reason. Maybe try letting it run for a bit? I mean, I don't know if that's how much that's necessarily going to help. Is the problem. I was going to say, how big of an embark did you do? Was it the default side? Crashes from 100 to 10 FPS. Now, are we talking the one on the left or the one in brackets? Is it the, like, ticks per second on the left or the graphical frames per second on the right? Okay, so then it's the graphics thread, which means it wouldn't be physics. Physics would be caused by the one on the left. But I guess the thing that I'm trying to figure out is, like, is that your entire experience, though, Hoff? With, like, all of your time playing the game? Like, has every embark you've done that and made the game unplayable? Or is, like, this unique to this one embark? At first, it was fine. Not sure what changed. Okay, sounds like... okay, so if it was fine at first and you played for, like, more than a couple of minutes... It sounds like there's just something real weird going on with that embark. But yes, graphical frames are kind of fucked in Dwarf Fortress right now. I mean, I'm not even tech support. I'm just simply regurgitating information I've heard from other locations. But that is weird. But as far as what my settings are, I haven't really changed anything. Does anybody have, what's it called? That booster thing that's supposed to boost FPS link? I think it's still in the mods channel on my Discord. One time you had a bizarre buff. Those are absurdly rare and have been in the game for a very long time that shouldn't be there. It's one of my favorite, like, Armox anomalies. But let's read off the dwarves that are alive in the fort currently. A Devil's Potato, Aegis, Almicron, whose name I've still screwed up and haven't fixed yet. Alter Ego, Apparent Bliss, Arendi, Artemis, Azrael, Banana, Bane, Blue Sandwich, Bob, Butt Kittens, Calcium Crypt, Chow 404, Not Found, Assertive, Clayboard, Daddy Inspector, Deep Gift, Delta Brew City, Diamond Destruct, Eat Cereal, Festiva, Fraser, Frank the Witch, Gamble Camel, Geonos, Gloves, Gold Bludgeon, Hex, Insula Sama, Jazz, Jelly Belly, Jorigord, Joe True, Lenarno, Likes Titties, Lobshag, who's still the mayor, Lucky Soft, Lumi Blade, Lyagushka, Mathers, McChirby, Methanol, Napalm Sideburns, Neeks, Nutwick, Old Zwari, Orange, Pablo Rasta, Raybrit, Raziel, Rev Brown, Salty Tempest, Sentient Potato. I wrote it wrong and I'm leaving it that way. Cersei Mage, Snail, Stone, Telenartho, Fa, Nos, Fuck Don't Think, Fold, Tredge, Trimkoff, Tropicami, Teeth, Tyrandess, Victory and Solace, and Wanderlust, Wild, Magically, Z29, and Zephyr Cloud. Did you die? Probably not. I need to find the military to read more names. Hold on. Because military's names are done differently because they lose their names when they kill things. So, Claiborne. Okay, I need to turn all the squads on. That's part of the problem. Rain. Porcelet's still alive. MMO Junkie. Stormtrooper. Banana. Can't remember who Axdorf Def was. I think that's Cold-Blooded. And Lyagushka obviously still there. Randy's still there. Luca Russi. And there we go. Yeah, Axdorf Def was supposed to be. Oh, also, Commander Honk is still alive. Not really, Mr. Golo MBO. Not really. Your door's still unnamed? I just renamed him. Being a military, you guys just returned from another siege, so let's see how that went. We just went out to pillage Masterwork, which is right there. What legendary skill did you get? I don't know. Probably weaving. I think you've been a legendary. Yeah, you're a legendary weaver. Wasn't there? I'm deaded? Yes. I can tell you for a fact you am deaded. So we pillaged Masterwork. The Constructive Orb attacked the Pearls of Starting in the Flute of Trade at Masterwork. The Dwarf Unib, the Mechanical Dimensions of Chewing, led the attack. And the defenders were led by the Dwarf Moral, Fate Lashed. And Unib, the dwarf, appears to have outmatched their opponent with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. You just started playing, and you have a dwarf that went into a strange mood, and they haven't claimed a workshop. Yes, you are missing the workshop they want to claim. Look at their top skill. See what that dwarf's best skill is. They probably want a workshop associated with that skill. It appears that we have struck down their commander already. Like right away. We are also we clashed with 12 dwarves, slaying 7. We clashed with 5 dwarves in Masterwork, slaying them. We clashed with so someone got smashed. An elf was killed. It appears that the chunky orb searched Masterwork, and we looted Wisp Gifted. We looted that. And we also looted and seized livestock. So, we got a cherrywood bucket, 1 KV, 2 cats, a cat, and a hen. Probably just try and take it over soon. Yeah, top moodable skill, which isn't necessarily helpful for a new player, but if you just type what their top skill is into the chat, I can tell you what workshop you need. Kyre Asylum, what kind of dwarf do you want? What kind of dwarf would you like? I can provide you with such dwarf. Also, hello, Biofoot. How often do people accidentally call you Bigfoot? But enjoy the game, Sushi Senpai. Armor or weaponsmith if available. I'm very specific about my weaponsmiths. I only give it to people that make an artifact, but I can give you Short Task, who's a metal crafter. Or the blacksmith Vubok. You're thoroughly addicted? Well, welcome. It's good to have you around. Just remember to drink water. Go outside sometimes. Dwarf Fortress is the best, is the exact kind of game that you want to get really into. It's like Dwarf Fortress. There's two kinds of people. You either bounce off it real quick or it's been 5,000 hours. Yeah, but like stick your head outside every now and again sometimes, you know? It's good for you. Breathe some fresh air. Sun, it burns us. Short test. The legendary metal crafter. So you are a legendary metal crafter. You created Rissavot, which I think was an adamantine crown. Let me double check that. That's you. So let's just go over to objects, Rissavot. Maybe not. Problem is they're all so valuable. But maybe it was one of the... Oh, there it is. Yeah, no, it was the adamantine crown. Down at the bottom. Cut stances. So you made an adamantine crown, which is how you acquired your skill. Kyre. Asylum. And I'm also going to give you Metal Crafter Kyre. Nickname. Zenil. Elbruz. Thank you very much for that tier 1 subscription. Enjoy the Dorfy emotes and the ad-free viewing. Easily cracks under pressure, has a noticeable lack of perseverance, doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and doesn't hold on to grievances, is grateful when others help him out, and tries to return favors. He has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, does not easily fall in love, and rarely develops positive feelings, and he tries to keep his things orderly. He is somewhat quarrelsome, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason, and he is ambitious, and he tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. He is trusting, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Personally, would have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder, values sacrifice and finds maintaining decorum a silly and fumbling waste of time and doesn't care if others take the time to master skills and doesn't particularly value loyalty. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and this dream was realized. He likes horn silver, black bronze, and red flash opal, giant deer antler, and echidna bone, Rami fabric and maces and high boots and crowns, and peregrine falcons for their ability to dive through the air, and pendant amaranths for their striking color, and the words of the meditation of orbs, and when possible prefers to consume capuchin and bumblebee meat and bananas, and absolutely hates hamsters. You found my tutorials very helpful? Well, thank you. I'm glad you found them helpful. Last embark got shit on by giant birds, dropping your dwarves into a volcano. That is a thing. Magma safe dwarves are not a thing. If you want to avoid that, though, you could, however, very much avoid, what's the word I'm looking for here? If you want to avoid that, what you could do is not settle somewhere on Untamed Wilds, because Untamed Wilds are going to cause that. Why I hate hamsters? Because some dwarves hate hamsters. I assume that they're clearly just jealous of their ability to drink alcohol. And if you're wondering why I'm slaughtering all these puppies, it's because I clearly shouldn't be slaughtering puppies. I should be gelding the parents, but I really need to get rid of all these cavies, though. Holy shit. I understand now why Masterwork fell to the elves. It's because it was completely overrun by cavies. The first 2 times I sieged them, I got like 20 plus cavies. Which, by the way, are entirely useless. They are a grazing pet. So they have to graze. They have to be pastured on a thing. Dwarves love them, and they breed a lot, and you don't get anything from slaughtering them. You don't even get, like, one piece of meat. You don't get leather. You just get a skull. That's it. A skull. Nothing else. Just a skull. A skull. A plain, lonely skull. Nothing else. Just a skull. They are a waste of animal resources. Too many puppies. But Primus sucks, though. We've been over this many times. Maltese, hello. Good day. Kilroy, it's good to see you. Now we're just called the Wilds. There ain't nothing tame about this place. All right, so next thing. Let's find the most depressed dwarfs. I think one of them's in the military. Yeah, Caffey is real upset. Just doesn't like life. What do you want to do, Caffey? Finds helping others to be very emotionally rewarding. So, Caffey, you've had a good time in the military. But I think it's time to remove Caffey from the military. Because Caffey is beginning to make me nervous. And I don't really want Caffey to just randomly, you know, cause problems. So, Caffey, we are going to remove you from the military. Which means you are now suddenly naked, which I'm sure is going to help. And we are going to give you two main tasks. We're going to put you onto gems. We're going to put you onto strand type game. And we are going to make sure that you have access to some sort of downtime. Because this dwarf has had a long career in the military. And frankly, after 6 notable kills and 16 other kills, I think it's time we give this dwarf a break. They're going to try making a magma mist generator. They do work. They just don't work as well as you want them to. Yeah, well, I mean, they didn't disappear. You just stripped naked. Just, I would say quitting job with style. I'm actually really curious as to where this dwarf gets their clothing from. Where are you going to go get your clothes? It's like that's... I can't even remember what movie it was. Wasn't it one of the Fast and the Furious movies where they tell somebody to go quit his day job and he just like walks into the office and just like takes all of his clothes off, grabs his like notebook and walks out? Or am I thinking of a different movie? I'm pretty sure that's one of the Fast and Furious movies. Shining metals? He's claimed a metalsmith? Okay, so he needs metal bars of some sort. That's what you did at your last job? Well, more power to you. All right. So a lot of dwarves are just constructing things, I think, right now. Storing items in barrels? What are we doing? Dumping items? Oh, I know why. I know why they're dumping items. Because I'm an idiot. That's why. No, we're just in very low frames. My frame rate cap is actually at 100. This fort's just kind of laggy. Someone broke a window. No, I'm doing fortress cleanup right now, or trying to. And cavern cleanup. Fortress cleanup and cavern cleanup. Yeah, because I've been playing this game for a decade. Of course I play at a high speed. You remember them buying supercars from a rude, snotty snailsman and they request he gave them his pants to embarrass him? Yeah, okay, I don't remember that bit. I must be thinking of a different movie. If it was one of the Fast and Furious movies, it was one of the early Fast and Furious movies. But because I haven't seen anything past Fast 5. I've seen 1, 2, Tokyo Drift, 3, and 4. I think 5. All right, so we're going to just continue doing fortress cleanup. I'm going to just be dumping stuff, getting rid of stuff, trying to, like, throw it away more than anything. You think 1 is a legit good movie? It's such a weird franchise to watch all the way through because of how much it changes. And these next 4. Bananas real hates his life. Okay, Bit, I expect you to be angry. Gloves is pissed. Why Gloves pissed? Lack of decent meals. Oh yeah, no, they're just like live action cartoons. They're just goofy movies. Want to be with family. All right, gloves. I'm going to put a bunch of exclamation points down here in your job description so that it's easier to track who you are. I'm going to remove you from planting. And I'm going to make you into a bard. Where are you? Also, don't care about how good or bad you are at being a bard. Loves gets to be a bard now. I'm trying to, like, sort out the few really depressed dwarves currently. Angry artist, even. But first, you're going to go harvest plants. Trying to find specific dwarves in that menu. One of 2 ways to do it. Way number 1, make a custom labor and add it to them, and then they're easy to spot. Or 2, just add a bunch of exclamation points are the ways I do it. It used to be significantly harder to find specific things in that menu, which isn't a good thing, I know, but it used to be worse. I think I should put some farmer shops up here because I keep trying to do stuff with those and they're too far away. It's almost like the Farmers Guild should have a farmer's workshop or 2. Why don't I make that out of tin? Period also helps. Yeah, I mean, if you're good at spotting things. I think it's Maltese in chat who numbers all the dwarves in their forts. There's also a way of doing it. But yeah, I just add a bunch of exclamation points. But really just do what works. It doesn't really matter. I'm also trying to work my way through all of the materials I have because turns out I have a lot of them. Like a lot of them. And in the background right now, I'm making something like 300 iron swords and a whole bunch of mechanisms to make weapon traps. So we are being productive behind the scenes as well. Got a lot of granite. Just a whole lot of granite. You've been convicted of fighting with dwarf number 126 over a wooden toy boat. How do you plead? Yes. Like BO12? Yeah, no, that sounds like too much for me. I don't think I would ever do that. The 3 big things? It's not 3. Every dwarf needs more than 1 type of alcohol, more than 1 type of food, a bedroom with a cabinet and a chest, and some form of downtime and a place to socialize and a place to pray. I don't really know if that equals to 3, but that is what every dwarf needs to be basically functional. And if you can supply those 3 things to every single dwarf in your fort, you'll more or less be okay. Then there are extra ways to make it easier, such as like throw in mist generators and whatnot, but mist generators are completely unnecessary. They just help. It's like the classic 3 Bs. Dwarves need beer, booze, and biscuits, and a bed. I guess that's 4. Beer, biscuits, and bed. Like a dwarven bed and breakfast. No, they don't need that. Stigmund. You need beer, biscuits, and bed? I mean, same. It's like a standard evening. You're just adding Bs. So we're up to 5 Bs now? Beers, booze, biscuits, bed, and boobs? What if they're not often lustful? Not all dwarves need beards. That is a myth. I blame Terry Pratchett. El Deuterino's ghost was found, which is sad. Iton. OG Iton. Name. What, for beards? Picanti? You don't need to use DF hack for that. You literally just need to go into your, like, init files and change one value of one setting in one folder. You don't need to use DF hack for that. People use DF hack for so many goofily unnecessary things, it's not even funny. It literally just changes one value and it gives everybody a beard. You just restart your game. And you don't have to worry about crashing your game or eviscerating your save with DF hack. Real dwarven ladies have beards. I really, 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 really hate the forcing of headcanon on other people, so I'm just going to remind you that what you're doing is quite literally and figuratively gatekeeping. So in this fort and in this game, nobody does this. So if you do this, we're going to have to talk. Understand? Good. I know it's not a link. It's fine. Talk about what? We don't gatekeep. If you gatekeep... I mean, in this house, we always worship Blob, but I think people are starting to forget about that meme. You don't think you could contain yourself if someone asked you about DF, let alone gatekeep? I mean, I like describing Dwarf Fortress's community as like the anti-gatekeeping community. I can't remember who said that in chat first, but credits to them. The anti-gatekeeping community is just like, oh, you've never heard of Dwarf Fortress? Well, let me tell you everything about it so that you can like have to, and I'm gonna make you sit here and listen, and then it turns into like that scene from The Clockwork Orange where the guy's eyes are just being held open, except it's me trying to explain this crazy fucking video game to you, and that's why I have no friends. Close that. Lovely Ludwig van, yes. Everybody loves a good Ludwig van. Bullshit, I have no friends? I have very few friends. I know a lot of people, but knowing a lot of people does not equal friends. They're two separate things. You had to play DF because you got home from work earlier than I did. He said you would just kill everyone in the fort. I mean, to be fair, you could just let Dwarf Fortress run, do nothing, and you probably wouldn't kill everyone in the fort. Unless that's your intention. Put granite here and here, and then I'm going to put bars there. I mean, I know plenty of people. I know a lot of people. But I have like maybe 4 or 5 friends total. And I see most of them once a year, maybe, at conventions. So, sure. I think people just like, I think people just, what's the word? Construe the term friends and people that you know and acquaintances all into one bucket. I don't do that. I think doing that is goofy. And I kind of blame Facebook for making that kind of culture. Oh, yeah, no, I'll stand around and talk to you and hang out with people. But it's very rare that I trust somebody enough to consider them a friend, or B, actually give enough of a shit to want to get to know somebody. You just use her cast-offs? Yep. It's not too uncommon. I have one friend who I go backpacking with frequently. And then a small group of another person's friends who I hang out with sometimes. Just to be around other people. And outside of that, it's just immediate family. And then a few people I know online who, like I said, I see maybe once or twice a year. Hello, beeping ears. Been really enjoying the YouTube content? Well, thanks for watching. And thanks for the Prime sub. Cheers. For 5.5 in-game year... hold on, what does that say? Accidentally left Dwarf Fortress running for 5.5 in-game years while playing your mothership game last week. No massive fort death, really? Fort was just kind of fine? It wasn't paused saying a vile force of darkness is coming sieging your fort? Kind of impressed you didn't get sieged, actually. It's a good thing you had drinks. You must have had drinks automated, too. No? Okay, so everybody was pissed, going, why am I drinking water? Basically. I feel like there was probably, like, a pretty effective mood drop, though, at least, right? There has to have at least been a pretty hefty mood drop. Yeah, no, totally. I think that, like, because I state that I don't have many friends, and it's like, yes, I do not have many friends. By the modern definition of friends. I know thousands of people. And if we're talking like industry folks, I know a stupidly large number of people. Would I consider the vast majority of them friends? Absolutely not. Why can't you find dirt? Did you settle somewhere with dirt? If you didn't, you're not going to be able to find dirt. Meme strats only. I like the username. Just waiting for dwarves to construct stuff. Slowly. But thanks for the Prime. Cheers. Accidentally, you incidentally had like 10,000 drinks when you set up the work order wrong. Wow.
Any next best demos you're looking forward to? I'm eyeing Shadows of Doubt, a procedural detective game.
Am I weird that I don't like demos? So I think demos are fantastic. But for me, they're kind of useless. I think demos are incredible for consumers, like people who buy video games. Demos are incredible. For me, as somebody who promotes video games, unless there's something I'm absurdly interested in, which is rare, I feel like they're kind of just a waste of time. Wait, your king just arrived with this king consort? Oh, that's pretty great. Happy couple. So, like, I unless it's something that I'm already super interested in, I just kind of skip it. And I'll be honest, I went through the Next Fest and I was like, cool, it's another Next Fest. It's like all of the games in there that I'm interested in are games that I've already, you know, either played before or are games that I will just have full key for soon, and I'll just wait for the game to be done. And I've just kind of been that way for a while now. So yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of weird like that, I suppose. I'm gonna trap someone with that structure. Yeah, we'll see. I'll check back afterwards. I don't know if it will. I mean, it might. There's nowhere really to trap anybody. This is a layer below. So I'm not exactly sure where you're expecting me to trap somebody with that. One more resub, a prime sub, or 100 bits, and we can get a hype train. You don't do demos typically either. The last demo that you remember playing. To give you an idea, like whenever there's a Next Fest, I get like between 50 to 150 emails. Thanks, Orchid, for the dollar. Cheers. But like I get so many emails being like, please promote our demo. It's like, no, send me a key for your full video game and let me know when your release date is, and then I'll consider it. I don't like covering demos. It's just, it feels weird. It just doesn't feel right. Yeah, I mean, I like games that I can sit down and play for like 1,000 hours, right? Like that's the kind of game I like, right? And I'm very much looking forward to The Last Starship, which is the new Introvision software colony builder in space. In fact, I'm thinking about playing that playtest build, the very unfinished build, on Saturday. I think we might do some Legends in the morning and then some of that afterwards. I think that's gonna be the plan for Saturday. Assuming I do a Saturday stream this week, I might end up just editing all day Saturday and not streaming. But if I do a stream on Saturday this week, that's kind of my plan. So, like, and that's not a demo. That's an alpha for an unfinished game. It's like that I like doing, but I don't know. Yeah, exactly. It's like I work in an industry where I'm spoiled as fuck. I get given video games for free by developers all the time to promote. And if you're going to give me a key to play an unfinished version of your game, I'm like, you're just doubling the amount of work and splitting my time. I'd rather promote finished games that you can play right now that are ready for sale. And when your game is ready and for sale, I will play it and promote it. And if there's also a demo at that point, that is cool and very pro-consumer, and you should do that. But that's not the way it ends up usually playing out. It's usually, here's a demo for a short period of time, and then it's for sale later without the demo anymore. It's like, I mean, it's not our FTL at all. FTL is a very specific, tight strategy game. This is a build your spaceship in space game. It's got more in common with any other space game than FTL. But, you know, like, here's the reason so many streamers cover the Next Fests, right? You get paid to cover half the demos, right? So, like, if you're already taking sponsorships anyway, and that's a big part of your income, then, yeah, it makes sense. Because a lot of the smaller publishers will just pay you for coverage for these demos. And it's like, well... And that's even weirder because it's like, well, why would I take your money to play an unfinished version of your game? I'd rather take your money to play a finished version of your game. Or even better, just give me fucking key and I'll play it. So, yeah, I don't know. Demos are good for audience members and end users. I personally feel like demos are kind of a waste of time for people like me. Jerry Gord, thank you for the $1, by the way. But yeah, no, I mean they're part of marketing. I don't like being part of people's marketing. And yeah, I know I was definitely a part of like Dwarf Fortress is marketing for premium with my news stuff. But like that was stuff I really wanted to do. Just for random games, I'm probably not going to play the full versions of. I don't see the point. Other people can do that and tell me what's cool. And I'll just go find those games after. I really, really, really hate that trend, Diane Now Chong. I really, really, really hate that trend of like audience members stating a game isn't done. I am of the opinion that a game is done when a developer says it's done. If a developer says a game is done, cool. A game can be bad. And I would argue that Darktide is done. They call it 1.0. It's done. Even if they're still developing it. If they call it 1.0, that game is done. It's bad and should be criticized as being a bad game. But saying that it's unfinished, I think, is almost like defending a game for being shit. If a game is shit, it's just shit. Call it what it is. Don't be like, oh, it's unfinished. No, it's not unfinished. They released a bad product. It's like it's almost like the audience is defending them for releasing a bad product. It's like, if you release a bad product, it's bad. It's a decent enough game, sure. But they released a bad product. IRC, it wasn't done. See, here's the thing, right? Games released unfinished as long as I've been playing games at 29. But you know what happened when in the past when a game was released unfinished? It was destroyed publicly by every single portion of the audience and poorly reviewed and sold badly and was spread around and told it's unfinished. Don't buy it. It's bad. But now they just get a free pass because of, oh, it's unfinished. They'll finish it soon. They'll patch it. No, you should refund the game, leave it a negative review, and not buy it again so that they don't do that again. God! It says the guy playing Dwarf Fortress, which is literally, like, on paper unfinished. But it drives me nuts that the audience just willingly defends games that are broken as shit. Which is sad because, like, and I'm totally with you with not... I don't know if you mean EA as in Electronic Arts or Early Access, but that Dead Space remake looks really good, and I want to play it, but I don't want to give EA money. That's a fucking meme. I wouldn't say that's an even remotely legitimate comparison, Wanderlust. But it is a funny video game. I actually saw a boxed copy of that for sale in a drugstore once. Frank the Witch, thanks for continuing that gift sub. You haven't bought a COD game since BO2? I haven't bought a COD game. Just fact. Not once. Never. Stream is def worth it. Well, thank you. Whoa.
Been learning how to play Dwarf Fortress from you for the last 10 years or so?
I haven't been teaching people to play Dwarf Fortress for 10 years, but thanks for the $5. Means a lot. Best demos are stress testers ammo. I mean, okay, so here's the thing. Those aren't demos. Those are betas. If you're talking like stress testers to test servers, those aren't demos. Those are betas. That's very different. Like server testing, okay. For a multiplayer game, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I get it. I get it. Server testing for a multiplayer game, sure, totally. Makes sense to have a demo. But like I said, though, once again, just to reiterate, demos make a lot of sense for end users. If I stream a demo, that's redundant. Demos should exist and are great for end users. But for me, I personally feel that they are largely a waste of my time. Just throwing whatever weapons are in here. I'm also going to go into stocks. Goal, but I haven't updated it in a minute. Tropic. No S. Spectre, hello. About to get slammed by an ad, and I'm stuck in my stock screen. Will it ever jam or break? I don't think so. I'm getting rid of all these bows. Because they are such a waste of space and not worth much. And then these ones we can just melt. The exception of... yeah, we'll just melt them. For the iron ones. You've been watching my vids and they've been helpful? Well, thank you for watching. Appreciate you. If a man, nobody mandates a chain, does it need to be metal? Chain includes rope. Chain includes rope. I can confirm. Building present. Say, what building exactly? That's interesting. That right there, the corner. There. There? Huh. I thought those would fit. Suppose not. Used to be a lot more clear how big they were. I guess I could knock out those walls and put it there. Actually warm out for your birthday this year? 0 degrees centigrade and balmy. Ben-Ur has risen and is haunting the fortress. So much death. What's the last name? S-I-R-A. Struggling with oil production for soap. I would advise using fat. Use tallow. It's automatically produced whenever you slaughter an animal. Instead of using oil. Oil is finicky and kind of a pain. Unless for some reason you have a surplus of rock nuts, I would very much recommend just using tallow. I use pigs to make soap generally. Sometimes you'll slaughter a forgotten beast and then you'll have enough for like 500 soap. And what else do I need? Let's just do cloth crafts. Or silk crafts, actually, because I've got like 4,000 silk. Let's just do 350. Let these dwarves acquire some things. I'm also going to jump up here, and we're going to go over here, and I'm just going to make a tiny little pasture right here. Tiny little pasture right here. It's going to be for all of the cavies that have appeared in this stupid fortress the past few days. Or at least every single cavie I spot. I have a Gorlak in a cage! Oh my god, I'm a monster. Anyway. And bunnies as well. Cavies and bunnies. Especially the named ones. Need to figure out where this Gorlak in a cage is. Wonder if it's even accessible. It's not. Okay, so it's in the bay. I know where it is, but... Welcome to the monster group. I'm assuming that the Gorlak got stuck in the cage down here. Yeah, there he is. Well, I feel kind of bad now. We'll have to get him out once we break through here. Been lurking for a bit, and you just wanted to say that you appreciate your work. You don't play DF, but you enjoy watching your streams and YouTube videos. Well, thank you. That's like me watching stuff about all of the games I don't play, which I do. Actually, most of the videos I watch are about games I don't play, I would say. You love training elk birds? Elk birds are pretty cool. I think Drothlas and Jabbers and cave crawlers are my favorite three cavern critters to train. Let's use black bronze, make it all schwanky. I need to go over... It's here, yeah? Yeah, to my little Grand Central Station right here. So has this been connected to anything? Nope, so this is going to be... Ballista Cavern 1. And then right above it, I'm going to place another lever. And you are going to get linked to that. Right there. You haven't played the game for more than 2 hours? Huh, what's my take on melee weapons? They're better than ranged weapons. I don't really know what take you're looking for. Oh, which ones do I prefer? It depends on the material I have. If all I have is silver, I'm making warhammers or maces. If all I have is steel, I'm making swords or axes or spears. If I have adamantine, I'm making swords or axes. And that's about it. Those are all my takes. Whips are OP, and I try not to use them. Like, you want to break the game? Make whip. Or buy whips from the humans. Those whips are pretty cool, and they kill everything. When you play you played games that you didn't play that lasted for about half an hour, then you bought CUD. Did you buy Zero Sievert though? That's the other game that I think that I've played since you started watching me that you didn't play. What is good shit? It is real good shit. Although I think that's all that I've streamed since you've started watching me is this CUD and the other one. Oh, they really did like increase the footprint size of these. Interesting. Actually leads me to believe that I shouldn't place that there. I should just have the one. Maybe have one back here. Actually, that's not true. I streamed Path of Acra. But I don't know if you'd started watching me yet when I streamed Path of Acra. And then a couple runs of Cheese Runner, yeah. Yeah, I think you followed me actually after the Path of Acra stream. One doesn't ring a bell. Well, you don't buy it. It's free. But I think it's going to be $8 when it comes out on Steam. Poru, well, I can tell you that I think you had a dwarf previously, and I'm like 98% certain they're dead. Yes. What kind of dwarf would you like? Beard or no beard, an approximate job, and I'll do my best to provide. But if it's not available, we'll have to find a second choice. Any? Any mood preference or beard preference? Or just any? Any? Okay. Chat, do I give them the happiest dwarf that's available or the least happy dwarf that's available? Because you heard the dwarf, they said any. I removed the grumpy soldier because they're a liability. Chat seems to be leaning happy. All right. You get asked the cook then. She is 64 years old, healthy, skilled cook, values nature, harmony, and commerce. Doesn't feel anything after seeing Tekid's dead body. She dislikes receiving advice, preferring to keep her own counsel, and she finds the humor in most situations and prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible, and she has an active imagination. She tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and she tends to reveal personal information. She generally acts quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and she is quite humble. She often gives her knuckles a good crack when she's thinking hard, and she stiffens up when she's surprised. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. Personally values nature, values a harmonious existence, and is somewhat put off by trade and commerce, and doesn't care about art one way or another. Dreams of crafting a master hork some D. She likes native copper, black bronze, and sardonyx. Demon rat leather, and dark indigo greaves. Chickens for their clucking and the sound of the fabulous droplet, and when possible prefers to consume giant hamster and fisherberry wine, and absolutely hates bark scorpions. He's a keeper. Seems like a good dwarf. Frankly, you're a member of the Cook's Guild and a member of the Farmers Guild. You have some friends, a couple friends. Nobody's named, though. You're really good friends with the elf bard in the fort, who is a permanent resident, by the way. Chat, I need real quick to use the restroom. So I will be back in a moment. Yes, CUD runs on everything. I think it's planned to release on tablets at some point, too. Like, it's going to run on everything. Anyway, I'll be right back. Nobody died? Nobody died. Good. Good evening, Mind. You know, if you streamed like OG Doom late at night and you're playing weird WADs, John Romero might show up in your chat. I've seen him in Twitch chats before. The best thing ever is watching somebody play like the original Doom for the first time and watching John Romero backseat, which I saw John Romero get told off for backseating. And you know what? If John Romero showed up in my chat and started like backseating me on where to find like, what's it called? Secrets, I'd be like, you know what? You're allowed. You're allowed. Which was hacking awesome. Oh, really? Sigil was a neat thing. Yeah, but people don't play Daikatana, generally. Or rather, they shouldn't. Okay, why is... Serious question. Why in the world is my garbage dump full of toys? Garbage dump didn't work. Well. Darn kids leaving their toys everywhere. What's even funnier is they're all made of gold. That's what's actually kind of funny about them. I should put a big toy stockpile in the library. Well, cheers, Origin64. Thanks for swinging by. Thanks for watching the YouTube videos. YouTube videos wouldn't exist if people didn't watch them. Okay, so all types, toys. Gold toys, yeah. Kids need strength training too. Yeah, we're working on it. It's mostly due to the caverns and like the stupid amount of livestock I have. I've brought it up by about 6 FPS. This is a very large fort though, on a big map, so. One of those forts that I kind of describe as designed to run poorly. I'm mostly joking, Deadly. Mostly joking. Doesn't really cause a major, you know, strength increase or anything. Although hauling boulders does cause a noticeable strength increase. 17 years. You're not seeing much of it. Children in here for it must be yoked then. It's the reason a lot of dwarves get weirdly strong. Because, like, you're just carrying, like, boulders around. Impressive? Nah, not even remotely. It's a pretty normal fort. Well, I mean, like, we've got a lot. So, you know, this is a fort and a half. I mean, as only if you give the kids a beer too. Victory and Solace, doomed puzzled axes. I would also be puzzled. Okay, hold on. How the heck do I not find you? That you? Can I not search by the translation? I guess I can't. Weird. I thought you could search by the translated name. I mean, the game can and always will learn to simulate more as time goes on. All right. Water. Waiting for this elf to actually, like, petition for full membership. Because they are just kind of sleeping in this kitchen. Which I personally think is just kind of funny. Yeah, the only time dwarves are allowed to drink on the job is if the kids also get a drink. Yeah, that's your military dwarf that died in the weapon trap, yes. I say this is literally just supposed to be toys. I beg your pardon. Oh. Never mind. Apparently adding all after searching doesn't do anything. All right, let's send the squads out again to raid Masterwork, except this time we are just going to openly attack. I'm not going to loot items. I'm going to take it, and I'm not going to loot livestock because I'm tired of getting cavies, but I'm going to go hit them. How do you farm silk? By having a farm of animals that produce silk. I'm using 2 forgotten beasts. But also just having access to the caverns with a door into the caverns or fortifications into the caverns will let cave spiders in. And then you'll get spiders all over the place occasionally, but they will just leave cobwebs everywhere, which I'm like, there's one. It'll just pop up. And a pig. Yeah, the pig's necessary. Just make sure you use a guilty pig so that you don't feel bad. Because if they were imprisoned for no crimes, that would just feel bad. So make sure that you only employ criminal pigs in your silk farms. Like this one. He was very guilty after being confined. Piggy knows what he did. Yeah, cats kill the spiders. Just like they kill any vermin. Do I want to remove that stair? Kinda do. I'm using bins for storage? In some stockpiles, yeah. Not in all. Like this one. Depends on the items in the stockpile. Although this needs to not have e-jammo in it. Well, that's interesting. What did Piggy do? I don't know, but he knows. He's very guilty. All right, we're going to make a siege ammo stockpile. Custom. I wonder, actually, if just ball works. Flesh balls, great. That one perplexes me. Like, you'd think that they'd just be under siege ammo. Where did they put ballista ammo? Oh, there it is. Okay, hold on. Then, like... Guess it's just labeled as siege. Okay, I guess it's just siege ammo then. That makes sense. That makes a degree of sense, but I thought that they used to have their own separate section. It's been a while since I've looked at that type of stockpile. Right then. Flesh balls? They hang out in Cavern Layer 3 and they look like testicles. They're just rolling balls of flesh. They kind of dissolve you. They're friendly, generally. How's it going? Pretty good over here. How's things with you, Sedentary? Friendly balls. No, not friendly. They're just extremely large sentient meatballs. Definitely not friendly. They're not as bad as cave blobs, though. Cave blobs are the worst. Cave blobs are possibly my least favorite enemy in the video game. Do they nut slap your dwarves? That's a sentence. Now, generally, they just die when your dwarves, like, cut them to pieces, because they fall apart pretty quickly. In my experience. It's kind of weird that we didn't get the use all button for these and remove some button. Weird that it's not in that menu. You just been soloed from an undead invader. You think that they're stronger? They've always been brutally strong. I've definitely lost whole forts to like 4 or 5 intelligent undead before. Like, you could be up against a legendary fighter that never gets tired, and in a lot of cases, if you're up against a legendary fighter, your only chance of survival is that they get tired. All of these low-hanging jokes. Yep. Low-hanging like your balls. Yep, I get it. Jokes. Funny. Yes. Laugh. Ha ha. Oh man, that's kind of sketch. They don't actually like state what it means. Okay. Used to just be words. But yeah, Jimmy, they're kind of brutal. Hammers? Lava is the best way to kill undead. A bug? You know, it's hilarious. There's so many things in this game this is a player trend that I hope stops at some point with this game. Thing isn't working exactly the way I expected it to. Does not, almost never means it's a bug. Sometimes it's a bug, but that is extremely rare. Things in Dwarf Fortress sometimes work in strange ways. That doesn't mean it's a bug the vast majority of the time. Vast majority of the time, it is not a bug. You had a fort once that was invaded too many times by undead and demons, but you couldn't find any necromancers? I mean, you have to make necromancers most of the time. Using a drawbridge is just cheating. I mean, you can, but... I consider it cheating. Out of gold bars or gold blocks, you should use blocks. It's more efficient. Like, I should be using blocks. Just as an example. Victory and Solus, the ghostly cook, has been put to bed. By that I mean is no longer going to be a ghost. And Erush, which I accidentally typoed out, is making is going into a mood. Follow that, dwarf. Actually, we're about to get slammed with ads, so I will follow this dwarf, so you're not missing anything important. Is going down. Is going still down. Is going further down. Metals? Ooh. Nope. If not metals, then what? Wait, did you already claim something? Oh, claimed a magma glass furnace. Oh, that's interesting. Right, yeah, adequate glassmaker. I didn't see that initially. I was expecting clother because I missed the glassmaker. I don't think so, no. For metal, 1 bar equals 1 block? Yeah, then there's no difference. Maybe there's a value difference then. If I'm going to make metal floors, I just use bars, generally. That's my way of doing things, is just use bars. And bear... Oh, bear on the bus. I was staring at that. I was trying to figure out what the ONDA was. I was like, bear on Oda? How do you pronounce it? I was like trying to like wrap my brain around that, and then I realized bear on a bus. Oh. Hi. What's up? Reminds me of that cat that used to take the bus that went viral a couple of years ago. Because of course a cat taking a bus would go viral. Obviously. Because there will be less confusion with your stockpile? I don't organize my stockpiles well, so not a concern for me. Rough color, we got those. Leather skin. It's a lot of leather, a lot of gems. Well, we got the raw green, stone rock. Making a glass disc? Fuck if I know what he's making. How many tanners do I have? Not enough tanners, apparently. I'm gonna pull this lever real quick. And then jump down here. What I'm going to do... I need more tanner shops. Kind of don't want to put them up here, but I kind of don't want to put them anywhere else, so... Actually, you know what? Let's put the tanners down here. They can hang out by the body pile. I clearly need more tanners. How have I trapped so many forgotten beasts? Very carefully. Doors, mostly. Because for some reason they don't break doors right now, which is a horrific bug that I hope gets removed from the game sooner rather than later, but I'm abusing it while it lasts. You can put solid floors over top of a tree farm without affecting its cilantro. Technically, once something has seen sunlight in Dwarf Fortress, it's always seen sunlight. These are the spiders I'm talking about. These little guys. Look at these little guys. gonna slaughter 2 grizzlies. Just make sure I'm not killing my breeding pair. And some more bunnies. Random other animals I don't want. We have these grizzly bear cubs, which I don't want to slaughter. Maybe alpaca that I can slaughter. I think they did a really good job making the spiders cute as heck. Got chats to read through after stream. More puppy murder. Pretty standard. If you didn't have open caverns, will cavern creatures still spawn in the lower frame? In the lower frames, if you can see them, yes. But spawn and lower the frames. The game is aware of all of the creatures, regardless of whether or not you can see them. So it doesn't matter if you open up the caverns. What lowers the frames is all of the dwarves running around in the caverns and getting stuck in the caverns and seeing things in the caverns and being scared by creatures in the caverns and then cavern creatures running into your fortress and scaring people. The caverns don't automatically lower your frames. Cavern dwellers can lower your frames, and those will be there regardless of if you play or not, and will appear regardless of if you play or not, or they even dig into them. Ooh! This world continues to be interesting. We were in the Golden Age. Now we're in the Goblin era. That's interesting. This means that goblins are the majority of the living creatures in the world. Does that mean the elves are losing? I mean, they might be populated by, you know, elves. Or the elves might be populated by goblins primarily. Which is kind of terrifying, but also kind of neat. Nothing a few dozen raids can't solve. I mean, I've been raiding the elves. Actually, it's kind of funny that that happened right now because we are actively raiding an elven fortress, which used to be a dwarven fortress. We're actively pillaging them, so I wonder if we just did that. It's never been the age of dwarves in this fort. There was 7 dwarves in this faction when we started, and there's only 1 dwarven faction in this world. Which also means that there's plenty of dwarves that just weren't in this faction, but gotta wait for them to come back, though. Never apologize for wall of text, Beef Supreme. You managed to prevent an artifact of earrings from being stolen today. The thief was further one of the legendary hammer doors, and the citizens up until the object expelled them to get off the map. And this caused them to lay down on the spot and go to sleep. And while the military forces bearing down on him, a single strike to the head did the trick. Well, it's a shame, but it had to happen. 'Tis for the best. Literally the hill he died on. Like I said, 'tis a shame, but it's probably for the best. Going to pen pasture all my grizzlies up here. Yeah, don't apologize. I mean, you should apologize if you're just putting massive ASCII art of a dick in my chat, at which point I probably won't ban you, but I will ask what is wrong with you and why you decided to do that. So, you know. I don't use DF hack, so you're asking the wrong person, and I also have never used the reveal DF hack command. So also, once again, you're asking the wrong person. Well, these are all still being worked on. A lot of them have been suspended for one reason or another. Apparently I got some crimes. Oh shit, hold on. Somebody confessed to a crime. I need to check this out. Cole Shutsky. Who's Cole? Met with subject and made intimidating remarks in order to elicit information. Subject naively complied. Okay. It appears that Yuja Praise Special is some sort of criminal person. So this human mercenary, I see, was interviewed by Thanos and made intimidating remarks in order to elicit information, and the subject naively complied and confessed to theft. And in the late winter of 255, an unidentified creature plotted to assassinate an unidentified creature under the influence of an unidentified creature via subject. Thank you for the glorious details. A guy plotted to assassinate a guy under the influence of another guy. Ah! In the late summer of 230, an unidentified creature plotted to assassinate an unidentified creature under the influence of an unidentified creature via subject. Subject revealed, so this person is convincing people to assassinate people, essentially. Subject revealed that in the early spring of 231, the subject plotted to infiltrate the secretive orbs in order to steal treasures and prepare a coup under the influence of an unidentified creature. And also revealed that in the midwinter of 252, the subject plotted to infiltrate the chunky orb in order to steal treasures and prepare a coup under the influence of an unidentified creature. Great. Thank you. Let's put these fuckers in prison, shall we? Sorry, Cole. The human left. That's funny. All right, let's jump back over the task screen. So I gotta unforbid a bunch of stuff. Someone made something happen because of someone, pretty much, yeah. Although it's like, no, it's that human was someone, and oh crap, I X on one of them. It's that human was someone, and they were plotting to assassinate someone with the help of someone under the influence of someone. Which, yes, very, very funny. Bum, bum, bum. Yes, they're still wearing the gauntlet, yes. Thanos is the dwarf who made the gold gauntlet, and they're, in fact, still wearing the gauntlet. Right, so this bridge right there. KV Fatso has been found dead. Oh no. And then this is going to be Cavern Layer 1. It's going to be linked up to that. The bare minimum for disassembling? You mean as in killing them? Oh, I see, in a dropping pit? If they're wearing armor about 30 Z levels. Or just drop them onto spikes. That's usually the route I go, is just drop them onto spikes. Oh, they're all naked? About 11. What actually matters isn't the distance. What matters is what the floor is made out of. So the denser the material of the floor, the higher chance they're going to just randomly die. Speaking of dense materials, if you would like to be the densest material in the morning, I recommend starting your day off with a Vile Force of Mug, with a beverage of your choice inside of Vile Force of Mug. I also have t-shirts. Like this one. You're welcome. I'm going to die on a Segway one of these days. Please don't smell my pajamas, but yes, it's a pretty good mug. And if you buy something from me, you might get a personalized thank you message in a day and a half. And I might be in bed while I do it going, I just woke up, thanks for buying shit, bye. Like the creator of the Segway. That's an urban legend and not actually true. The creator of Segways did not actually die on a Segway. I mean, what would you prefer, that or like 2-hour sponsored segments? Currently, I'm just leaning in the direction of let's just do a merch drop once a month and I'll yell about it twice a stream and at the end of videos. Because then at the very least, it's just me making money. You'll be damned. It's although, you know what isn't an urban legend? The guy who created Pringles cans was buried in a Pringles can. To be clear, he was buried, his ashes were put in a Pringles can upon his death. And then that Pringles can was buried. He wasn't buried in in like a coffin-sized Pringles can, which is what I was hoping when I first heard that story. And then after looking into it, I was very disappointed. But still very funny. Does it ship to EU? Well, not in the EU technically, but they have a production facility in the UK, so if you order anything, it'll be shipped from the UK. Via Royal Mail. Mine was delivered via Dude on Bicycle, which I've never actually seen before, which is kind of crazy. To the point where like I went and looked into the delivery company afterwards, and yep, they're a bicycle delivery company based out of Vancouver, which is wild. Because it was snowing at the time. Also, hey, El Deuterino. I guess technically it is ceramic. I didn't create it, though. Cooler did. My artist. And, it appears that Alter Ego is giving away a Vile Force of Mug. So if you would like a chance to win a Vile Force of Mug, just type an exclamation point, enter into the chat, and then there will be a link that you click on. You may have to pay a small portion of the shipping, but I'm covering what should be roughly half of it. Do I still get $1 or $2 from these? Like, I think $2.30 or something. About the same as a Twitch sub. Another interesting one is an all male family members of the Beer Moguls were given 5 drops of Budweiser directly at birth. That's just weird. That's just weird. I don't like that. Global shipping. It doesn't ship to Russia or North Korea or active war zones. Is literally what it says in their FAQ. Definitely American Budweiser origin. Yeah. So many people. This is going to be an absolute bloodbath when this is done. Dyslexic, congrats, you got the mug. Courtesy of Alter Ego. If you click on that redeem link and link your Twitch account with the thingy, it should just let you fill out your info. And thanks, Alter Ego. Cheers, dude. This whole gifting merch thing is kind of wild. Like, it's probably going to get old at a point, but man, weird. Hi, Orange. I see you're not cheating on me this morning. Or maybe you are. I don't know, actually. Okay, why is there 26 silver arrows right here? Let's just get rid of those. Who fucking told me? What? Why would I tell you? Who told me? Actually, to be completely honest with you, nobody told me. Why is a child fighting? Oh my god, it finally happened. A kid was hit by the garbage dump minecart track. It finally happened. After having it for like 17 years, somebody finally got hit by this. I mean, it doesn't go very fast. Her leg was hit pretty badly, but it was deflected by her trousers. Okay, so she like tripped and fell, basically. Don't stand on the minecart tracks. Like other streamers using that service? I think the reason, Wanderlust, is it does kind of cost me money sometimes. In regards to the gifting merch thing. It's made out of steel. Punk. Yes, Saber. All right. Well, I mean, her leg's fine. It was very clearly blocked by her pants. It destroyed her shirt, though. I need to make a round of soaked loincloths. I've seen a bunch of dwarves with upset loincloths. Let's do 200 loincloths. I also need to check something. How many dwarves actually have bedrooms? Wow. Kind of a lot of dwarves don't. All right, I guess I should make some more bedrooms then. I thought everybody had bedrooms. Apparently not. Let's just go around down here and make bedrooms this way. We'll make iron furniture if they need furniture. Because I don't know how much I have lying around. This is true. Alter Ego did, in fact, give away their oldest dwarven child. I remember reading that. It's just like, I want to give away my child, smiley face. It's like, please, context. Just, please confirm you're not saying what I think you're saying. Speaking of redeeming dwarves, El Duderino, what kind of dwarf would you like? Considering I just memorialized your dead dwarf. What kind of dwarf would you like? Is the Discord link on fourth wall working? Huh. Apparently not. It works in my chat. ! Discord if you're trying to get in the Discord. I'll fix that. Thanks for pointing that out. Where's that button? Social links. I wonder actually if it's just not gonna work. Let's try this again. Save. All right, did that fix it? Try that. Should work now. Should work now. But thanks for pointing that out. Between a week and 10 days? Yeah, the mugs take a little bit longer to ship than the shirts. Because turns out, they make a lot of mugs, apparently. So that means that they're in high demand, which means there's usually like higher wait times to ship the product. Yeah, Fourth Wall is the hosting service that's producing everything. Yeah. There was one person who commented on YouTube and they're like, your merch is really cool looking, but I want official merch. And I'm like, you know, I don't blame you. I too want official merch, but they're being so slow on that. It's not even funny. They said it would be out sometime. Like, I think Fangamers said that the Dwarf Fortress merch would be out sometime in January. And, well, it's February. Also, I owe El Deuterino a dwarf. Miner's free, beard doesn't matter. Okay. Click on some dwarves that are currently mining. One's named. That one's not named. Here, I'll give you this miner. L2 Deuterino, because you're the second El Deuterino. El Deuterino 2. Trying to keep track of these. Let's see. Legendary Cook is satisfied at work. She finds something humorous in everything, no matter how serious or inappropriate. Never becomes angry. That voice is bad. I'm not going to do that anymore. Could not care less about her appearance and talents or other personal vanities, and she has incredibly calm demeanor. She pursues matters with a single-minded focus, often overlooking matters. She is easily moved to mercy and likes to present herself modestly. She is bashful after wearing tattered clothing and is not driven and rarely feels the need to pursue even a modest success. And she is curious and eager to learn, and she prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible, and she tends to think before acting. She has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and she tries to do things correctly each time. She occasionally overindulges and shakes her finger up and down when she's excited and bites her nails when she's annoyed. She personally finds the whole notion that one would persevere through adversity completely abhorrent, respects the development of a skill, and finds maintaining decorum to be a silly and fumbling waste of time. She likes magnetite, electrum, and red... Sorry, apparently I had to, like, cough. And capuchin bone and llama wool, papyrus, and vermilion, and cabochon, vermilion and cabochons and backpacks and figurines and anvils for the words of the meditation of orbs and the sound of the fabulous droplet and the sight of the mellow meadow. And when possible, prefers to consume knuckleworm, you're weird, and prickleberries and teff beer and bitter vetch leaves, and hates oysters. She has a pet bunny. You're part of the problem. And no friends. It's papyrus! I can't read papyrus without thinking of that sketch. Just, it's papyrus! It's papyrus! Anyway. Not a big comedy person, but that sketch is pretty gold. I wonder if knuckleworms for dwarves are kind of like eating wings. What's wrong with you? You like eating knuckleworms. There's nothing wrong with that. Knuckleworms are literally just like little finger spiders. They're literally like hands, basically. It's like the giant hands in this here indie game Elden Ring. I think you may have heard of it. Potentially. They're evil too? Eh. Who's a celebrity? 304 marbles? It's like, what's wrong with me? Yeah, I wonder that every day. I'm trying to halfway keep up with a big conversation that's happening in a private Discord I'm in, which I shouldn't be doing while streaming. Bad habit. Now I'm getting caught up on Twitch chat. An official black metal themed shirt is dope. You know, it's kind of funny. I wanted to go with that kind of vibe for some of my merch once, and then very, very, very much didn't. Very, very, very much didn't when I saw that pop up. I was like, oh, because fun fact, saw those art pieces back in, September at PAX? Because Tarn showed me. He's like, we got merch coming. Look at it. But, I mean, I also have another round of merch coming, which I've shown a couple of times. This is going to be in a month or two. And it'll be a limited time thing, but should be fun. You like the mug? I too like the design for the mug, but I didn't order my own mug. Also, how you doing, Raz? Good to see you. But I think the design for the mug is kind of great. Let's, did I check? Oh, I didn't check the reports. I see my soldiers are back. Pillaging Masterwork. So this is what pushed us into the age of the goblin. Constructive orb attacked the pearls of starting. The mechanical dimensions of chewing led the attack, and the defenders were led by the elf Madawa and the dwarf Unib. The mechanical dimensions of chewing outmatched them with a cunning plan. So we had a cunning plan. This is in the late winter. We're in spring now. The ancient ropes led by the dwarf Lemuel clashed with 11 dwarves, slaying 4. In the late winter of 257, the 8 ropes led by the dwarf Lemuel clashed with 7 dwarves, slaying 4. The earthen twinkles led by the dwarf Kodal clashed with 3 dwarves, slaying them. We searched Masterwork and we found nothing, and it claims that there's 200 things there. So I'm going to demand surrender and occupy. I'm going to send this squad by themselves. And we're going to see what happens. Wish us luck, chat. We're going to try and seize Masterwork. So the squad I'm sending includes Laegishka. If they do it, I will request all of the soldiers back except for one. And hopefully it becomes part of our holdings. I need to rebuild this squad. I'm going to be staring through these until I find dwarves that dream of, you know, mastering a skill. Or dwarves that already have. This dwarf will do okay, I think. Take the Masterwork shoes that I made for you off when you get back. We don't need that mud in here. I mean, I personally believe that we need those shoes. Insert civ name. Constructive Orb. Stone. It personally values sacrifice and disdains cooperation. How do you feel about violence? It's helping others emotionally rewarding. Recovers quickly, frail, quick to give up. Nah. You're a bad fit. How about this trapper over here? Dreams of mastering a skill. Sweet. How about your general traits? Good kinesthetic sense, but developed empathy. Emotional obsessive. Poor memory. Good. Scroll down and until I find a dwarf that I just renamed with a lot of exclamation points. So, you know, it's funny. Some people really want that menu to be changed. I don't think it needs a search function, but there used to be a button under the military tab here. It would just list all the squads, and you could just click a squad and automatically add them to the squad, which made things so much easier, and I miss that. And I want that menu back, like, badly. That button needs to exist again. Yep. If you listen to the interview that I did with Putnam, I'm just like, I missed this button, and she goes, oh yeah, that button did disappear, didn't it? Where did it go? We need that button back. What the hell? I'm going to assume that your name means devil, but Devil Dawn? Evil Dawn? Thank you very much for that tier 1 subscription. Because it's like a little button that you don't think about until it, like, stares you right in the face and you're like, I need this button. What the? Like, this works, but I would much rather just have an add to squad button just on the dwarves. Like, that's all that you really need. I already looked at you. Already named. Creating a great work of art. Personally respects individuals that persevere through their trials and labors and is the utmost importance. Drag to select would be nice too. Eh. Oh, you up here. Patient. Altruistic. Disdains truth and tradition. Resists sickness. How do you feel about stress, dwarf? Doesn't mind a little tumult. But yeah, add to squad button is all I really want. I just want that add to squad button. If they can give us an add to squad button, I will be very happy. You can't stick around today? Well, We'll see you on Saturday, perhaps, Raz. Thanks for swinging by. Thanks for saying hello. Good to see you as always, dude. I love that there's just underwear everywhere right now. It's just kind of funny. Okay, do I have beds lying around? I might. I do. Look at that. Extra 15 bedrooms. Oh, I missed one. Certainly missed one. Come on. What's that? And I need more furniture. Okay, I'm out of those. Okay, so let's just do 15, 15, let's just do 20. Iron cabinet. 20. Iron chest. 20. Actually, I'm going to need a few extras too. All right, well, hopefully those all get grabbed up quickly. Forgotten Beast. Stumeb is fighting still. I can't remember if that one's in my lair or not. So, Asmil is the last dwarf to leave. So we kind of, actually, this might sound a little weird. We kind of want to hope that that squad doesn't come back. Because if they fail, then they will have to fight. Which is a little scary. Also, Sentient Potato, hello. And apologies if I missed anybody. But it is noon, so what I have to say, chat, is thank you very much to everybody who, got here early, tuned into the stream. It's good to have all of you folks here. It's already 2 p.m. there. Getting you through your workday or whatever you're doing. Eh? Oh, that's interesting. You can select these to use the closest material. I mean, I don't like that, but that's kind of neat. Which means it's probably just powering through all of the weapons I don't want them using. Huh. The more you know. It's also strange that they only use one of each. The Fortress of Masterwork, a day's travel to the northeast, has been conquered and incorporated into your holdings. We've got it back, chat. We've got it back. Vile Force, D's nuts. All right, so now that we have begun the process of conquering back our stuff, let's see, does the game actually credit us with it? Interesting. So it's still marked as red. And we can go here and I can request these dwarves back as workers. Or I can just leave them there. You have a rough guess as when you should expect to have our dwarves make an MRI for use in the hospital? Never? What? You can't recall all of them. Because one of them takes over as the royal of that location, I think. Let me just double check, actually. Holy shit. We're at peace with a Batman civilization? And an unnamed Ant-Man civilization? I never realized that they pop up on there. That's funny. Iron Shore. Okay, so Reg has become the Duke of Masterwork. So we've appointed one of my dwarves has been appointed as the Duke of Masterwork, and I can request the rest back. Which is kind of neat. So I'm going to request those dudes back, although I'm going to cancel that first job because I didn't do that. And I need to appoint a messenger. Any volunteers to be our messenger, chat? Any named dwarves? Like Lucky, would you like to be a messenger? We could give it to Joe True, the outpost liaison, and give them a double duty. Holy rusted metal, Batman! I mean, it would have to be somebody who's named already. I don't think you have one, Hendrix. We'll give it to Outpost Joe. So, Joe is now going to go be an Outpost liaison and go request them back. Yeah, apologies, Hendrix. Unib of the Mechanical Dimensions of Chewing has claimed the positions of Administrator of the Tattooed Lens. Now, what does that mean? I think that means... Oopsies. I think that means that somebody else has become Administrator in that fort, unless they're Administrator in my fort. I'm assuming they're now the administrator of that, but I don't actually know if they're in my fort or not. I guess not. The messenger gets killed. That'd be pretty funny. But you're going to go make request of masterwork, which means you're going to go leave. Well, we should all be as one. Why all the struggling? I like this dwarf. He's a good dwarf. Yeah, sure, Meth. You could say, so this is going to be weirdly harsh sounding, Gothbrooks. You could say, yes, that Meth did a good job there. But what's real sad is that Meth took full credit for the entirety of that mod pack. It wasn't a mod, it was a mod pack. Didn't give the vast majority of the mod authors credit, and then proceeded to make a Patreon and not tell anybody that he didn't, in fact, make any of the mods in the mod pack. So I'm not a huge fan of that particular mod pack, as it's a mod pack, a la a Skyrim mod pack, except that the creator, did a very good job not crediting anybody, taking art without permission, using art without permission, stating he made the tile set, he assembled it from a pre-existing art, sure. So just, Masterwork, yeah, it was a cool mod pack for sure, and somebody else should go make mod packs. I personally think Great Padinsky should go make a mod pack or two for Dwarf Fort. I think that would be kind of a cool way for him to continue that, but this dwarf is like too busy drinking and eating to go make a request of Masterwork. Yeah, I don't know, like, it's not worth attacking the guy over it, but it's just a, you know, just make sure that you don't go giving Meph credit for it. Like, if we're talking about Masterwork mod pack, sure. It's a cool mod pack, but, like, Meph didn't... He advertised it and marketed it. Pretty much, yeah. It's almost like the I made this meme. Apparently you felt empathy when discussing an acquaintance's problems. Value tranquility, tradition, harmony, and stoicism. Tough and resist sickness. What? Noble. Jeez. I mean, if you want to... I mean, a mod pack author, really. Who is Meph? Meph is somebody who is very well known in the Dwarf Fortress community for creating a mod pack called Masterwork. Dwarf Fortress, which was just a pre-packaged set of mods that came with a kind of nifty launcher, which I think he made mostly. So it's sort of like a pre-packed version of Dwarf Fort that also hasn't been updated since 2017. Bedroom not great, cry. He's fine. Sure, he's fine. You currently have over 150 mods and you modded to work together as a pack, all from the Steam mods. You won't publish it because you don't have permission from the authors. Yeah, you wouldn't publish it, and you also wouldn't make a Patreon for it, and you wouldn't also take credit for it. Those are things you wouldn't do. But I do think it would be really cool to start seeing pre-packaged mod packs for Dwarf Fort. Just realized this world's goal is basically a story of any video game called A Game of Dwarves. What? Reclaim our stolen cities and fight back against whatever horrific power? Pretty much checks out as far as I'm concerned. So much iron crap up here. And melt people? That's more of a coincidence, not a specific goal, I would say. It's like the side effect of our existence. No problem, Lumi. A lot of stuff that I talk about with Dwarf Fort, I just straight up forget. People don't know it. It's like, yeah, I guess the weirdness of playing the game for so long. Let's do that. Let's do that. A lot of these are just named steel swords. See how this seizing of Masterwork went. The pearls of starting of the Flute of Trade surrendered Masterwork to the Chunky Orb. The Chunky Orb defeated the pearls of starting at the Flute of Trade and took over Masterwork, and the new site government was called the Tattooed Lens. We're over here making history. Next, we've got to start hitting Healer Axe. Wait. Is Messenger back already? Or Joe, have you not left yet? Oh, hasn't left yet. They will eventually give up, because, well, not give up. They will eventually run out of soldiers to send to you, and then at that point, that's kind of where it feels like they give up. But will they ever actually, like, properly say, we surrender? No. No, wars are forever in Dwarf Fort currently. War is eternal. I don't think that dwarf ever actually finished that artifact. Kind of forgot about it. Did queue up a bunch of leather, but... Yeah, ask away with questions. Especially if they're relevant to Dwarf Fort. Maybe not so much if they're not relevant to Dwarf Fort. Because every population in Dwarf Fort is finite. I don't think it works that way for the underground critters, though. I actually, I don't know how they work. I don't know if they just, like, reproduce so fast you just get bajillions of them, but... But where Mega Beast's caves are when embarking. So when you generate a world, if you want to know where Mega Beast's caves are, underneath advanced world settings, you can make it so that they are visible on the overworld. That's one way to do it. Another way to do it is by simply reading about their locations and then trying to, like, figure out the location. That's how I prefer to do it. Generally, you kind of, like, if you want to be able to do it consistently, the way to do that is by simply making them visible on the overworld in World Gen. 16, Wanderlust. Next question. Some doors get claustrophobia. They don't like small bedrooms, but they don't get claustrophobic. They're cave critters. They know their way around caves. Karoth Vlex, what's up? I've seen you in a certain Padinsky's chat. She personally thinks that the world should be engaged in perpetual warfare and hates those who wield power over others. My word. Put your money where your mouth is. Now kiss, Kilroy. What's funny is she doesn't dream of seeing the world bathed in chaos. Because Kilroy and Vlex are sitting in a tree. Being elfy. Because who else would sit in a tree? Alright. There you go. This dwarf can strip and go put their money where their dwarf is. It's a cruddy workaround, but it works. Actually, I wonder. Don't actually have a squad in my front area yet, or currently. Are you using adamantine shields? Ooh, they are. All right, so with that done, it's weird that it doesn't actually change the color of the constructed orb, though. Let's become a recruit. You transformed into a werepangolin. Why adamantine shields? Because I have surplus of adamantine, and I'd rather make light shields than heavy shields. You want light shields? You don't really need it for armor, but swords and shields, pretty good. I'm not certain, but would you agree that But when you agree to a parlay, sorry, sorry if I'm missing questions. I'm not the most visually aware currently. No, they demand so if you agree to a parlay, they demand a specific artifact, and you have to give them that specific artifact, and if you refuse, they kill your mayor. But how do you do it? A petition will pop up, and then if you agree to the petition, the mayor will then go collect the artifact, unless the artifact, and then bring it to them. So the mayor just does it. You don't have to do anything. But if the artifact is like on a pedestal or something, you may have to get it off of the pedestal. Like if the artifact is in like on like stored somewhere or owned by somebody, you have to remove it from the person and give it to them. Then we have Underhog Day, and you don't want to deal with the Underhog. Yeah, the mayor does the whole thing, unless it's kept on a pedestal, like I said. Yeah, I mean, potentially, I guess. Discord does have a questions channel, which has gotten a little bit slower at answering the questions, but it's still pretty quick. Ah, there we go. Gushka, Axdwarf, Gushka, and others have returned. Stormtroopers returned, Gushka's returned. They don't automatically rejoin the squad. But when I go to assign leaders, will pop up in here. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to make this easy on myself. Hail the Conquering Warriors. Yep. You never knew that you could get invaded by elves and goblins at the same time. I've had like 4-way fights before, and they're very, very, very amusing because they fight amongst themselves, which I'm a big fan of. Today's going to be very much a day of conquering things, I think. I'm looking for my legendary swords dwarves. Why are you not popping up as swords dwarves? There's one. There's another. Oh, did they show up at the bottom? Oh, I see. They're there. Huh. Well, Lyagushka could be the leader of this squad now. Apparently they all pop up at the bottom. That's interesting. All right, let's do that. And now we've done that, they can go back to training as well. And we can send out the other 2 squads to go smack somebody, probably. Although, actually, we let these ones fully equip, among other things. Let's also just check equipment. I'm going to assign uniform, add a sword and the steel, see if everybody can get new gear. See what we're missing. Looks like we need some more adamantine swords. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 steel breastplates. So we'll do 10 steel breastplates. And add a ADA M-A-N-T-I-N-E. Short sword. Could have enough for like 25. Got quite a bit now. So dwarves, like, what's the word? Dwarves' labors are not, or the jobs that dwarves have assigned, like their color and their labor, is not the job that they're currently doing. It's their highest skill. When you're in the military, they train observation. They train, like, all of their discussing skills and a lot of skills that are related to administration and working in government. Which is why it's actually not a bad idea to, like, you know, put your captain of the guard in the military temporarily. Even though it makes them, like, randomly one-punch people to death, it also makes them significantly more effective at, like, you know, doing general management skills. So the reason they all show up as administrators is because those are their highest skills. And so that's what the game assigns to them, even if it's not what they're actively doing. Where do you go to find out? You press N, you hover over this at the end. And I need to assign all of the outpost liaison stuff back to him. This. And why am I not seeing the outpost liaison? Wait. It's not an office? I always thought this one was your office. Oh, wait, no, is that your office? That's your office. Okay, then whose office is that? I'll figure that out later. Outpost Joe. Oh, I know whose office that was. That was somebody who died. I used to have a Duke here. The Duke died. Speaking of, maybe I can give you a nicer bedroom then. Or was it? There's a particularly blingy bedroom, which I'm looking around for. I could just actually give you... Sorry, sentient potato. I'm giving away your bedroom to somebody else, so he can have this slightly larger one. You have rotten biscuits? Oh no! Are you dead? I don't think you're dead. Maybe you are dead. Maybe I misread that as Silent Potato, who's a different potato, because there's two potatoes. There's sentient and there's silent. Very confusing. Let's pull this lever. Okay, so why there's so much stuff here? That needs to go over there. A lot of them are just running around and grabbing stuff from the seams of things. Kano, what kind of dwarf would you like? It worked, what the fuck? That's generally, you know, generally things are supposed to work like that. Also, holy shit, Devil Dawn, I only just realized, even though this was 31 minutes ago, they subscribed for 6 months in advance. Holy shit. Swordsdorf? Somebody in the military? Do you care about beard, Kano? I mean, this one's currently running around naked. But this is a very good dwarf. Not picky, no? Okay. Although is a nervous wreck. So your full title is The Lone Climate of Jungles, by the way. She is a nervous wreck after being confined in 254 and never feels hatred towards anyone or anything. Personally, finds something humorous in everything, no matter how serious or inappropriate, and is confident under pressure. She is not driven and rarely feels the need to pursue even a modest success. She is often sad and dejected and has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, and has a tendency to lose focus on the matter at hand and tends to make a small mess with her own possessions. She tends to consider what others think of her, and she tends to think before acting. She often acts with compassion, and she has a greedy streak. Does not mind wearing something special now and again. Chews her lips when she's angry, and she begins speaking in monotone whenever she is angered, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Hold on, are you Prime subs? So for Prime subs, no. But if you subscribe with a credit card, then it just automatically re-ups. She personally is affronted by the whole notion of maintaining decorum and finds so-called dignified people disgusting, finds sacrifice to be one of the highest ideals, strongly believes that a peaceful and ordered society without deceit is best. She finds the idea of fair dealing foolish and cheats whenever it is profitable, and has a deep respect for animals and plants in the natural world, and values peace over war, and values tranquility and a peaceful day, and doesn't care if others take the time to master skills, and dreams of seeing the great natural places of the world. She likes talc, billin, red spinel, crystal glass, great vulture leather, barracuda bone, giant ibex parchment, icahedra, animal traps, glass eye for their coloration, and the words of the Tomb of Dying, and the sound of the scintillating deserts, and when possible prefers to consume giant red squirrel, wine, whipvine flower, and peas. He hates fire snakes. You have 2 pet war dogs. And that's it. That's a dream you've never seen before? I mean, we send you out and you get to attack things. So that's seeing the great natural places and unnatural places of the world. No problem. That's why it's only up every 45 minutes. So I'm not just reading the whole time. Because reading is great and all, but this isn't a reading stream. So after reading Putnam's post, I just gotta say I think that it's kind of amazing that in Dwarf Fortress, a lot of lag is actually coming from dwarves that have family members and they're trying to see them, and like them not being near family can cause lag, which is hilarious to me because imagine being so sad that time itself slows down. Like, it's not exactly the way it's working, but that's how my brain interprets it. It's just like, it's amazing when art mimics reality, I suppose. Even if it's accidental. Emo feels just like Dwarf Fort. Of how hard it is to befriend Snapjaws, just beguile them. Or demand that they join you. Welcome back, Insula. Also, hey, 101 dominations. How's things? How's baby Sama doing? Not a baby. Oh, nope, still a baby. Let's say not a baby anymore. Still a baby, in fact. You're storing an item in a bag currently. Yeah, and I've been doing my damnedest to fix them, or help them, rather. One of them I can't because he's stuck in the wall. One of them is currently pissed because he's running around naked. And then the game claims that there's two, but there's actually only one. The other one is a dwarf that just failed an artifact. Which, that's unfortunate. Well, no, you didn't get run over by a minecart. You got bumped into by a minecart that wasn't going very fast. Run over is an unfair exaggeration, and I consider that slander. How do you build dungeons? You put a chain on the ground or a cage on the ground, and then you build the dungeon zone over top of it. So you just these are my dungeons. It's just a bunch of chains and ropes on the ground. Although I need to make nicer dungeons. It's severely damaged her clothing, yes. And also, for some reason, apparently the dwarves are using it as a highway now. So I'm just going to lock this door so they stop doing that. Stop using that as a way to walk. It's not a way to walk. A very dangerous way to walk, actually. Yeah, we're working on cleaning things up. But I haven't started the Cavern cleanup yet, if that's what you're asking. Dwarf news? What? Actually, I don't see an email. I did get an email from Wikipedia saying thanks for giving us $20 a year. You're welcome, Wikipedia. Oh shit. So I did get an email, but I did get an email, but it went into my spam for some reason. The fuck? But anyway, arena mode stuff. Together early next week. Now you guys can stop asking me patch next week. Gah! Birdie, though. Speaking of news, to me the big Dwarf Fortress news is this. Over here on Bay 12, where Tarn posted this. That's the big news to me. That's the major news. It's oh, wow. I mean, gross revenue doesn't really mean much, but also, as that number got big. That's the actual news as far as I'm concerned. That number big, yes. Beers on Tarn. Wait, what? They're actually getting their big payout? Yes. That's gotta be a fun one to sign for the bank. So I will edit a video on arena mode preview tomorrow or tonight. That is $7 million bucks. Taxes are gonna eat like 40% of that by itself, though. When's next patch? Early next week. You literally have no patch schedule. It's just when shit's ready to go, it goes, right? This is a great place to test out the creature and tree material and certain other... So chat, when arena mode comes out, are we going to do like chat betting sessions on arena mode? Where we bet on like channel points on arena mode? Are we gonna do that? We have to do that like once a week, right? You call it like the chat championship or something? Sounds like a fun way to start a stream sometimes. Yeah, we're just slow days. Chat PM ship? We could make it pay to win with Patreon. 100 bits and you get a better sword. No. Chat peon shit. No. Cilantro. No. No. That's all. Just no. Blind Rage Shadow Legends Arena? No. Again. A particular reason you guys haven't built that? No question mark, yes, just no. You'll get the spritzer if Chad starts... Chad, stop pretending to be a cat. That kind of behavior is not permitted. All right, let's see. Will you fire? Heal ballista arrow. You got here quick. Well, it's loaded. Then it collides with the drawbridge and stops at the drawbridge. But hey. Oh, I know what it's supposed to sound like. I'm also aware of what I said. I'm trying to figure out if I should line the edges of this with cage traps or just do something else. It looks like a good place for a picnic. Sure. All right, chat, 1 second. I'll be right back. Taco party in the death hall. What? Bring your own tacos? Is that what BYOT means? Not for camping, bring your own tarp? Your picnic is on. Okay. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to have a side tunnel here. This side tunnel is what I'm going to call the Christian side tunnel. That's an old reference to an old Dead meme. If you remember it, I don't know, maybe you get an imaginary thing that doesn't exist. On the inside of this, I'm going to put a lock, but there's going to be a door here and a door up here. You remember the Christian side hug? Hell yeah. So this is going to be for trapping beasts. So this is going to be primarily for removing cavern dwellers once we get it full of swords. And then the rest of it is going to be for removing beasts, or for trapping beasts so that we can then release them on the dwellers. Well, there was a Christian rap group that basically put out a song in the I think it was the late 2000s, called Christian Side Hug because apparently it's a sin to hug somebody. And it became a meme for a minute there. Kind of an old meme. Kind of a dead meme. It's kind of like, actually, an older version of the Christian Minecraft server meme. If I were to draw a parallel to something. But also, Kid Fox, thanks, big thanks for the heads up on the patch. News stuff. I will have to make a video about that. How does this corridor work? It's a long hallway with a lot of weapon traps and pointy sticks in it. That's how it works. You walk in here, you're going to get killed by something. And if you make it through, then we'll all be waiting at the end with our sharp, pointy sticks. And we will stab you to death for your trouble for making it that far. You dedicated a recent fort to walling off a quarter of the first layer of the caverns ASAP. Managed to get trapped 2 Forgotten Beasts in the same spot and 1 killed each other. That's pretty cool. I love it when the Forgotten Beasts fight. You know what actually could be fun? I could build a grinder around the edge of this. I'm probably not going to use the minecart. It doesn't have enough speed. The way I've built it, it doesn't have enough speed to fire far enough to be super useful, which is a bit of a shame. I'd have to rebuild the whole thing like a 4th time, and I really don't feel like doing it. You'll have a bit of notice when the arena goes live. Please give me like a day if possible. Like, let me know the night before. But, you know. Basement of Kaiju Battles on Netflix. Everybody's favorite TV show. What the fuck is a Fluffy Wambler? A Fluffy Wambler is basically Dwarf Fortress's Tribbles. Shoutouts to the fellow Star Trek fan out there. There's at least 1 or 2 of you. But they're basically Dwarf Fortress's Tribbles. They're only found in good biomes, and they are balls of fluff filled with pudge. I don't know what pudge is. They live forever, I think. And as far as I can tell, are indestructible. I'd be surprised if there wasn't fixes in there. The better question is, will Tarn tell us what the fixes are? Because what's pretty standard with Dwarf Fortress patches is, yeah, there's fixes in there. They just don't tell us what they are, because we almost never actually get patch notes that are useful. Patches for Dwarf Fortress are kind of like patches for, like... Oh, no migrants. I might need to clean things again. Patches for Dwarf Fortress are a lot like patches for, what's it called? Smash Brothers. We added things and balanced stuff. Smiley face. Ah, did you now? Thank you for the useful information. Sometimes he doesn't tell you either. That's very typical. It's like, what'd you add? Stuff. Thanks, Tarn. Sure. Origin 64. Whatever that is. It's pretty great, honestly. I mean, he's consistent. Trust me, I'm not knocking working with Tarn for any of this. I just think it's amusing. Well, I mean, it doesn't matter if you have versioning if nobody writes down what was changed. But, you know, I'll stop throwing, like, my scandals around now. I lost the location. There it is. Which actually kind of makes my job as, like, an idiot who talks about things on the internet kind of difficult, because I'll just be like, someone will be like, so what was changed in the patch? I don't know. Like, genuinely half the time is usually my response. I'm really curious to see how people feel about arena mode. I'm a little worried they're overhyping it. Apparently you can't have panels at PAX that are dedicated to one game anymore without paying. Oh, really? Huh. That seems kind of shit. If you don't mind me throwing slander. New rule for 2023? Really? Well, F, I suppose. Yeah, it has to be dedicated to Dwarf Fortress, LCS, and World War II Medic. I would love to watch a Zach and Tarn panel talking for 10 seconds about Liberal Crime Squad. So, Liberal Crime Squad HD remaster when? High def remaster when with more than 3 pixels? Well, Nintendo hasn't been to E3 in like maybe 8 or 9 years. So, you think you beat it too? I think I beat it too. That's a very accurate thing to say about LCS. I think I beat it. It's like I won, I think. And it's about fucking time, alter ego. You have negative dwarf thoughts about LOL. Yeah, well, Liberal Crime Squad predates the League Championship Series, and based on how the League Championship Series has been going as of late, I have a weird feeling that Liberal Crime Squad will probably outage it. You just want a way to be able to export your legends? Yeah, I feel you on that. Agreed on the procedural dwarf game panel idea. You now just need to convince the devs. Wait, to find other dwarf game developers? You could just do like a panel on colony simulators and see if you could get like, I don't know. Actually, I wonder. I feel like all of the developers who make other colony sims are like European, so getting them over to PAX might be difficult. I'm probably not going to PAX because I got a very polite decline from PAX saying that, long story short, I don't have enough relevance to get as a member of the press to get a press badge, and I'm not considered a VIP because I don't have enough followers on Twitter. So I can't get a press badge, and I can't get a what's it called? A media badge or a VIP badge. And it's too early for me to use my weird backdoor route via Twitch staff people that I know because wink, wink, nudge, nudge. So. Tynan? Go to a convention? Ha! That's cute. Tynan doesn't go outside. How many followers do I need? I think it's 100,000 to be considered a member of influence. You need 100,000 followers on a platform and not multiple platforms combined to be considered a person of influence. Which is arbitrary as fuck, considering I get more traffic than many YouTubers with 100,000 subs. You'll be at West alone? No, I'll go to West. Dude, West is a $30 bus ride from me. I'm talking about PAX East. PAX East is a $700 flight. So it's a lot easier to come up with reasons to not go, but it's like, if I can't get a press badge, there's no fucking way in hell I'm going to East. West is like, I have a friend who I can stay with. I don't even care if I have a badge to PAX for PAX West. I will go to PAX. Even if I don't have a badge. Like, I will still go to West. It doesn't count as a platform for me. Dejong? I think is how you say that. So, because I don't actually have a TikTok account. I value my sanity. So due to that, it wouldn't be relevant anyway. But I assume so. I don't know. Well, I mean, there's like Waylon, who some of you might remember as the guy that was on the last talk with Zach and Tarn on this channel. But he's in Japan right now because he's doing the, like, well, I mean, it probably does, Beijing. Probably does. You never felt safe in Boston? I hate Boston. I have a very simple reason why. It's not even remotely foot traffic friendly. It's a very, very car-centric city. Getting anywhere is expensive, and you have to take an Uber. It sucks. Awful city. Cooler with the first one. Cooler_SK. He's in the chat right now. Mark Wahlberg is from Boston, and that's of note as what for what reason exactly? Is very connected by public transit? Sure. Not to anywhere convenient or frequently. And if that's your definition of very connected, congrats, your public transit is awful. One more reason not to go. I don't actually have, like, is Mark Wahlberg a bad person? I know, like, nothing about the guy. I just know that he acts. And his family owns a burger joint. Which was pretty okay the one time I went. You don't need an Uber? Hard disagree, but okay. I live in a city with really good public transit. Boston has really bad public transit. Any city is tiny compared to New York City. New York City is a small country. Cries in Detroit. One of my mods is in Detroit. At least somebody agrees with me. It's very bad drug public transit? Drug public transit. What does that mean? I was gonna say, but excuse me? Was that a typo? Yeah, I like it when cities have good drug public transits. I'm assuming that, like, voice to text is fucked up there. Get on the train, do all the drugs. I mean, that sounds like Vancouver, but... Mark is a racist with a history of hate crimes. So normal American from Hollywood. Got it. I don't know. My drug public transit here is pretty good, Origin. Like, I go to a government website and I fill out a thing, and 40 minutes later, a car shows up, and they pass me a little baggie, and it's got all my drugs in it. It's pretty great. They just do the drugs at the stations in Edmonton? I mean, the last weed delivery I did was 40 minutes, yeah. Well, sounds like I should just continue knowing nothing about Mark Wahlberg. Sounds pretty good. I can live that life. Just know nothing about the guy. Well, this is going to be called Hallway Lock. C1. Just a school bus. I mean, I don't consider a school bus public transport, but... Never meet your heroes? Apparently, especially if your hero is named Mark Wahlberg. Hate celebrities in general. I mean, you seem to like a C- internet celebrities like myself. Which is about where I'm at. I'm like a C-. I'm probably closer to like an E. D+. I don't like the connotations of being a D, so can we like go with a different letter? I'll take an E. I'll take an E double plus. Like I said, B-. Oof. E is just double D. Double D's nuts. A+ to me, my guy. Well, I mean, like the level of celebrity status isn't how famous are you currently, or it isn't like how much you're appreciated by the people who know who you are. It's how famous you are in relation to everything else. And whenever people ask me what I do and then they go, "Oh my God, are you famous?" I say, "No, I'm not famous. I'm just extraordinarily well known in a very specific part of the internet." Which is pretty true. I'm extremely famous in a very specific part of the internet. But I wouldn't say that makes me even like a D-list celebrity. I personally would say somebody like Dream is a D-list celebrity. I'm probably not even on the alphabet yet. So what you're saying is I'm D-failure? Orange? Niche famous is best kind of famous? Yeah. You could say that. There's a Monera fighting. But how many degrees from Kevin Bacon am I? I have no fucking idea. I'm aware of that phenomenon. I have no idea. I don't have a beard, though. Alter ego. Dr. Disrespect apparently hit the gong at the Seahawks playoff game last week. Huh. I wonder how that NFT game he's working on is working out for him. Yes, but I'm male. And it's very rare to have a male dwarf who's beardless. Yeah, he's working on a NFT game. Well, you had to buy a $10,000 NFT to get into the beta for it. Captain Disillusion is an international treasure and needs to be respected and loved for all eternity and not to be confused with shitbags like Dr. Disrespect Wonderlust. How dare you think I said Captain Disillusion in, like, when referring to Dr. Disrespect? The hell? I am offended on Captain D's behalf. God damn it. How dare you hear that? What the fuck, man? And anybody who doesn't know who Captain D is, go look him up on YouTube. He's been making YouTube videos since like 2007, and I think I've been watching his stuff on and off since then. One of the first YouTubers I remember finding. What's even better is like the first 10 videos he uploaded, I remember encountering them on YouTube and being all pissed that there was huge letterboxing in the top and bottom. Little did I know that he was actually uploading 1080p videos to YouTube in 2007, so they look good now. It's whack. I didn't even know you could do that. You thought Captain Disillusion and Dr. Disrespect were the same person? What? I would say that Captain D is pretty appreciated these days, but yeah, he's not as famous as he should be. He should be far and away one of the biggest people on YouTube and has never really had that level of success, which I think is a bit of a shame. Is it for flooding this area? No, it's for killing ant people. What is it good for? Legendary chemist? That's a librarian. It's a person for your library. They'll write cool books about chemistry. Yellow bridges are for? A dramatic effect. Future-proofing. A few other things. What is it good for? Nothing, really. Good afternoon, Daketh. For dramatic effect? We'll try. Say it again, say it again, say it again one more time. Is that what we're doing now? To improve the drug traffic in your area, obviously. I also approve of Crundelicious' statement. Waiting for all this shit to go away. Be done building. My only problem with weapon traps is they take 10,000 years to make. If someone is bit by a were creature, they're 100% infected? Yes. I usually just nickname them Bit, so I can keep track of them, and then isolate them as soon as possible. Alright, well, still short on some gear. Did I... Okay, well, they've got those swords done. That's good. How about the adamantine, or the steel breastplates? You not make those yet? I made some of them. Also make steel shirts. Like the vampire. It's probably not a bad idea, I would say. Are were creatures trap avoid right now? I actually don't know. I think they might not be. Someone was saying on the subreddit that were creatures are currently not trap avoid. Which to me would be very similar to the currently like Forgotten Beasts can't break doors. You know, all that stuff. Similar issues. Trusting Reddit in 2023? The Dwarf Fortress subreddit has a lot of good information on it. Skeptical with actual important shit, but when Reddit's talking about video games, Reddit's pretty accurate generally. These aren't Dark Souls bloodstains, okay? You rather trust Twitch chat? Quick, Twitch chat. Tell Origin a lie. Also, I like the arena mode teaser put up on Twitter, by the way. Perfect. I have a question. Do you have a high quality version of that you could send me so I don't have to steal it off of through like Twitter's terrible compression? By chance? I need it for a hobby of mine called DF News. Specialists Reddits are generally have good info. Yeah. Although the best info that you can get from Reddit is shitty Ask Science. Which is just wrong science answers. Ask shitty scientists your shitty science questions. Such as, found this while hiking. What do you think it means? Danger, radiation, drop and run. What do you think it means? It's likely one of those safety whistles that has some tips for survival in case a nuclear bomb goes off. You're supposed to drop to the ground and run away. Anyway, very good. That post for yesterday's video. Long story short, dwarves who have family cause more frame rate issues than dwarves pathing. The TLDR of that is pathing doesn't cause issues. Or frame rate. It's less than 1% of the frame rate problems. There's a saying, Finland's cause ours and Sweden's, but just really Finland is just ours. I don't understand your statement, mind. It sounds very, like a very colonialist saying, if I am understanding it, which is kind of shitty. A very Russian saying, one could say. It's like the DF Mythbuster. Oh my god. I do have to say, though, that it is kind of hilarious, though, that somebody commented on that, was like, so wait, does this mean that I should be expelling all of the families that show up with 11 kids? It's like, maybe not. But Whisperfire, what kind of dwarf would you like? Oh, okay. I mean, I missed like half that sentence I just caught, or I missed like the entire conversation. The only bit that I caught was that one sentence. So I was like, that seems like a shitty saying. Any beard is optional. I will give you the happiest dwarf that doesn't have a name. It is currently the happiest dwarf in the fort. Who's Ustath? Whisperfire, you're a farmer. You're healthy. You're a legendary cook and a competent pump operator. incredibly calm demeanor, and she cannot tolerate differences in culture, lifestyle, or appearance. Oh wow, you're very racist. She's impervious to the effects of stress, and she has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. She can sometimes act without deliberation, and she has an active imagination. She is not particularly ambitious and quick to form negative views about things, and does not really feel discouraged. Super racist and also very happy. Yes. She likes to take it easy, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally strongly values tranquility and quiet, and finds friendship burdensome, and respects power. Values loyalty. She likes phalite, silver, and tsavorite, giant narwhal bone, giant nautilus shell, the color auburn, gems, and crutches, and the words of the meditation of orbs, and the sound of the fuchsia silkiness, and when possible prefers to consume fisherberry wine, and hates jumping spiders. What is it with this faction and jumping spiders? Did you have one friend? Not bad. Speaking of, we're going to start hitting the Goblin Fortress of Helirax. So we've successfully taken over the Dwarven Fortress of Masterwork, which is now one with ours again. And we're going to go hit the Goblin Fortress of Helirax. I'm going to send a single raid with the 2 more decked out squads. And fingers crossed. Is their friend racist too? No, but their friend is also in the same spot. This person is a pet pig. He is slow to anger and prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible, often envious of others, and is grateful when others help him out, and has a greedy streak. Nope. Not at all. Well, that's kind of interesting. The exact opposite? I mean, I'm polar opposites with my best friend. That dwarf did not have whisper. So wait, hold on. So it's not a paid back friendship. It's a one-way friendship, yeah. That's kind of hilarious. You mean untie, more like. Yeah, actually, no, I'm not gonna do that. Could also throw a bunch of traps in here. That's kind of sad, actually. Well, it's just like when you have dwarves that are always in love with everyone. And then you go look and they have a shit ton of friends. And then you look at all their friends and none of their friends like them. It's like, oh, it's just like real life. Always in love with somebody but has no friends. You just watch some videos of Captain Disillusion and it's great. It's so good! Dude's amazing. It's called a stalker. Yep. Yay, I now have a high quality version of that GIF. Sweet. Makes me sad he never took off. Dude's got over 1 million subs and a pretty successful Patreon. He's doing all right. I mean, it's on Twitter. Go look at Kip Fox's Twitter and you'll see it. But yeah, I wouldn't say that Captain Disillusion has ever gone properly viral, because he certainly hasn't. But, like, for an infrequent, what's the word, oddities channel who just uploads weird videos, he's always done pretty well. Like, yeah, guy's getting $11,000 a month on Patreon. Guy's doing okay. He's not huge, but guy's doing okay. Yeah, no, he's definitely done some debunk videos that got lots of views. I mean, a video with 11 million views is something like 20 grand. Oh, wow. Dwarf Fortress did the thing where it minimized itself while saving, and I thought it crashed for a second there. Oh, yeah. But he's never gone what I would call extraordinarily viral. He also just doesn't upload super frequently, right? And YouTube punishes that sort of thing. Versus me, where I upload too frequently. I have the opposite problem. Now that I have fucktuple more viewers. Hey, chat, hear that? You're a fucktuple. I don't know what that means. No, because it's on a timer. It's the timer that matters, not the price. Banana. First round's on Pablo. We've had more than one round of beers, though, so you're late. So you're going to have to double that, catch up. Maybe a couple round of rocks as well. You wines. Also, I have way more than double view. A fucktuple is half of a fuckton? Wouldn't okay, not to be... So, if a ton is 1,000 kilograms, wouldn't that actually... a fucktuple wouldn't be anything. It would be a fuck-a-gram? Now, what's a shit ton? A lot of poop. Anyway, I give up with this analogy. You never set up a corridor like this? The bridges are smash traps? No, I'm using the bridges to just be fancy. The bridges are for dramatic effect. They have no practical purpose. Fuck-a-gram sounds like Tinder, but for old people. That or Instagram, but only for nudes. I'm upset. Thanks, sorry, for putting that image in my head. Elderly need love too. Everybody does, but I don't need that image in my head. Elderly. The enemy have come and are preparing to lay siege. They seek a parley. Well, we're going to have to wait on that parley because I need my squads to come back. But looks like it's humans mounted on horseback with war dogs. It's another chatty force of darkness, yep. Unless it's not too big, in which case maybe then we can just hit them. In before it's actually a real website, Tropic. Yeah, so what faction are these guys from? We're wearing copper? Bronze and copper. Not super strong. Sized for humans, well, naturally, of course. Ah, there's one. The item is a rendition of the Tired Heathers, a well-designed image of cages. symbol of the passionate confederacies, a human civilization. Still can't believe that you learned that Dick's was a real website here in your channel. Dicks.com. It literally is. So Dick's Sporting Goods, the sporting goods store, owns Dicks.com. And I once got to do a 60-second paid advertisement where I had to read a script. And, oh, there we go. They appear to be returning. Yes. Going to let them all return and give them a couple minutes to walk all the way across the map. Let's also see how our first ever attack on Healer Axe went. A constructive orb of the constructive orb attacked the enjoyable dread of the sins of deference at Healer Axe, and Dwarf Lemuel led the attack, and the defenders were led by the goblin Anger. Strange fades. The Dwarf Lemuel's tactical planning was superior to the goblin, but the defenders had a strong positional advantage. You don't think you've seen one yet in Steam? They look kind of like the creatures from Tremors. All right, well, we struck down a goblin. So far, so good. Killed a second. We killed a human. Killed an elf. Killed another. We killed their leader, Engir. Killed an elf. Another elf. Killed another goblin and elf, and then the ancient ropes, led by the dwarf Lemuel, clashed with 9 goblins, slaying 8, which is pretty good. Chat, can we, like, Banana, not to be weird, change the fucking subject? Like, if you have to censor out things, just talk about something else. Grow up. Be useful. Okay, now we just need to wait for the rest of them to be back on the map. If you ask for tribute once and they agree to send tribute, they will trade with you the next year. Don't actually know where they're coming from. Okay, so they're coming from the bottom of the map down here. Someone puked. Okay, all of them are back on the map. All of these are back on the map. We'll follow Commander Honk here. Which is why I'm changing the subject. What's up, Laura? Why are you so hyped for today's stream? Today. Valid point, Crundle. Valid point. I'm just responding to a thing real quick. Okay, so now all of this stuff's getting put away. Now I should be able to just lock the store and then reject their request. Deny. And then pull the trader door and do it now. And let's jump back up to the surface. Thanks, Orange, by the way. You need a dwarf named Kib Winger? Why? Is that a reference to something? Rolf, what up? It's good to see you. Excited to see the cavern stuff? Dude, I mean, I've got 3 different caverns accessible right now, but we're still prepping. I haven't unlocked it yet. I mean, we're still getting pretty frequent sieges from the surface. I mean, although actually, I'm pretty sure I could just like split this up with my squads. These guys aren't, there's not that many of them. It's mostly just dogs and a lot of horses. Horses are pretty easy to spook. The actual human siege here is pretty small. Oh shit! I just learned that Reg, the Duke of Masterwork, is in my fort. Wanderlust, thanks for gifting out a sub. The no name Laura. The not name Laura. Cheers. You can pay for 6 months in advance. You can't pay for 12 months in advance. But you can gift a whole year worth of sub, which is weird because then I get the sub revenue once a month, split out over a very long period of time. Yours is a 6. That checks out. I like how they send this sickly horse out first, named Lum. Curry War sounds real good. Like, real good. Caravan, if all Mountain Home pop, join yours? I don't think so, once you're the Mountain Home. But you can still trade with other people. I trade with humans every spring, or try to. You've paid bills and owe blind for the content. You don't owe me for anything. It's a free show. Tipping is optional. It's appreciated, but it's optional. I can't, like, fully describe, though, how nice it is to not have to worry about sponsorships and shit. Like, there's nothing worse than having to stream games and you don't want to stream so that you can pay bills. That's why you subbed. Yeah. All right. God, I need to deal with all this iron crap. Oop. I need to pull this lever. Sweet, dwarves aren't fighting. Tavern is packed as it should be. No, because here's the thing, right? I know pathfinding doesn't cause any issues now, for certain now. But this blocks line of sight, which does cause issues. In fact, Putnam was talking about this in chat a couple weeks ago. Was stating when we were talking about like line of sight, when the last patch came out that like improved everybody's frame rate, and they're like, yeah, no, those stairs are good. You should keep using those. Those block line of sight, and line of sight's real bad. We didn't realize how problematic stair or how non-problematic pathing was. We assumed that was part of the case. See, those stairs came out of player experimentation, not assumptions, right? So let's mess around with different designs and see what actually improves frame rate. Those stairs improve frame rate because we've fucked around with the game and figured it out, right? So I'm not going to change the way I build stairs. Used to, but hasn't, like, creatures being stuck in trees hasn't been an issue for frame rate since version 43, I think. It used to just, like, wreck your frame rate, like, immediately. But not at all anymore. I'm pretty sure since version 47, that's been a non-issue. Oh, that dwarf was finally found dead. It's about time. That's a lot of dogs, actually. What are you doing there, dwarf? Going into individual combat drill? You fucking better be. No, he's walking back into the fort, so it's fine. Probably was up here grabbing pants or something. But yeah, no, the reason trees used to cause problems is the dwarves wouldn't cancel their jobs. Now when they get stuck in a tree, they just cancel their job, and so they're not still trying to work. And because they're no longer pathing towards jobs, they're just pathing towards, like, what's it called? Or they just cease pathing when they're stuck somewhere. It doesn't hurt your frame rate anymore. It used to hurt your frame rate when they would try and continue getting jobs. So they try to path somewhere that they couldn't get to, and that would fuck your frame rate, which is why doors used to wreck your frame rate. And still sometimes do in some edge cases. If you lock doors. I may have to kill Lum, the horse. I think Lum might make it past first. Okay, Lum will make it past, so I will also queue up this lever. And let's see if Lum makes it into the fort. So does the littering of the old armor and the decayed charred viscera tip these guys off at all? I don't think so. That's a lot of dogs right there. I don't think so. This is going to be an interesting... I mean, I am live. Origin. Okay, first door just shut. Horsey runs in going, oh god. See about the dogs, though. They might all just get crushed in the center, even. Did you see the one just, like, fly down there and into the lava? Oi. I kind of feel bad. Well. Splat indeed. Making a clip out of that for possible shorts. If you want a link, there's a link. Are some in the air? Nah, they're all dead. Most of them got crushed. One went flying and it landed in the lava. You was just clipping? Well, beach to it. Some Roadrunner shit. A lot of Dwarf Fortress is some Roadrunner shit. When you start making weird contraptions, it just becomes like bizarre, like ultra-violent slapstick comedy. I have a button that just does it, and then it just asks me what I want to name the clip, and then it's done. So I have a cheat, basically. Red Rover, oh. Yeah, I think I'd rather get Instagrabbed by a drawbridge than, you know, have Lava dumped on me. That keeps the game from processing all the different stimuli. For me personally, I wouldn't overthink it right now. Something funny, I think is your name. I wouldn't overthink it. Putnam's aware of this, and from what I can tell, Putnam's job is to look for bugs and optimize the game. At least currently. That seems to be Putnam's job with Dwarf Fortress. So I wouldn't overthink it. I would just assume that it's going to be fixed, is what I would say. Unless you specifically want to theme a fort around trying to keep the frame rate as high as possible, which is an admirable goal, which I would respect. Are you coming to pull the lever? Okay, Gloves is coming to pull the lever. So I think that's what I would say more. It's like, should you go rebuilding and re-optimizing all your forts? No. I would say no. Absolutely not, no. Alter Ego. I respect the hell out of Kerbal, but it's not a game I enjoy playing. Thanks, Pavel. Can you open several doors with the same lever? Yep. It locks them when the lever's not pulled, and when you pull them, it forces them open. Someone smelled burning. The impressive thing to me is that the siege is still happening. Curious about how many entities are burning right now. Apparently there's a fire imp in my basement somewhere. So everything that's flickering is currently burning. It's just a bunch of horses currently burning. Castle burns, get the weenies. Exactly. Get the smell of roasted horse in the morning. I might actually need to open the bottom drain. And I should be able to turn this back off. I just need to remember to stop the flow eventually. Sweet, sweet lava human horse barbecue with armor for flavoring. I almost want to let them out. I always feel bad when I just see them sprinting back and forth in fear. Brass is not a great material for weapons of any sort, so that I would describe as like a ceremonial piece that you put on a pedestal in a temple and gaze at lovingly, but maybe not something you actually use for weapons. More Goblinite weapons for the traps. Oh, that too, actually. Although this is Humanite, not Goblinite. Also, chat, I would just like to inform you all that we have sold 60 unique orders have been made to my merch store, which means we only need 9 more to be nice. And then I can stop being mean, because we'll be nice. We're getting there. So if you'd like a Vile Force of Mug, you can get a Vile Force of Mug. We'll be buying some stuff tomorrow. Ooh. You help the merch count. You definitely do help the merch count. Appreciate you, Alter Ego. All right. The thing I can't wait for right now is for people's stuff to start arriving. Slap this down. We can check out this. Make sure all these traps got done. It appears that they did. Then come the pics on Discord. Oh yeah, no, I'm looking forward to that. Very much so. Why not? Will the ballistic arrow travel the whole corridor? Sure, if it's fired by somebody who's actually trained. Otherwise, it'll hit the wall at some point. But I've had them flying the entirety of the way across a map before. El Duderino, thanks for checking out a Crypt Pog sticker. If you want a chance to win a sticker, ! Enter. You may have to pay a small portion of shipping. But I cover a chunk of it out of my cut. So it'll be cheap shipping, ideally. And thank you, El Duderino, for assisting the merch sales count. You love this giveaway feature? I'm still like rattling around in my brain about the cost effectiveness of it, but it is neat. It is really neat. Like, to give you an idea, because I've opted to cover $4 of shipping on any order, if somebody... What are you doing? Okay, you are actually loading a weapon trap. If somebody gifts a mug, instead of me getting about $8 profit, I get about $4. If somebody gifts a sticker, instead of me getting $5 profit, I get about $1.80, which is fine. But it is a really cool feature. Kyra Asylum, congrats. You have acquired a sticker. You just have to click that link and redeem it. You would gladly pay the shipping if you want something? Yeah, but I don't want to charge people to win things, you know? But you can tip me. This is true. So when you win something, you could throw a tip on top of it if you want to cover it back. I kind of wish that it... Because, like, it has 3 options, but I can only go with 1 at a time, which is kind of... Which is cool. Yep. And then I can send you thank you videos via your email. Although it's not super clear as to whether or not somebody gifted a thing or received a gift for the thank yous, which is a little tricky, but... Those costs were a steal? Yep. They are very cheap. And fast, too. I mean, I ordered this on Friday, and it arrived yesterday. Oh. It's a little slower on the mugs, though. But go redeem that, Kyra, and cheers. Enjoy it. Considering they lived like 175 years, probably salvageable at the time it was released to the frame rate issues. Wait, what? We're talking about dwarves? Darren, thanks for the $1, by the way, as well as the 33 months! A lot of months. How do I have so much meat? I keep stealing livestock from things. Speaking of stealing livestock from things, I'm going to go attack these goblins again. We're going to raid them again, except I'm sending all 3 squads this time. And I need to jump up to the top, and I need to open this door. Stop proceeding migrants at 19 doors. Your parents' civ is nearly wiped out. Oh, okay. You only have 2 women? I mean, you could do what I did for this fort, which is retire that fort. Go, what's the word? Make a dozen basic as hell embarks on the same map. And, like, literally just, like, embark and then immediately retire fortress. Make, like, a dozen of them or so, and then you'll get migrants. That's what I did for this world. So, like, if I look at the world map, this fort, well, most of these have been taken over now, but this fort, they have 3,000 people. Holy fuck. This fort, 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 and this fort are all, like, 7 dwarf embarks. Yes, Gothbrooks. If you attack people, they will fight back. No, Captain Walmart. But yeah, attacking people in Dwarf Fortress will start a war. Surprise, Pikachu. It's slightly rude to raid somebody. I mean, you attack somebody, they might attack you back. Don't act so shocked. You've never seen it? Yep. Dwarves can die of natural causes between the age 160. Is it? It's between the ages of 160 and 175, and it only happens on the 1st of spring. The thing is, usually if something dies of natural causes, people don't realize they die of natural causes. God, this is so disturbing. The fact that their blood leaks out. Like, they start bleeding from, like, heat burns. Like these horses are dying from heat and steam before they catch fire. That is fucked. It is super metal. But wow, this video game sometimes. You're not even burning yet. You're just bleeding. Let's start the draining. Still a horse there. I have a... Yes, it is possible to cause blood steam. I don't know if there's a sprite for it right now. It used to be super obvious for trolls because trolls have blue blood. If you go to my YouTube... Here, actually, if you go to my YouTube channel, I'll show you. I have a short of it, so I can just show you the short. I have to scroll a bit back because it's kind of old. This one. So you see this? This is blood from trolls evaporating. Give it a second. Anytime this year. There it is. That. Pop. YouTube Shorts. Puke. I make them because I have to, not because I want to. You tried to click the thumbs up. I mean, if you want a link to it, go click the thumbs up. Also, can I just say something out loud real quick, chat, as if I, generally speak silently or something? I'm always amazed at this time of year when half of Twitch is just like, oh my god, my views are getting bad. It's January. Views always suck in January. Should be used to this by now. Come on, people. Well, I mean, you puked in my chat, so I hope that you clean it up. Origin, sheesh. Get a mop or something. All right, dwarves, you have one job. Don't get caught in the lava flow. I have the most faith in you for not getting caught in the lava flow. Why do they suck in January? Because everybody goes back to work. Every year. This is like statistically like the worst month for Twitch annually, with the exception of 2020. Well, actually, no. The 2020 numbers got weird because of the pandemic, but... They should all be leaving. Maybe I shouldn't have, like, set the whole forest on fire right now. Maybe that was a bad idea. Dwarves don't catch fire. I swear to God, if you catch on fire, I will be very upset with you. Then we would weaponize vomit if you could have 7 of 7 vomit. Clearly. You know what's funny is Automod is off in my chat, yet apparently it's not. I just had to permit I'll kill you as Automod. And also, fun fact, some people stop watching Twitch streams after December because they feel like they can't afford to sub and they feel bad. Afraid I can't do that, blind. Oh no. Mods asleep? Mods? What are those? You actually didn't even get anything for that? Ghosting because you can't afford to sub? Yep. Kind of sucks. Never sub, never donate stolen laptop, neighbor's Wi-Fi, free entertainment. Don't admit to crimes in Twitch chat. It's a bad idea. So the reason the frames is so bad right now is this dwarf is stuck. Once the fire burns around it, it'll snap out of it. It'll be... Just need the fire to burn around it. It might be a meme, but I just figured I'd use that meme as an opportunity to give you a PSA. Don't admit to crimes in chat, false or otherwise, because it might get you in trouble. Only you can stop forest fires. Well, it'll stop right there, so the dwarf will be able to run around it. My statement stands, Cilantro. It's set at level 1. Not on my dashboard. You can turn it off if you want. Because I literally checked yesterday. It is off. What am I doing with the lava? Burninating the enemy. Naturally. But currently wrecking my frame rate is what I'm doing with it. I need this smoke to go away. There you go. Now, this is white knuckle as hell. It's a bad place to be walking here, Dwarf. How's your dodging skills? Ironically, they can pass through fire. They just can't pass through smoke. Warm mulch. Thank you very much for the tier 1. Cheers. And Cal Maestro. Thanks for the prime. To use a smoke trap? Probable? Hypothetically? I mean, it's entirely possible. Impractical? Absolutely. Okay, they'll have a way in and out in a moment via here. It's like, sure, you could use one, but absurdly impractical. It's going to be a lot of fire. It happens 2, 3, 4 times a year or so. Let's use granite for this. Want to have these roads in case of forest fires so we can walk around them. Okay, they all left the map now. RL's still leaving the map. Scrolling up, trying to figure out where this comment. Whatever. You have to go do birthday things with Oma. You have a good stream. We'll see you when we see you. Claiborne, take care of yourself. Have a quality afternoon. Did you lose internet? Seems like it. That would be a firewall. Definitely this is a firewall. I mean, it's not me. My stream's still up. I can tell you that for sure. Your internet broke. You should unbreak your internet, clearly. Or refresh the stream. I've had titans and beasts randomly burst into flames in lava, but they're supposed to be immune to lava. It doesn't melt magma-safe iron, so iron and steel doesn't melt. Everything else does. Or adamantine doesn't. I don't know about godly ones. Nope. It's definitely not me. Doing it anyway. This is going to be a lot of labor jobs in a minute. Comes all those construction gerbs. It's a bit of a hard floor better than road. Road one color ugly. Floor I can control color less ugly. Better? They're identical, really. Although dwarves actually roads are better because dwarves can get little happy thoughts about roads that they can't get about floors. But I heavily prefer floors. Temperature is just under 60 F. Oh no, somebody send them a scarf. I know that's actually kind of scary, but like, oh no. Anyway, under 60 Fahrenheit. What, just running past the lava? They're good at this. Don't worry about it. The lava's pretty shallow. Nobody's caught fire yet, see? Very safe. Generally. Just a puddle of lava. What could possibly go wrong? No, the only reason I'm building floors is I think roads are ugly in the current version. If there's a thick crust on it? Yeah. Just got here, is this bad? No, this is fine. Literally and figuratively. How you doing, emotes? Now I want to see, like, snowshoe equivalents, but for lava. Let's watch someone, like, hopscotching across lava. Hold my fermented kangaroo milk and watch this. Certainly. Also fermented kangaroo milk. Sorry, I had to like think about that one for a minute. I'm like, you what? Necros Fox. What kind of dwarf would you like? I feel like that's half of chat, Wanderlust. It's either that or hold my beer. Practice is less than 1000 C, so with adequate fire protection equipment, you can probably walk through shallow lava for a short distance. That does not seem safe. Fortunately, the rain seems to have put most of the fires out. Actually, kind of nice. The unabridged numbers, and it's about negative values. Okay. That sounds like maths. When you were a firefighter, you put your knee in molten aluminum. Okay. Jesus. There's something terrifying about that statement. It's the concept of molten aluminum. It gave your knee a superficial sunburn. Huh. Wow. Okay. Any dwarf in a dangerous job, soldier or miner, beard, please. I can wait until the soldiers come back. Right now, I would say every dwarf in the fort has a dangerous job because of all the construction around lava. I could give you any of the military dwarves when they return. Oh, actually, there's still a few on the map. Hold up. Let's see. Does either of them have beard? Neither of them has beard. It's two ladies. Most of my military are actually ladies, oddly enough. I'll wait until the military comes back. There are no safe jobs. I would agree with this. $273.7K. Are we talking Kelvin now? What's happening, Stagecog? Locksmith is a pretty safe job. Well, you definitely get to look at a lot of pretty safes. Can say that much. Is just a touch above freezing. Huh. Shows how much I know. I also gotta say, it's kind of difficult for me to look at the Steam page for Dwarf Fortress now, because there's so many people complaining about bugs that I can just tell you for fact are not bugs. It's just like negative review. There was a negative review I saw yesterday, which was essentially just boiled down to my dwarves are all mining and then refused to mine, and then they starved to death. This game's very buggy. I was like, I guarantee you dug out your ramp or your stairs or whatever. As a Canadian, the metric system is the only system I actually like using. You saw a guy who had his body temperature drop to absolute 0. He was okay. I see what you did there. He was 0 Kelvin. Uh-huh. We only half use the metric system up here. I mean, we use other systems because we're intelligent. We know how multiple systems work, yes. But the only one I like using is metric. Did he have a pet named Hobbs? What's up, Mr. Henke? Never seen anybody call running out of drinks a bug. It's just another picnic problem in chair, not in computer. Okay, where did that acronym come from? Because that's real good. I like that acronym. But the frequency at which I have to be like, nope, that's not a bug at people. Like there was somebody complaining that trade wagons that were trying to trade with them kept breaking. And the traders kept leaving. They're like, this game's... they were in my Discord. They were complaining about it. I kept calling it a bug. I'm like, are you in an Untamed Wilds biome? And they're like, yes. I'm like, is there mean animals? And they're like, yes. There's giant agitated crows everywhere. I'm like, they're definitely just attacking and destroying the wagons. Problem exists between keyboard and chair. I think I've seen that one before. Payback? I've seen bin, yes. B1N. Well, it's not out, but information about it. I'll make a video on it tonight. Afterstrum. Which is kind of funny because I made one yesterday going, man, there's been no news in so long. I need a news video at some point because people keep asking me. So I made one about the Putnam and then about Putnam's blog post, followed by, well, okay, now there's actually news today. Cool. But, I mean, is what it is. One of your actual favorite things about DF is researching and problem solving why weird things are happening. It's part of what hooked you. Oh, I tend to agree. Okay, military has returned. So I need a military dwarf with a beard. I need to sneeze. I hate programming. Explain. Origin. How is this a game for programmers? As somebody who despises programming. That's an interesting title. All right, banana. Here, we'll give you Dumat. Necro's Fox. There's very limited automation. I mean, there's if-then statements, but I wouldn't call that, you know, a programmer-specific feature. Playing Wizard game again? Rift Wizard? I don't know what Wizard game is. Unless you're talking about Wizard 101. Never feels hatred towards anyone or anything, and only rarely feels strong cravings and or urges, and is made deeply uncomfortable by differences in appearance or culture. Is greatly pleased by his own looks and accomplishments, and he is somewhat quarrelsome. He is bothered by this since he believes that everyone should live as harmoniously as possible, does not easily fall in love, and rarely develops positive feelings, and can handle stress. He has little interest in joking around and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and likes to take it easy and likes a little excitement now and then. When he's thinking, his body becomes very still. Yeah, I don't like Factorial for kind of that reason. Dreams of mastering his skill. Personally believes it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining, and sees the concealment of and sees competition as reasonably important, and sees perseverance in the face of adversity bullheaded and foolish. Dreams of mastering a skill and does not care about craftsmanship. Likes Kesserite Nickel, brown Jasper, clear glass, unicorn horn, sea serpent bone, and donkeys for their stubbornness, and white storkmen for their long legs, and the words of the Tomb of Dying, and when possible prefers to consume fisherberry wine, and hates jumping spiders. Makes you paranoid that your messages are not even being displayed in chat? I mean, if you want me to see something, at me. But why would it make you paranoid? It's an odd thing to be paranoid about. But don't look forward to something that's not scheduled and inconsistent. Would be my advice to you. All right. Jumping spiders are adorable, and this entire faction hates them, and I don't understand why. All right. So, now that the squads are back, let's check down here. Are you connected? Okay, I'm going to lock this door. I'm going to turn that on. And I'm going to leave this on. And accept that. Let's start cleaning the caverns. Well, then clearly you should try Origin. You need to play some Zachtronics games. Actually, hold up. I'm going to pause the game because ads are running. If you think Dwarf Fortress is a programmer game, go play something by Zachtronics. Those are actual games for programmers. Go play some Infinifactory. And go build a functional computer in that. Dwarf Fortress has some, like, mild programming-ish stuff in it. Screeps is a programmer game. I had a friend who got way into Screeps for a minute. $7 billion humans. I remember when that came out. That's by the weird corporation people or whatever it's called. The something corporation. There's also Hackmud. There's a surprising amount of politics. What do you mean by do you mean like video game politics, as in like EVE Online style politics? Like yelling at other players and shit? Seems kind of interesting. I think that's 7 billion humans, Orange. Is pause by accident? No, I was waiting for an ad break to end. The carnage is about to begin? Potentially. Not certain that the carnage is about to begin. Depends on what actually walks in. Well, aren't you a, I don't know, genius or something? Stagehawk. I tried to learn to program multiple times, gave up multiple times. My brain doesn't understand it. Yeah, see, here's the thing, right? When you say this is a programmer game, that is incorrect. Because you can know nothing about programming, never have programmed in your life, and not give a shit about programming and enjoy it. As somebody who actively despises everything to do with that kind of math and that kind of problem solving, if this was a programmer game, I would hate it. Okay? Does that make any sense to your small brain? A programmer game is a game where programmers like it. Or people who enjoy those types of problems. Math problems. Just write Python then? Just shut the fuck up with your wrong opinions then. Christ. Like, no. How about you just simply state that you're wrong? And fuck off. I think I just atom smashed a dwarf to death. But anyway, here come the ant people. It's a shame. Or it's a shame. They had an adamantine sword. They weren't named. I don't think. Yeah, no, they weren't named. You didn't mean to derail? Well, you did. Well, this cat's dead. That's probably for the best. Poor bug person. Let the carnage begin. It's going to end up happening. Actually, you know what I should do? Put a cage right here. Or a gold chain right there, and we should put an animal right there. Oh, I see. It's still set to erase. Cat trolled that ant person? Certainly something like that. Speaking of ant person, more like gone person. Curiosity killed the Ant-Man. The wasp will be sad about this. Any of them stealth? We'll see when they start exploding on this. Nope, yep. I'm seeing cage traps appearing, going up and down. Thanks for checking out a gift sub, Banana. Also, this one never got hooked up to a lever. That's a shame. There's a bunch of bug bats fighting for some reason. I should probably hotkey this spot, actually. All right, so now I just need this to get constructed. Once that gold chain gets constructed. I'm also looking for stealthed creatures. We'll see those cages go up and down if there are stealthed critters there. What, from me, Goth? I apologize if I offend, but at the end of the day... There we go, kitty spawning stuff for us. At the end of the day, I ask people to change a subject and disagree and you refuse to, you're eventually just going to get unhinged blind. I don't generally like to show on stream. There's more than just that one. One's dodging a lot of cage traps. This thing's just dodging back up. There it goes. Derailing is fine. Unwelcome derailing is not fine. You are unwelcomingly derailing a chat. If you want to derail chats, cool. Say something productive or interesting. Not cage traps. These are weapon traps. My brain's just saying one thing and thinking another. I want to see the new Last of Us. You'd have to, Actually, I don't know. I've heard nothing but good things about the new Last of Us, is the one thing I will say. Currently, I'm trying to clean out this cavern layer to fix my frame rate. We'll consider fighting the clowns after that. That is the long-term plan for this fort. I mean, I'll be pretty honest with you. When it comes to post-apocalypse shows, I kind of hate them. Like, as a example of a post-apocalypse show. Killing these ants. I got so goddamn tired of God, what's the name of that stupid show? I'm just blanking on it now. The Walking Dead, because it just kind of turned into an exercise of stress. I have a feeling that The Last of Us would be very similar to that, meaning I probably would hate it. Oh, sure, the first season of Walking Dead was great. I never want to watch another show like that ever again in my entire life. Where exactly are you walking here? Suppose I shall follow you. You get an escort. I mean, I've just kind of learned that I value my time a lot more than a lot of Hollywood-based entertainment. So personally, I would rather just not watch it. In a lot of cases. Where exactly are you going? There's got to be a zone that's currently in here. That shouldn't be. I have no idea where this dwarf is headed, by the way. I am also not sure why they're ignoring the burrow. The burrow is on, and they are in the burrow. So I'm not exactly sure as to why Joe is ignoring the burrow. But I think it's keeping things interesting. A shoe? Maybe a shoe. But I'll be blunt here for a second. The reason for the name calling is there's been multiple things said by the user individual who I shouted at. And you've been talking in ways and just kind of backing up your silly arguments quite a bit today. From things like stolen laptop joke to other such things. It's like, you know what? If you annoy me repeatedly for a couple of hours, eventually I'm going to bite. So, apologize if I offend, but it's not my intention. All right, well, you picked up whatever item you wanted. World's not very good, though. It's a fine little tower defense game. Shame it has no real depth, though. That's just me being an elitist prick. Game's fine. I enjoyed it for a few thousand hours. Got my fill. Okay. Send the military back to training. What we're sitting at for frames now. We seem to have gained about 10 back. I could send the soldiers on a big ol' scouting mission out and around the caverns, which might not be a bad idea. Hunt Showdown, really? Hunt Showdown's such a weird thing. So I think I actually killed 3 dwarves with that drawbridge, funnily enough. Because Necros Fox is already missing, which I'm sure that went well. I'll be honest with you, I don't know what games I've spent the most time in. Most of the games I've spent the most time in didn't track hours. So, various mods and things. Hunt Showdown's the best FPS you've ever played? It's interesting considering it's the people who made Warface. I'll say that. That's a very large rat. Chasing a cat. Katie, you bit off a little bit more than you could chew with that one. It's kind of hilarious, actually. Oh, game's paused. Not even sure where they're headed at this exact moment. Unless they're coming back out. Dumbest title in the history of video games? It's up there. Maybe not the word dumbest of all time. There's probably dumber titles, but Warface is certainly one of the more questionable title choices I've seen for a video game. Thanks for the clip. PC Conti. Thought it was a skunk stuck in a tree. Used DF hack to exterminate skunk. Exterminate menu revealed the 400 invisible omen. For whatever it's worth, critters being stuck in trees haven't affected frame rate at all. With one exception. Since about version 43. The one exception is if you have soldiers that are stuck in a tree and then you tell the soldiers to leave the map. That is the only instance of it causing issues in the current game. Eric scene from... Oh, from Full Metal Jacket when you hear Warface? Yeah, I don't know what to think when I hear about the game Warface, to be honest with you. I just know that a friend of mine used to be head of well, maybe not a friend of me. Someone from the industry that I know used to be Wolf Hollow Banana around the caverns. Someone I know from the industry was their head of community for a bit before going to go work at better companies, and now I think she works at Gorilla. I think she's still at Gorilla, like the Horizon Zero Dawn people. I always felt bad when she was at Warface. I think they also sold Warface too. I'm pretty sure it's not like a Crytek-owned game anymore. They might still be the publisher on it. I'm pretty sure they sold it to an external developer. Weird game. Weird studio. Although Crytek is actually like one of my favorite shooter developers of all time. Because frankly, I'm a massive, humongous fan of the very first Crysis. How can anyone hear Warface without laughing? Yeah, even if it's just like a brief chuckle. Crysis and Crysis Warhead are two of my favorite games ever made. Just flat. Partially because it is the only game I've ever played where you can kill a man with a chicken. Just pick it up and throw it at his head. You think you're still alive? Here, have a chicken. Plop. You can knock a building over with a chicken if you just throw the chicken at the building enough times. It's a very good video game. What's up, Chico Rante? You know, I never actually, I never, or rather, okay, something I should say about Crysis. I didn't play Crysis until it had been out for like almost a decade because I didn't have a computer that could run it. Patrol route on the caves. Yep, looking for bug people. No one did. That's also true. You're waiting for Armored Core 6? I'm really curious to see how Armored Core 6 is going to do. Like, I'm real curious to see how Armored Core 6 is going to do. The reason I'm curious about how Armored Core 6 is going to do is because I want to... okay, I know that, like, Armored Core has its fans, right? That fan base that's been there for a long time. But if they make a straight up, like, old school ass Armored Core game, I wonder how a lot of the more recent, we like Soulsborne games, fans of FromSoft are going to feel about it. Like, I'm not gonna play it because personally I don't care. It's not my kind of shtick. But I'm real curious to see how it's received. I mean, that's a Undernight in-birth XEXE late control R is a fighting game though. That's not a FromSoft thing. What? I don't have the hand-eye coordination for Soulsborne games, so they're kind of lost on me. It depends on the elves. And a lot. If you want to go to war with the elves, just attack them. It's way more, way better use of your time. Played Armored Core as a teen with your buds. I've never played an Armored Core game. I was a mech warrior kid when it came to big robots. I could have sworn there was at least a Forgotten Beast in this layer still. Yes, this is indeed working. Dwarves are patrolling, and we're going to try and clear this area out. Cleaning traps. What do we do against Healer Axe? Oh, shit. The Elf's tactical planning was superior to the Dwarf Kogan. The defenders had a strong positional advantage. I mean, so far it looks like we are striking down many enemy. Be pretty evenly matched, though the yellow text is like, it's middle on the ground. Whites are generally good. Blue, the turquoise color is great, and red is bad. At least we did fine. No losses. Earth Siege, never played it. No, you can absolutely. They like things that'll start with a war with elves. Attacking them, selling them wood repeatedly, more than 1 year in a row, or chopping down literally every single tree on the map 3 times a year. Have I ever gotten wrecked during a raid in Dwarf Fort? Yeah. Like, I'm not some invincible god at this game. I'm pretty good at it because I've played too much of it, but... I think some people might get, like, a little bit of a wrong impression of how good I am at this game by watching me play. It's like, sure, yes, I will... Ooh. Gonna just... amp people. Just gotta deal with this guy. He's hungry and dehydrated, stricken by melancholy. I'm so sad. Killed a forgotten beast. You fucking hero. What a guy. Probably his whole family died. What a dude. I wish I could give you food. Now we're gonna put him out of his misery. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Put him out of his misery. Or put her out of her misery. My bad. Ant woman. Completely unrelated dwarf just walks past her. $8 years old? I don't know how old the ant people live. I mean, is depression prone. Has poor empathy, though. Yeah, the dwarves aren't scared of her. Just walk past her. I think Claiborne got the kill. Oddly fitting. Yep, Claiborne got the kill. Whack. Peace and harmony, hey? Dedicate a statue to them? Why? Well, maybe not a statue. I think a statue is being too generous to something that exists to kill my people. I can find Claiborne in this list. You are. I'm thinking what I do is I go up to here. And I make an engraving. Even there it is, the ant worker woman, born in 250 of unknown parentage. Which means that character was born during the existence of this fort. Front mission? Front mission, unfortunately, has been done dirty in recent years. I don't know if you remember seeing Left Alive, but good lord. Because Left Alive was left out for dead, shall we say. I mean, there's no hard feelings, Origin. But you really need to, like, feel out the vibes a little bit with conversations. And you also need to remember that I'm somebody with a very sick brain. In that there are times where I will just lash out. And so if you push my buttons and you get smacked, I'm sorry. What, front mission games? I don't know if I'd call them Final Fantasy Tactics levels, but when in doubt, lurk? More just in this channel, if you push my buttons, you will get called out or yelled at some point. Oh. There's a forgotten beast and it's mud. Well, that's kind of funny. Did I pierce hell yet today? Today? No, I did that a long time ago. It's down here. This is hell. But today, no. Probably bans you, Grundle. Hell looks fine. What you don't see are all the demons that are off screen. Got steam knocked out. You got the steam knocked out of you last night after you lost 13 dwarves in a siege, including your stoic, heroic leader, Baroness. She apparently wasn't ready for war like you were hoping, and neither, along with all of your legendary fighters. Ooh. I would have seriously considered just jumping back to a save. Actually going to jump up here because apparently we're out of flux stone. I'm seeing my soldiers or my military all running off into the caverns to go gather more flux. So I'm just gonna mine out a bunch of this. Ebzith has been put to rest. Okay, I need to pay attention for combat logs because we're all in the caverns. It's okay for story, sure, but if it like takes away from your enjoyment of the game, is it worth it? I don't know. It just sounds like it was taking away from your enjoyment based on that statement. Kind of, MMO Junkie, you currently have a living dwarf in this fort. Would you like me to refund that? You are a member of the military still. Yes, you do. You just lost your username a couple times, and I keep having to rename you, and I probably have to rename you again. But you're in the military. You're one of our longest running swords dwarves, yeah. Please? Yeah, okay. We'll do. Oh, looks like mods got it to me before I could click it. Thanks, Orange. Cook's been found dead? We fighting? Oh, shit. Where exactly? Okay, so there's a bunch right there. Let's get the dwarves back inside then. See if we can go after them. Because apparently, my patrol route ain't good enough. Are you still cooking up trouble? You're still in the fort. As for where exactly, I'm not sure. Apparently Thanos is chaining somebody up for committing a crime, apparently. Oh, also, I need to go down to here. Yeah, dwarves are getting killed. It is. No, it's not a fetish thing. They committed a crime. Mandated by the queen. Cool. I mean, this is what I wanted to be discovering. All right, chat. I'm hungry. My tummy is grumbling quite loudly, and this is a good cliffhanger. I'm going to leave the game paused for a minute. I'm going to go grab my sandwich. I will be back in like maybe a minute and a half tops. Behave yourselves while you're gone. Please amuse yourselves and chat amongst yourselves. And if I could get a round of beers, that would be cool. And we'll be back in a couple of minutes. Bourbon.
Everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit, garbage, shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit. Stop eating ketchup. take a lovely fruit, the tomato, remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
Over here, he has a sword!
Oh, dude, yeah, fuck yeah, dude. That's fucking sick. Hell yeah. Woo!
I return. Hell yeah. That's a question. Why does it have an H? I don't know. Definitely do not know. This guy made it here, apparently, and got beaten to death. I'm not sure what these are. Are those ant people, Chitin? Without a game-ending bug? Yeah, me too. Yeah, we'll probably spend, if I had to guess, maybe another week or two in this fort doing things. Then I might retire this world for a bit. You're excited to see me play Songs of Six? Songs of Six is pretty cool. So the ant people do appear to be slowly moving towards us, which is what we want. Values knowledge tough, good analytical ability. Is wielding 3 shields. Seems very much in your wheelhouse. It's a cool game. The thing I'll say about Songs of Six is if you think you're interested in Songs of Six, play the demo. Because, like, unlike a lot of bullshit demos, it's actually a good demo. It's the whole game. But it's about 6 months to a year versions behind. So if you're interested in trying Songs of Six, just go play the demo. Or wait for my streams, obviously, but... Are you sleeping? Or are you guys stuck? No, you're dumping some sort of item. That is not necessarily smart there, Dwarf. You'll just buy it and add it to your Steam pile of shame. Fair enough. I honestly don't know how that dude does it. Guy's got 2 kids, 2 dogs, and a wife, and works 7 days a week on his game. I don't know how he does it, but... Well, I mean, if you're saying it in a, it's so that he can get away. No, he works from home. Kid, this is a bad place to play. You're not even technically supposed to be in this zone. Well, I guess Olin here is going to continue playing. That's suboptimal. Good work. Hold on. Good work-life balance and an indie dev? I don't think that's possible. That's like asking me if I have a healthy work-life balance. You see new buildings? New-ish. I mean, we started this yesterday. I don't know if you watched it all yesterday, Alex, but I think you did. I'm finally trying to just deal with these ant people. Where are they? I'm not sure why this dwarf isn't wearing any armor. To be honest with you, but I'm sending them out. I'm sure they'll be fine. Love progress though? Hell yeah. Yesterday was a pretty chunky amount of progress, but not too much. It was a lot of like bashing my head against a wall. There you are. Mouthfuls, hard to talk. Technically, it's only the ones you know about. But also, technically, that's all of them. The ones you don't know about, well, like as an example, there are mercenary groups that don't show up on the overworld that you'll never see, that are technically their own civilizations. All of those things that pop up as unknown civilization all exist, but you'll never know about them, so. Unless you read about them in Legends. How's the Hell Siege going? I'm putting that on pause until I clean out the caverns. I need the caverns to be cleaned first. This fortress has some frame rate issues that I'm trying to deal with. Such as removing these pesky ants. It depends. Is there no elves on the list, or can you just not see them? Okay, why are you bleeding so much here, dwarf? Something above you attacking you? I'm confused. What the hell happened to you? This dwarf must have just been, like, stabbed pretty bad. Run to the hospital, you're faint, Jerry Gord. Jerry Gord damn near died just now. Yeah, okay, so there's ant people right here. Pretty sure the military can just run up and deal with. I'm not trying to murder you. You're trying to murder yourself. You were the one bleeding everywhere. If I was trying to murder you, you'd already be dead. Sure where you're headed. Supposedly to station. Are you turning around? I see. Let's see how this combat goes. Wow, that one died fast. I'm actually kind of impressed. This is Stormtrooper. Struck the ant worker in the head with the pummel of his adamantine, literally just crushed its head with the butt of his sword. Dang. Walks up to the second one. Cuts the second one to death. Cuts the third one to death. There's some down here at the lower layers. One right there getting cut up. It appears that Lyagushka, who, by the way, is only equipped with a shield, pants, and a breastplate. Why? Not sure. I think that's pretty badass. What else do you need, really? Who needs shoes? Am I right? What do we need? Quivers, ballista arrows, and grates. Grates are the important. Gold, great. All right, so let's see how many known ant people are on the map. There's one right there. Moving. It's pretty far away, but I will station these squads. Actually, let's see if I can find more. If I can find like a little bunch of them down here. Okay, so you know what? I'm going to send you guys right there. Okay, never mind. I'm going to send them right here because that's an area they can't actually reach. And let's see, is this reachable? We're very grateful for stream. Well, thank you for watching. Ah, so it is an unreachable location. I mean, you see all of these trees, and I guess that water too. They can't get through the trees. So I don't know how many dudes are right there, but it's probably a lot, if I had to guess. So what I'm gonna do, I think, is I'm going to tell them to go train. And they should... I'm actually pretty sure they still can't access even from there. Because these guys are all up here, right? I want my soldiers to be able to access them. How about I go down one? We'll do that. I'll just have all my soldiers waiting right there. By the time we get there. Except I'll just need to add all of this into... Actually, you know what? I don't need to add that into there. You know what I can do that would be way easier? I can wait for the soldiers to run back inside. And lock the door. I think that's what I'm going to do. To do so you can grab a spell? That seems like a game that you need to run on a private server so that you can make, like, skill progression reasonable. Because that does not sound reasonable to me. Alright, so we're just going to wait until this lever gets pulled. Shouldn't be very long. Donkey Show! Thank you very much for the tier 1. Cheers, friend. Good to have you around. Thanks for hanging out and watching the streams. Also, I don't think I said hi to you, IHQMD, so hi, IHQMD. Alright, so now that that's been pulled, and pull that. I can follow this. I'm also probably going to need to redo all this. There's a big other digging job that needs to be done. So they're going to prioritize. And I'm aware that I screwed up one tile, but I'll go back and fix it. Did I guess I didn't click that button. There we go. After 15 years away, yeah, game's changed a little bit in 15 years, yeah? Just a little bit. Happy to help. But I think you think I exist twice. I know of no silent potato. Okay, well, I can tell you I have a silent potato in the fortress. I can't remember if that was you or not. It might have just been me horrifically misreading your name, but there might also actually be a silent potato. Unfortunately, my memory is failing. Was that a typo? I don't know. I do always read it as silent potato, so mate. Quality timing game. Maybe. But silent potato's still alive. So if you're silent, that's you. It's a weird thing to say. Potatoes are good. I got baby potatoes in my fridge for dinner tonight. Mwah. Can't wait. Although I'm real sad because I ran out of garlic. Real big sad hours on that. I think that's what happened, Sentient. I realized that your name was Sentient Potato like 2 days ago. But for if it's any console, if it's any like, if it makes you, if it makes chat feel better, I guess maybe not necessarily you, because you said that you think it's funny. But there's a user who for ages watched this stream, and by ages I mean like 4.5 years, with a name that was Freakified. And the entirety of the time that they watched this stream, I thought that their name was Freaky Fried. Not Fried. Fried. I put an R in there for some reason. To the point where they actually changed their name one day. They're like, yeah, this is Freakified. I changed my name because you could never say it correctly. And I felt really, really bad. We're just going to kill these goblins. They don't deserve to exist. On brand? Yeah, I have to be on brand. Unfortunately. Misreading things, poorly reading things. Goblins, how dare you interrupt my funny story exactly? We're here to talk about how Blind is an incompetent streamer on Twitch.tv. They don't even have, like, the balls to send big sieges like the humans do. We've been over this. It's because I was drunk, Orange. You thought my name was I'm puking on the ground. Wait, no, that was Orange puking on the ground. Yeah, my username is Blind because it's severely visually impaired. No, it's not a meme. And yes, it's true. You actually feel bad if you ever point it out? That was one time? Yes. Same to you, sir. Do I have a good eye? Define good. I have an eye that sort of works. Not really. Some days it misbehaves and barely works. Some days I would argue that, like, I might as well have none. Depends on how I'm doing. Third eye? Only when I'm high on mushrooms. When I'm really drunk, Wanderlust, everybody becomes sir or madam. Well, that was very kind of the goblins. They just spotted an ambush for us. I'm not even joking. They legitimately did. This goblin thief was leaving the map, and then suddenly that fucking shows up. All right, well, I guess it's time to turn this back on. Hey, Goblin, you want to, like, hang around there for a bit and keep spotting these elves for us? Be very useful. Okay, my soldiers are leaving. Quality timing, though. Hey, Gold Bludgeon. Is there a specific level that clay spawns? Are you on a map with clay? Clay is usually pretty close to the surface. Everyone is sir and madam by default. Yeah. No, if I'm drunk enough, people just if I get drunk, people just become sir or madam. Yeah, it's like the first couple of layers. You've been playing this for months? Dwarf Fortress isn't a game where you get everything on every embark. So you'll only get what's available on that layer, and if you embark somewhere without clay, well, you're not going to get clay ever. So it's hard for me to tell you what layer has clay, because depends on if you have clay. That was a weird sound. It's heard a whistle. And shouting. I can't tell if this is just dumb neighbors with kids or if someone's getting attacked upstairs. There's no screaming, just shouting. I'm going to choose to ignore it. Jazz, the metal crafter, what exactly equipment are you up here to pick up? Because you may be about to die. Good day, Zero. No, but removing the ceiling would. Smoothing it won't do anything. All right, now maybe it's time to run away. There you go. Also, shoutouts to this goblin for spotting more elves for us. Opinions on lemon bars? Pretty tasty. It's been a long time since I've had one, though. I associate lemon bars with elderly ladies because the old ladies at the church I went to when I was forced to go to church as a child. Are they stripping that goblin naked? What exactly is happening over here? Yep, they stripped the goblin naked. That's a little weird, guys. MMO Junkie, see the video on my YouTube channel called Why Boats Are a Pain in the Ass. Also, that reminds me, I should start making some clips of the last interview. So I can turn. I do, in fact, have a video titled Why Boats Are a Pain in the Ass. I recommend viewing that one. Kiddo, what exactly are you doing? It was a she, that goblin, but yeah, they stripped her and then turned her into a pincushion. That or destroyed her clothing, one of the two. Not kinky. Very much disturbing war. Very much not kinky. Calling it kinky is weird. Just my 2 cents. Dwarf Fortress got super realistic. Yep. Tab out for 1 fucking minute? Ah, it's fine. Just blind being super dark and refusing to take a joke and see humor in situations. Just the usual. An adequate wet record keeper. All right. I mean, for 241 years old, you'd think you'd have more than one skill, but like... The elves are vile ruffians. That's one way to put it. It is a little gross. It's kind of very gross. Both referring to it as kinky and also what the elves just did. He's the one to keep track of how many they kill. Kind of funny. Reasons to purify the world of elves? Eh, elves aren't so bad. Let's see if my ham radar. Okay. Baddie detection piggy and oink based radar system. Let's see how effective they are. No, they're not bad, Piggy. They're good, Piggy. Exactly, Heart of the Tiger. See, I'm more used to the Eye of the Tiger, not so much the Heart of the Tiger. Is that a pig bongo pop or a bongo tap? That's pretty good. I like it. Cat tap or whatever. Bongo cat. That's the thing I was thinking of. Quality meme. I have bacon location detection technologies. Very effective to a degree, except for when they can't see things like right now, apparently. God, Charlie Sheen is somebody I don't think about much these days. And you know what? It's probably for the best. Okay, piggies are working. Piggies are in fact working. He's still alive. The last time I saw Charlie Sheen was because I was looking at Cameo because I was bored during the pandemic and had nothing else to do. And I was like, I wonder who's on Cameo. And the first thing I saw when I opened up Cameo was Charlie Sheen. It was $400 for a 1-minute video. I was like, wow! Yeah, that checks out. It's 60 tiles. Anything within 60 tiles is detected by any sentient creature on your side, right? Doesn't matter if there's walls in the way. Literally doing cameos for bumps of coke. I thought he like went through rehab and shit. I don't know much about Charlie Sheen as like I never even watched the TV show that he got famous for. Yeah, Dwarf Fortress doesn't technically have Fog of War or line of sight. It just has tiles that get exposed when things are a certain distance away. So things are getting spotted over here on the opposite side of the wall where the pigs definitely can't see them. 60, 6-0. Need to enunciate that clearly. Oh, we found a horse. I should probably just send the military up here. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I actually had them pop in here once. It's like suddenly they were detected and there was just like a wall of elves right here. It was pretty concerning. We lost a couple dwarves. Is the thing flying above a bridge? Probably either my mouse or a bird. I think there's a crow down here somewhere. It's probably just a crow. What's even better is if you have doors. Yeah, it's a crow. If you have doors that aren't locked, you'll actually see the doors opening and closing as the dwarves enter in through them before you've even detected them yet, which is one of my favorite things. So if you have doors and you're just staring at them and you see them open and close and there's nothing there, the elves are attacking. Oh no, horse, you don't. You're not allowed to kill my piggies. Killing my piggies is illegal, horsey. I'll have you know, I consider that to be completely against all rules of dwarfiness. Do not kill. Hold on, did it just run away from the pig? Okay, that's actually kind of funny. It saw the piglet. My baby ham raider, which is also running away in terror, and ran away. That's kind of funny. You would call it a guard. Okay, you know what? We should pull this lever. Because there's clearly a bunch of stuff on this thing that we need gone. Pardon, Darkweave? Once you see them, it's persistent? Yes, once you see them, you see them. And there are other creatures that can stealth besides elves, too. Elves are just the, I guess, most common example of stealth. I mean, obviously, underground factions can stealth. I think we could probably just close this and burn them. We got 3. All burning. Why has that horse got the zoomies? I don't want a Reuben? Ooh. Reubens are pretty friggin' good. Well, looks like it's been pulled. Door is locked. Let the burning begin. I ate so many Reubens this past summer. However, It's very easy to make somebody hungry. Just simply state the word Reuben 5 times around people that know what a Reuben is, and then everybody's mysteriously hungry again. Yeah, it's one of the new features of this version, and it's so good. It is truly so good. Tongs a sizzling, dwarves a digging. Yep. Although apparently elves about to sizzle. Also, hi, Infinity. Things are pretty good today. No real complaints. You can see that flow area is tongs. You know, it is kind of a sizzle tong. Yeah, you're not wrong. It's not inaccurate, that's for sure. Am I gonna launch them? Nah, they're just gonna catch fire. And then we're gonna go back to cleaning the caverns. There it goes. Like I said. Gotta put the sizzle in these tongs. Will they eventually give up and leave? Eventually, yes. Unless they're undead, at which point then they will never leave. The sentient ones, the living ones will leave eventually, but the undead ones will never leave. So I'm the mountain home, and the only other two factions you know you're at war with. Does this mean that you'll never get trade caravans again? I have a question. When you look at the world map, are there gray civs? Because if there's gray civs, you can go demand tribute from them. You yourself currently, yes, that does mean you will never get trade caravans from your dwarven civ again. But if there are other members if there are other factions around, you can go demand trade from them. Basically send out a squad to one of those locations and demand one-time tribute. And if you're successful, they will trade with you after that. When a were creature attacks, you don't realize one of your dwarves gets infected. It's the worst. It's the worst. There's a reason there's an option to just turn off were creatures entirely and disable them at World Gen. I leave them on, but yeah, they can be brutal. Oop, I love it when they do this. They vault over the wall while on fire. You wanted to save the forests, eh? Well, currently you're just causing the death of them. Rip FPS? No, this is about what it's been consistently at for a while now. Fire's not going to affect my frames much. Neither is the lava. It's the temperature of the lava that's affecting the frames a little bit. Actually, I'm kind of curious what turning off temperature would do in this fort right now. It might actually just completely break the elves' ability to melt. I'm just kind of curious more than anything. Wherever it is. Weather. Let's turn off weather and temperature. Briefly, I'm just curious as to what it'll do. I've been running at like 17 to 25 frames. Frames got worse. That's actually really funny. Turn those back on now. Ham radio means nothing. It's just an old term referring to an old amateur. Oh yeah, no, ham radio is like not a type of radio or anything. Holy heckin' FPS. Might actually restart the game in a minute. Why they called it ham radio? Wikipedia had the. I mean, I'm referencing like actual like ham radio operators, which is the source of the joke there. Please use a tofu radio. I mean, I could name the pig Tofu. Would that make you feel better? That feeling when I look at my email and see that there's 8 emails from new releases from a jazz label I like, that's dangerous. All right, frames. Yeah, we did in fact hardly know ye. I wonder if it's this guy trying to path off. Might actually be this dude to blame for it. So we'll just let this fire burn out and see what happens. Because 20 FPS is totally playable, and each time it's dropped like this, it's come back, so. Wait, Orange is playing Borderlands? Why? In 2023? Why are you playing the first Borderlands? Unless you're playing one of the other ones. Oopsies. Tofu dar? I don't know about that. Tofudio? Tofudio. I'm not sure I like that. Now 99% vegan? So not vegan? It sounds like it sounds like a Phil Collins song written by an AI is what it sounds like. Let's see. Frames should come back now if my assumption is correct, because the fires are going out and those elves can path off the map now. Perfect. Yay! Bless the rains in Dwarfpedia. 1% is vegan. Uh-huh. Or bacon. Or is this going to be like this kind of Toto?
Toto? Yes. It's called a motor race, okay? We went to car racing.
Such a dramatic moment for Formula One, which probably very few people in this chat actually know about. Something that I'm very excited about, actually, is the amount that my Discord has grown. Because when Formula One season happens, we can actually have, like... I could actually, like, post, like, a... what's it called? Like, a fantasy league and shit, and get a fantasy league going with more than 3 people. Like last year. And then everybody lost interest after just a couple of weeks because there was only, like, 3 of us. Run, elves! Run away! Okay, maybe I do need to double up this wall. when you live 20 minutes from Talladega. Formula One is a very accessible sport to watch because if you live in one of the regions where F1 TV exists, which is most except for Australia, and I think the UK, you can just watch F1 for $9 a month on the internet. It's pretty great. Or $5 a month if you don't care about watching it live. I mean, there are many Americans in my Discord who also talk about NASCAR in the Speedy Tracks and Zoom Zooms room. I just simply ignore all of the NASCAR talk and go silent in that room until it's Formula One time. Which is the one I actually care about. Also, if you want to get into Formula One, watch Drive to Survive on Netflix if you happen to have Netflix. If for some dumb reason you haven't canceled Netflix yet. Which you probably should. But if you haven't, like me, because my parents watch it and I pay for it, and I think my mom would be sad if I canceled it, watch Drive to Survive. It's pretty good. It's a good introduction, if nothing else. How the fuck does Discord make money? Discord Turbo. Or Turbo, yes. And people boosting servers. You can pay for some premium account features. Is it Nitro? I can never remember which one's Nitro and which one's Turbo. Twitch Nitro, Discord Turbo, fuck me. Discord Nitro, yeah. It's like a couple bucks a month. And your data, lots of your data. Mostly your data, but mostly your chat data and, you know, Twitch Red. That was YouTube Red, come on. Twitch Premium. There we go. YouTube Premium is actually kind of a good service, though. Is it worth it? What, for Nitro? The only reason it's worth it for me is because I send big audio files around back and forth on Discord all the time. I don't know if I would say that Discord Nitro is worth it. Unless you want to boost a server. But I use it because I can send up to 500 megabytes via Discord. For me, it's part of my work. It would be like paying for a Zoom subscription for some people. Also, hey, look at this. We're up to the 30s in the frames. That's good. Let's see if we can go back to Cavern cleaning a little bit. Back down to 19. Boo! Yeah, if you want emotes from very specific weird things. What's going on screen? I don't know what was going on when you asked that, but probably stuff was burning. Now we're digging a tunnel through the caverns. Read the last Discord word story. Give me a sec. I'm also apparently redeeming a dwarf for Cilantro Gamer. Chat, there's not a lot in the Discord word story, so I'm going to give you guys some time to add some stuff to the Discord word story so I can read more than like a sentence, because otherwise I'm going to feel like I'm ripping this person off. So chat room, please go add some words to the Discord word story while I name Cilantro Gamer's dwarf, and then I will read it. For those of you who don't know, !Discord in the chat, and jump in there. And there's a room called Add a Word Stories where you basically play telephone on my Discord. And there you go. Since you're food best cook, you don't care about beardliness, I will give you the happiest unnamed cook I can find. So, Kubok. Cilantro Gamer is currently collecting webs, and she's impervious to the effects of stress and often inflamed by hatred, and easily develops hatred towards things. After being forced to endure the decay of a child in the year 250. She develops hatred toward things after seeing Mebsis die, and she is an optimist. Really? Really? I doubt that. She generally is unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning her actions and is quick to anger. She does not enjoy participating in physical confrontations. and she works to square this natural tendency with her respective martial prowess. And she is assertive, and she often feels discouraged. She often feels lustful, and she is quite ambitious, and she has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, and she likes a little excitement now and then after experiencing trauma. In 252. What's even better is her child decayed in 250. And she saw someone die in 248, but she didn't get any actual trauma until 252, which I'm pretty sure was just from wearing old clothing. She personally sees perseverance in the face of adversity, bullheaded and foolish, values decorum, dignity, and proper behavior, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and this dream was realized. She personally likes granite, silver, wood, opal, bilbo leather, rami fabric, and squares and spears and amulets and hedgehog men for their many spines. And let's see if I can find this thing. And then the sound of the fabulous droplet, and when possible, prefers to consume strawberry plants and pomegranate wine, and hates blood gnats. All right, so now I'm going to scroll up. All right, let's see how much you guys wrote. Up to the bloody god of cheesecake shoes, shorting as a fairy jurist, flies through crystal palaces in Mexico City. Far away from dentist Veracruz, the jurist, the tantruming rhinoceros, beware of Steve. He is hungry for pecans with ketchup. Candy can see clearly now that the Hail Mary potatoes is the only viable true alternative to the veganism agenda of elves. Illuminati have from bright elves and beware the inter-ear pain sheep. 8,999 handkerchiefs cover the world. The sorry Bandersnatch was snatching Bander's cheese. Apologetic from me. How are you? And Dwarf cries much. All caught up. You tried? I respect the attempt. That was called Too Many Cooks in the Kitchen. Too many typers in the thingy. So chat, an actual shame is an ad is running right now. But you know what? This is a perfect opportunity for me to remind all of you that if you haven't yet, you too can acquire yourself a, I'm trying to get through this page redirect so that I can see my merch store and point out the fact that you too can buy yourself a Vile Force of mug. Or a t-shirt. You see? Like this one. A t-shirt. You could also... for significantly cheaper, you could buy yourself a sticker and show your actual opinions of my stream. I'm just saying. I still need to figure out where to put this. In XXM? Extra medium? Unless you mean XXL. It goes all the way up to 3XL. Small, medium, large, XL, 2XL, 3XL. You need that sticker to put on your laptop. I should make like a pickaxe sticker separately. It's a running joke. Oh, is that a long running joke? I've never heard of XXM joke before. What? The more you know. Ammo cans are great for stickers. You have to have an ammo can first. Honestly, it's probably going to go on this water bottle. Probably during the next editing stream I do, whenever that be. On which I edit on my secret account, which can be shouted out by mods if they want. Also, chat, sad news. Looks like Great Padinsky got denied for partnership again. Grumble. As the guy who was modeled after Medium. You have beef with me? I can make you a burger. Would that make you happier? I like, especially if you can supply the beef, we could make some pretty good patties. If you build in mid-air and touch the edge of the map, can creatures spawn there? No, because you can't build at the edge of the map. It'll let you build one tile up to the edge. Padinsky deserves partnership. I agree. But unfortunately, the hype for Dwarf Fortress didn't last longer. We got a good, like, month of, like, extraordinary growth, and now our basic... we're not back to where we were before, obviously. But we have a new normal now, kind of, and we have to wait for other exciting moments to get bumps going forward. Although maybe there will be a bit of a bump for, like, arena mode. My kind of hope is that for arena mode, I can make some super clickbaity YouTube videos like 45 dragons versus legendary human warrior with blah. I'm sure that'll do great. Expect a bump every patch cycle? Sure. I mean, for me, I definitely expect bumps every major cycle, but it's going to be less so. I'm kind of the unique one here, right? I'm the one that it's me and DOS Tactic, I would say, are the ones that did really well off of the launch of Dwarf Fortress in the long term. Like, DOS Tactic for ages has been like somebody around 30, 40 viewers. Like, he's not partnered yet, and even he didn't get partnered from this. It was like me, Padinsky, great, DOS Tactic, and that's pretty much it, are the only ones that got really big growth. Everybody else kind of stayed more or less the same. Challenge and crazy numbers with the face in the thumbnail. The carnage! Violence! Speaking of challenges, I kind of want to do a fort, but I haven't decided if I want it to be a Let's Play or not. Which is no defenses, or no soldiers, basically. A fortress with no soldiers, and it has to be a surface fort. Because I think that would be fun. Just only maniacal death machines. Can't even bring Canadian beef back into Canada? That makes sense. As somebody who knows a little bit about, like, livestock diseases, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It's the same reason I can't bring wood where I go camping. They don't want any possible contamination with, like, insects and diseases and pests. Also, Infinity Simplex needs a sub to the channel, if anybody's feeling generous. All right, speaking of... Let's go... that layer. This. Need to follow this dwarf. Oh no, this dwarf got adopted by a cat. That's terrifying. This dwarf's okay. Real Gamer Cow, what's up? If you kill a forgotten beast with flesh made of aluminum, can you do anything with its body? Doesn't seem like it. No. No, you cannot. I think you can butcher it, though. Which is weird. The problem is like, people are assholes and don't care, Pop. And also, Goth, we'll see you when we see you. Cheers. Yeah, like, it's kind of frustrating. Like, me and my friend will be the only people up the mountain camping without a fire because everybody else has a fire. You're not allowed to burn the wood from up there, and you're not allowed to bring your own wood. So where'd you get that fucking fire? And, you know, I'm not talking about like a small little camp stove with fire starter in it, which is what we do, and candle wax. Like we bring scentless candle wax, fire starter, and little things to burn. Still working on your designer tinfoil hats business plan? How about you make like fake marketing material for designer tinfoil hats and put it on a t-shirt and sell the t-shirt? Probably will be more profitable. Actually, now I want to make a toque that just says, I ran out of tinfoil. Because I think that would just be funny. Is that a brand or something, Orange? Apparent Bliss, the farmer, withdraws from society. We'll keep an eye on them from a distance. Defiling national parks is a TikTok trend now? You know, TikTok, for me, is starting to feel a lot like Vine. When it initially became really big, it was really cool. And there was a lot of neat sketches and comedy and amusing things and people doing a lot of cool shit. And then at a point, it went from genuinely cool shit to, yo, we're just going to walk into a McDonald's and, like, harass the employees. And as somebody who worked in a McDonald's, yeah, they absolutely did that quite frequently. And it was hilarious, apparently. And, like, let's just throw shit at the wall because apparently that's comedy now. TikTok's hit that point. It's not Vine 2.0. So Apparent Bliss has claimed a clothes shop. Whatever they're making, it's clothing related. It's a portable wood stove thing? No, I'm not going to spend money on crap like that. Number one, we have a stove. Number two, have you ever heard of this very, 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 very ancient historical human technology called a coffee can? Because that's what we bring. I made my own coffee can stove. You seal up the bottom a little bit using also ancient human technology called duct tape. So you seal the bottom with duct tape so it doesn't melt through the snow or anything. And then you put a little bit of firing stuff at the bottom. You take a hole punch and you punch some holes in the bottom of it. Okay? And so the air can get in, obviously. And then you can light through the air holes. And you have a little fire pit. And it costs you the price of some shitty coffee. I never thought, like, we have a jet boil, which we use for actual cooking, but I don't need to spend money on a fucking fire pit. That's goofy. I go camping. I don't buy stupid shit. Because one of your buddies won one from Mech once. So if it's a stove sold by Mech, it's probably a scam, especially if they're giving it away in what's it called? A giveaway. Jet Boils Rock? Yeah. Well, I'm trying to think of like a joke related to rocking and jet boils, but Sup? Acadrium. Can you get a permit for an actual fire? There are no fires allowed in national parks in BC at any time of the year for any reason, with the exception of No Man's Land, which is basically you're so far out that no one's going to fucking stop you, and designated campgrounds, period. Can you get a permit for an actual fire? No. But thanks for the second month. Welcome back, Acadrium. Sorry for, like, going to school for a second there, but no. There's no fires allowed, period. Flat. None. Nada. No camping in Canada? All right. Just camp in a campground if you want to have a fire. And also, I'm specifically talking about BC parks. I can't speak for the rest of the provinces. I mean, if you have to live in Vancouver during wildfire season, oh yeah, it makes sense. No, campgrounds are places that are like 88% gravel and have big old fire pits that are in metal guards and sell you their firewood. Most of them are privatized, but some of them are owned by Parks BC. So if you freeze to death, you can't make a fire. If you're going to freeze to death, you probably shouldn't be winter camping in the first place. It's like that for most parks in most places, at least in Canada. But people just are stupid and ignore the rules. You'd rather pay a fine than die? Well, see, here's the thing, right? If you're freezing to death, yes, light a fucking fire. And also call search and rescue, right? Like, freezing to death is not a relevant, like, part of this discussion. Okay? Like, if you're dying, do what you need to survive. No fucking shit. This is just a common sense thing at this point. Like, why is that even part of the discussion? If you're gonna, like, freeze to death, yes, start a fire. Of course. Duh. But you should be able to prepare to go camping without a fire. Camping without a fire, it just isn't fun. Okay. I don't agree with that, but okay. Well, I mean, I would say if you need to light a fire to go camping, you didn't prepare properly. That's my argument, but let's see if I can deal with these ant drones. You know, chat, you heard me state the rules for camping. I don't even know how we're on this subject now. And you guys keep throwing out all these hypotheticals about why you would need to light a fire. If you're dying, light a fucking fire. I'm so confused as to why there's all these silly hypotheticals. It's like, yeah, okay, duh. In a situation of extreme duress, do what you need to survive. That's not lighting a recreational fire. The campfire ban exists to stop people from destroying natural habitats because they're idiots. Because the internet, yeah, I don't care. So, like, that's fine. If you don't like it, don't come camping here, and I hope you don't come camping here. I have to deal with horrific wildfire smoke once or twice a year because morons like to set forests on fire. If you feel the need to absolutely have a campfire every single time you go camping for any reason, cool. Never come camping here, please. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. I don't care what lights your fires by accident. Like, literally a month after I went camping, some asshole was camping in, or last summer I went on a backpacking trip. And less than a month later, some asshole was camping and they set a fire and burned a good chunk of forest down in Golden Ears Park, right where I was camping, and smoked my entire apartment out for weeks. Here. Yeah, no, like, if you feel the need to absolutely have a forest, like a campfire when you go camping, yeah, please, just don't ever come camping here. It'll make the rest of our lives better. It's a 1 hour video of campfire. Here, have camping ASMR sounds. All right. Going out to collect webs of all things. Actually going to turn off collecting webs for a little bit while I'm cleaning this. I probably should have done that a while ago. And also, like, if you're of the opinion that if you're of the opinion that camping without a campfire isn't fun, you need to find other things to do while camping. Be my advice. Like me. We're bringing a sled and a rubber dinghy up the mountain for sledding. Can't wait. Camping is just wrong, you say, get a hotel like normal folk? All right. Weird take, but it feels like that's missing a kappa somewhere. I go camping where there's, like, phone reception generally. Banana. More cavern dwellers? Where are they at? So where is that in relation to my dwarves? The dwarves are down here. Wait, where are they in relation to my dwarves? Okay, so they're just down the hill. So they're booking it up the hill. Let's get the dwarves back inside. I actually lose somebody in a moment here. How's this Clother doing? Sweet, Clother's still getting the stuff that they need. Also, I don't know why, like, we keep on butting heads today, chat room. Can we just be friends? This seems wildly unnecessary. Over the silliest things. There's a lot of bodies right there. Good lord. A lot of dead trolls. Bar fight in the chat room? Please don't help it, girl. Most of the ants dead. You're off to bed. We'll see you later, Rolf. All it really does, Zero, is it makes me want to end the stream early. That's all it does. All right. This dwarf is doing what exactly? Oh, you've decided to pick up equipment? Okay, cool. Well, if you die in the midst, that's on you there, dwarf. Like a bar fight in DF? Mm-hmm. And just like in DF, you'll probably die because of it. Yes, and you encouraging it is not a benefit? Mm-hmm. A few dozen maybe, Paxmac? Where the heck is this dwarf heading? They can turn into civil wars, which can be pretty brutal. Okay, so Honk is fighting with them. Yeah, we're cutting down more now. Yeah, these are all fresh. Although, to be fair, like, the frames have gone up a bit since we started doing this. Been averaging above, like, 15 frames. We've gone up by, like, 5. Total extermination doesn't seem to be doing that much. There is no attack all. You have to be able to see them and click on them to attack them. But there is a click and drag function if there's a cluster of them. Let's go to the Winchester and have a nice cold one and wait for this to all blow over. Sounds lovely. I've beaten many roguelikes, so If you're trying to, like, just reiterate the chat from yesterday, like, that's an inaccurate definition of roguelikes. So definitely not. Favorite historical period? This morning, because I was still in bed. Dumb joke aside. I don't know. I'd have to think about that one. All opinions are valid. That's why they're opinions. Cogmind is great. Unfortunately, its UI is made for ants. So I have a very hard time playing that game without developing a very, very, very quick headache. Do I have any ant people on the map actively currently? Oh no, there's a ghost. Oh, there it is. I was like, where is this? This is Azrael. Well, you might be dead, dude, unless you can run really quickly. Turns out you can, so keep running. What's even funnier is, like, the burrow is on. They're supposed to be in the fortress, but they're not for some reason. Let's just plug this. See, that's not the button I wanted to hit. That's the button I wanted to hit. And we will unlock this for right now. See, unlock that wrong unlock button, and we'll pull this lever as well. Let's get that stuff chopped. Let's see where the soldiers go. Okay, well, you guys are going to go individual combat drill. See these ones that are stationing. Yeah, if I would probably like stare. Still stuck on this favorite historical era question. I'm not that much of a history buff, to be completely honest. But I'm fascinated by pre-human history. Is what I would say. Like reading about, like the only like points in history that I really look into, I never read about are the, oh, we just learned that approximately 7% of all humans ever to have lived are alive right now. Just because of our current population versus the estimated number of previous humans, which is something like 89 billion. Pre-bang? Not quite pre-bang. Although that shit's neat too. I don't know. I'm more interested, I guess, in the nature of the universe than our pathetic existence as a species. Pre-banged your mom? Anyway. What is this, Xbox Live? God damn it. I want to say that one of my favorite statements ever about a joke like that is my friend Kevin, who every now and again would encounter somebody who would be like, oh, I fucked your mom last night on Xbox Live, and he would literally like sit up in the kitchen and be like, Mom, do you know who is, and reads off the guy's username really loudly while hot micing. Very funny to me. His mom would go, no! He'd go, see? Like the best way to get back at some idiot on the internet for doing that. All right, so now we're going to leave this door locked. turn this off, get these chopped down. And we can just see what this stuff is. See if we can get some more constructions built down here. Also at the same time irritate some more of them. But since all of that is done, I can tell you right now that minecarts are not going to be a very effective method of killing hell. Unfortunately. As much fun as it would be to kill hell with minecarts, I'm not super keen on that. The reason I'm not super keen on that is, unfortunately, demons are big. Big things stops minecart. Very effectively. Assign uniform, add a sword, and seal. What are we missing? There we go. Oh. I need 2 more swords and some... I need more stuff. Even shotgun would be ineffective? I mean, maybe a disc shotgun, but the problem is shotguns, you only get 1 shot, really. I don't know what's super effective. They are magma proof. But, you know what they're not? They are not obsidianified proof. So what we could do is I can make a very large room and put a very small amount of lava on the floor. And then I could dump water on their heads and encase them all in obsidian. Oh, they're lava proof. They do not need to breathe and they are immune to fire. So they are both lava proof and waterproof. Which makes them kind of a bitch to kill, actually. Arrow proof? Okay, that they're not. They're not arrow proof. I can confirm that. They're also not ballista proof. Should just really lock the dwarves back inside. Oh, cave-ins work, certainly. We could do that, actually. That could be fun. Just have like a multi-layered cave-in setup where we crush things. Cage proof? Oh yes, they're very much trap avoid. Unless they're currently bugged and trap bubble, which they shouldn't be. They're proof? I don't think that's a word. Apparent bliss, the farmer has created a Vesh Sulkan, a sheep's wool head veil, and claims it as a family heirloom. This is worth 8,000. This is a sheep's wool head veil. Well, craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with cushioned black diamond cabochons and decorated with sheep's wool and encircled with bands of rectangular diorite cabochons and point-cut emeralds. It is made from sheep's wool cloth, and this object menaces with spikes of yellow diamond and black diamond. On the item is an image of common skates in sheep's wool. On the item is an image of Yer Hero Blunt, the dingo, and dwarves in Star Sapphire. Yer Hero Blunt is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the rise of the dingo, Yer Hero Blunt, as the enemy of the constructive orb in the early spring of year 6, or 26, during the rampage of the dingo, Yer Hero Blunt, in clean lancers. On the item is an image of cubic cubes in black bronze. All right, so this can be opened. So what I think I need... Kind of thinking about just building, like, trapdoors that are... Or, like, a doorway that's just locked here. And then just putting a dog back here or something. Just going to deconstruct these. Move one of my detection pigs to down there. This fort is cool. You're quickly finding, like most games, you have the most fun in the early game trying new setups. I mean, Dwarf Fortress is just a game about building new setups constantly. I have the most fun in early game and very late end game. Those are the 2 points I have the most fun in Dwarf Fort. You know what? Actually, let's just seal this off again. And I might actually send the military out. Go demand tribute from these people. Demand ongoing tribute. Send 2 squads. Wanting to abandon your fort right now, but you're going to push through and finish this mountain home? I mean, you could retire it and not abandon it. And then build a new fort in the same world and get a lot of the same dwarves showing up as visitors. And new potential guests and such. You almost always learn something. Not always related to Dwarf Fort either. Sometimes it's weird esoteric rules about BC parks. Could a warbear take an ant? Sure. But it's not the warbears that I'm worried about. It's the random dwarves running out into the caverns for poor reasons. It's not the front door that I'm concerned about. But yes, if my war grizzlies could certainly take one. Well, for some people it is, apparently. Not named Laura. So what I'm thinking, considering there's lava like right there, I'm thinking we let lava flow into this, let it get about 2 tiles deep maybe, and then have a water reservoir on top and obsidian them. So what I'm going to need to do is I'm going to need to go 1 layer above this once this is all dug out. And then make a water reservoir above it. The question is where's the nearest water supply? Of course, I could still fill it. Actually, it doesn't really matter what this water supply is. Probably fill it from up here, or alternatively route it in from somewhere else. Oh, you're still outside. I'm like, there's like 3 different conversations happening right now in chat. I'm trying to decipher who to talk at. Can you make obsidian short swords? You can, and they suck. They're like all I have is wood, and I have to kill something. So they're kind of useless, I would describe. I don't think it's unfortunate that they're bad. It's an infinitely renewable material. If they were very good, I think they'd be goofy-ishly OP. Is Masterwork reclaimed? We have occupied Masterwork, yes. And we've brought the soldiers back as well. We're trying to demand tribute from humans so that we'll have other people to trade with. Not that great, better than nothing. Sidearm? I feel like their sidearm is their shield. Most of the conversations started around camping tips and being overconfident and not bringing enough supplies, thus going missing, and every outdoorsman has been giving you advice to pass on since you can't camp anymore. I don't know. As somebody who's been backpacking and camping since he was a small kid, the amount of people that go camping that really shouldn't be allowed to go camping is kind of like terrifying, actually. So all right, let's back down to here. Power. That's what we want. Oh, is this still on right now? Yes, it is. Maybe for the best, actually. Just waiting for the military to get back inside. Actually, if I just send... I mean, rabbits are an invasive species here that get released all the time. It's actually kind of hysterical. If you go to a public park around here, it's impossible to not see a rabbit, even though, like, bunnies are not native to here, and they're all just released pets. If you live in Central Europe, you're rarely more than a short hike from civilization. Well, I mean, where I go backpacking, I'm in cell phone distance, usually. Which is also why there's fire bans everywhere. Where men go missing, you may need to consider more than what you've brought with Sriracha. If you're going to areas where people go missing, and you're you're complaining about fire bans, like you're doing something wrong. The areas that I go camping in are well-trafficked parks that are publicly accessible and free to camp in. You just have to obey the park's rules, which is don't destroy the park, don't set the park on fire. Don't disturb the wildlife. Easy peasy. Usually take shuttles up to the wilderness because can't, drive. So take the shuttle buses up to the public parks and then walk off into the forest. Don't get eaten by anything. Get eaten by what? Cougars don't want to eat you unless they're really hungry, and there's plenty for them to eat. Bears don't want to eat you because we don't have brown or grizzly bears here. We just have black bears, and they're tiny. They just want to eat berries. If you think a bear is going to eat you, you don't really know what kind of bears we have in BC, and that's fair. Thank you very much for the $5. Right, Kolu? I'm much more concerned about getting hurt by other humans out in the forest than animals. Don't go near mommy bears. Thanks for the bear safety tips, Dad. Christ. I grew up in the country, and we would have 3 to 5 bears walk through our yard per day. I'm well aware of how not to get hurt by bears. But I appreciate the very important knowledge that I very much requested from you. The Hill People? Fortunately, The Hills of Eyes is just a movie. Terrifying movie, though. For me, okay, fair. Although I was once hammock camping in I won't say which public park. But I was hammock camping once, and I had an entire. What's the word? My brain wants to say flock, but that's the wrong word. Party, gaggle, group, crew, army of coyotes walk underneath me. Kind of terrifying. Moose? Moose don't really travel in flocks. I've only seen a moose once. We don't really have moose here. You have to go way further north for that. Pack, that's the word I was looking for. Thank you. Yeah, I've only seen a moose once, and it was from a canoe. Actually, no, twice. Saw once from a canoe and once from a car. Technically my dad's truck, but... Yeah, moose are very solitary. They're like really big, scary, angry horses. So just normal horses, but like with swords on their head. I used to like kayak 20 to 30 kilometers a day. Frank the Witch. I keep on wanting to say Frank the Twitch, but because my brain is broken. I used to kayak 20 to 30 kilometers a day. And when I was doing that, like we would see beavers daily. Bears most days too. They'd be on the edge of the lake. You have to go to the other side of the world for drop bears. Although I hear that if you lurk in bears chat long enough, you might get some drops. Never seen a buffalo outside of a enclosure. We don't have those here. It's really interesting that they're deciding to collect all of this equipment from the caverns. I wonder what you're actually grabbing. Just letting them do it because it's all there. Curious as to what they're grabbing. I thought the pandas just sit there and scream at you, like, in a very perturbed manner. What block muscle said? I mean, as far as I'm concerned, when you're going camping, there's two things that you absolutely need without any reasoning or excuse. You need a box of matches that are waterproof and windproof and storm resistant. One of those reflective blankies that are cold, that keep you from dying of cold. A candle. You don't need a blade. If you think you need a blade, you don't know what you're doing. A candle, bug spray, and a whistle. It's all you actually need. Yeah, an insulated blanket. The reflective blankets, the thermal blanket. That's the word. Thermal blanket is the word I was looking for. It's all you actually need. And a towel, underwear, shampoo, and $45 for the cocaine, right? Cheap-ass cocaine. The nuclear vessels, you mean? All right, well, I can set all these to be melted in here, which is something at the very least. $45 for the cocaine. I don't know. We're just I was talking about things you actually need when you're camping. And I'm just here disagreeing with everybody in chat. Maybe not everybody in chat. I'm here disagreeing with a lot of people in chat. All of the children are in the very kiddie-friendly play place. Mm-hmm. I keep not finding this button. Okay, let's lock this. That's already raised. Hard to tell when these are raised. But that's blocked, so we should be good. I can tell you why, if you want an explanation, Wanderlust. They play in the last item they worked at, so if you have them set to haul bodies or refuse, they will often end up playing in refuse piles, because that's the last location that they finished a job at, is in the refuse pile. So the reason you'll end with them sitting there in the refuse pile playing is because, well, where they finished their last job. Hey, Z29 is a great dwarf to put in prison. They feel repentant. I would turn off hauling bodies for kids. Just, yes. If you want to have mentally sane kids. Oh, Frames, where art thou? Is somebody still stuck out in the caverns? Oh, yep. Eleanor, thanks for the raid. Mods, gotta get a shout out for Belliner, please. Belliner, how was the stream? How was your dwarfs? The cat stuck in the caverns? Oh no, that's such a shame. I'm slowly prepping to fight hell. I'm starting to build my early constructions. What I'm thinking we'll do is we'll have 1, 2, maybe 3. Oh, I see that's set to auto. 1, 2, maybe 3 big hallways like this, kind of leading up to where they're going to come out of. And we're going to encase some of them in obsidian, and then the rest are going to get stuff dropped on their heads. Why did I read that as my central pizza is almost done? Well, that's good to hear. Glad to hear that the constructions are coming along well. Belliner, did you hear that there's going to be an update to Dwarf Fortress soon? And for those of you who don't know Belliner, he's one of the members of my stream team. Plays a lot of Dwarf Fort, other things. Good dude. I recommend following his stream. Steam post with Arena? Yeah. Much excited. I think Arena's going to be fun. I mean, me and Chat are already talking about how we're going to, like, do streamer versus chat setups. So, like, I guess the idea is Chat comes up with a build, and I come up with a build, and then we make them fight. Should be fun. Can't wait to make some very clickbaity videos about it. Shh, don't tell them cold-blooded. Chat Bloodsport? Yeah. All the predictions betting? Yeah, damn right.
Shit.
Yeah, and most people do. If you don't, please take a laxative. $1 million lions versus the sun. I feel like you might have a hard time running a million. You might crash the game if you try to spawn in a million lions. You're looking forward to other updates? Oh, same. Yeah. No, it's not really, it's not a game mode. It's a fuck around sandbox. But I think that there's a way that we could make it real fun. I did a single arena mode stream on the older version ages ago, and it was a bunch of fun. The problem was most of chat didn't tune in. So. Does the sun occupy one tile? How do you know there's a sun? We know there's a moon. Cold-blooded. What kind of dwarf am I giving you? I think you already have one. Bellinair needs one? Am I giving Bellinair a dwarf? What kind of dwarf does Bellinair get? I have the gift one turned off because, like, so many, like, it kind of doesn't make sense unless the chat's super active, which it's been a little quieter the past few days. With some modded critters for the lulz? Here's the thing. Arena mode, you have access to necromancer experiments. So, I don't know if you necessarily need modded critters. Metal, as in metal workers? Vubok the blacksmith's available. You get everything in Arena. It's just everything that's available in that world. Belinair is a Grandmaster blacksmith and is frequently depressed, strengthening after seeing Dusum's dead body, is bashful, and is sometimes dislikes receiving advice, preferring to keep his own counsel. He likes to brawl and is curious and eager to learn, and he is quite ambitious and rarely happy or enthusiastic, and he is conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He can handle stress, and he likes a little excitement now and again. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of creating a great work of art, and this dream was realized, and personally believes that the idea of war is utterly repellent. Okay, that's fine. Is utterly repellent. And he finds those that, oh, you're now in prison. He finds those that deny their impulses somewhat stiff. And he likes dolomite and pig iron and cryopraise and maple wood and shoes and guinea fowls for their social nature and giant koalas for their adorable appearance and the words of the bronze rocks. We should give you a nicer space. Maybe I should start actually making prisons. Maybe that's what I'm going to do. Spend 10 minutes making nicer prison cells. Hey, Cornamacker. What's up, dude? He prefers to consume durian wine and absolutely hates blood gnats. Giant koalas. Yes, we could do like 200 dwarves versus 10 drop bears. Or 10 drop bears. 10 dwarves versus 200 drop bears. There you go. Belinair is humiliated after being confined. Where are the drop bears? In this save, none, but koalas do exist in Dwarf Fort. You could have a were koala. You could have a were drop bear. Where? Golden auction. Were koalas? I've seen were koalas, not in this version, but... Are there platypus? Yes. Automod didn't go off. What? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, Discord. Discord automod is the... I should completely disable Discord automod. The reason I should completely disable Discord automod is because, 1, it doesn't really do anything of value, and 2, it only blocks messages you don't want blocked, and 3, they refuse to give me Discord partners, so we don't actually need it turned on. Saw someone's lore vid last night and pronunciation of echidna was great. How did they pronounce echidna? Yes, same. Hold on. Let me just go disable it. Discord. Automod. Off. Off. There you go. Automod's now off. We can just go DM them and ask them to repost their post. Or repost it for them. Well, I mean, echidna. If to anybody who doesn't know how to pronounce echidna, just ask them if they know what Knuckles is. As in, like, Sonic and Knuckles. Echidna? India? Enchilada. Yes, you know, that's correct. Belinair gets it. All right, so let's go read Belinair's description now that they're in prison. I got distracted for a sec. So Belinair, after being frequently depressed, personally believes the idea of war is utterly repellent and would have peace at all costs. Greatly respects those who observe decorum and maintain their dignity, and finds those that deny their impulses somewhat stiff. Likes pig iron, crest praise, maple wood, shoes, guinea fowls for their social nature, and giant koalas for their adorable appearance. Well, that's fitting. The words of the bronze rocks and the sight of the mellow meadow, and when possible prefers to consume durian wine, and you hate blood gnats. Why am I assuming that they pronounced it echina, as in like the kind of like hentai, softcore hentai stuff? So the way that this is going to work... Yeah. The way that this is going to work is I'm going to be building essentially just big old liquid holders above this. I'm going to fill this bottom layer with like 2 of 3 Z levels worth of lava. And then, or maybe this will be the bottom layer and we'll go one further down. 2 of 3 Z levels worth of lava. And then and then right above it, we're going to have water so that when the enemy come flying into here, we then dump water on them and they go psss into. You know, obsidian. Whoa, hello, how thing. Cavern dwellers, send them back into the darkness. Oh, the cat has found more cavern dwellers. Sucks to be you, Zulb. I'm kind of surprised that nobody in chat has noticed that we have pet raccoons running around everywhere in this fort today. It was a pretty big deal yesterday. Everybody make it off the map? Yay, everybody made it off the map. Give them cotton candy. We've given a bunch of them cotton candy. Well, I can tell you one thing's for sure is that cat is very much a pussy. Trash pandas are the cutest? Sure. They is adorbs. This much is known. Now with 100% more bite wounds. All right, so I don't actually think I need this to be as long on the top. And the center is going to need to be channeled out, so might as well queue that up in advance. And then over on this side, so this is going to be a water reservoir, and this bottom side is going to be a lava reservoir. Oops. We've got ourselves a ghost who is haunting the fortress. Coal. placed. Have there been any sieges? Yes, and you've killed many things. Are you dead, though? No. You've also you were one of the soldiers to help us defend or defeat the elven holdings over at the Dwarven Fortress, or now Dwarven Fortress, of Masterwork. So Masterwork is now back on our side, which I think is a big deal. Also a great name for a randomly generated fortress, Masterwork. No, that would go against Dwarven ethics. Joe Pai Pai? I don't know how to say your name, but yeah, no, that would go against Dwarven ethics, because that would be crafting out of sentience. It is possible for dwarves to go into a fell mood. But how do you say the first half of your name, though? Anyway, unless you just want to be called PP, in which case I can call you that. Portuguese for John? I don't know how to pronounce it, though, is the problem. But anyway, yeah, it goes against Dwarven ethics, but if a dwarf goes psychotic and goes into a fell mood, which basically means they need to be as angry as bloody possible and then go into a strange mood, they might murder another dwarf and make them into crafts. PP's fine, okay. Joe-ow? Joe-ow. The soft, okay, if there's a soft J, can't say it. Just not even gonna bother. That doesn't exactly make things easier. Hey, let's give you a word you can't pronounce as an example of how to pronounce a different word. Yeah, that's definitely gonna help. So anyway, yeah, no, it goes against Dwarven ethics, and that would be like punishment of death, basically, or life in prison if a dwarf did that. Now, if you were playing as goblins would be able to do such horrible things. I appreciate the attempt, chat, but it's not going to help. My favorite is when the word is used in the definition. Hmm? What do you mean? Oh. Sure. I understand what you mean now. I need a water source for this. Oh, wait, no, that's the wrong tool. Don't want you to do that. You need to put stairs there. I need a water source for this. Do you need to be a patron to buy merchandise? Nope. My patrons did get a coupon, though, for pre-release stuff. But no, you don't need to be a patron to buy merchandise. You don't need to be a patron to really do anything in this stream unless you want, like, the sound commands. The Department of Redundancy Department. Department? Department. Also, what kind of wares do you sell, Vendor Gnome? Yeah, and if you hang around in the chat, you might just get mugged. Which, by the way, I owe Diamond Destruct a lot in chat, just because of his like ability to create dumb memes that stick around in the chat. Vendor Gnome has wares if you have coin. But yeah, no, Diamond just has this incredible ability to just create dumb shit for the chat that just works so well. That's like within an hour of me having a mug for sale. Like I have a mug emote on Better Twitch and a dwarf getting whacked in the head with a mug. Just both fantastic. What's Better Twitch? BTTV. Also, FFZ works too. If you see emotes that Wonderlust just posted, then you have Better Twitch already. Let's not be smug in chat. I'm already too smug. Actually, do I still have Nep's mug? Yes, I do actually still have Nep's mug in this chat. That's how smug you are. God, I wish I could have a hug right now. Oh no? I mean, I've got Nep's mug and Nep's mug in my chat, so you know, I'm, I guess, part of the problem. Twitch is having issues? That's normal. What issues are Twitch having? Also, that cat finally died. Rest in peace, Zolban. No, that's Vile Mug, not Nep's mug. Badges appear and disappear randomly all the time. That's not too uncommon. That happens. I see that happen maybe once or twice a day. You're not seeing badges? I think that's just on your end because everything looks fine on my end. Sounds like Twitch's servers are having a hiccup. I had to guess. It's not that big of a deal. I wouldn't consider that an issue. That's just normal Twitch stuff. Well, I mean, all I can say is that Twitch has like finally like gotten to the point where it's a big platform, you know? You know a platform is truly successful where people hate it as much as they like it and they also still use it as their primary platform. Example A, everybody hated YouTube for a very long time. People still like YouTube for some reason. That's also normal. Banana. I mean, if sub badges start disappearing, I don't resub on Instinct because I assume other things are breaking, meaning it'll be harder to use the website for a bit. So I'm going to go all the way down through the middle of this, and then I'm going to widen it, and I'm going to widen it again. And I'm going to have drawbridges that go underneath it and drop everything down underneath them. That seems wise, Banana. I am one of those people where I have a very, very, very curated YouTube subscription feed. So I've done a very good job for myself, I guess, of curating YouTube subscriptions where I only get a handful a day, and they're all from things I care about, or my teammates, in which case I just ignore them and scroll past. So I don't really doom scroll on YouTube, and I don't watch shorts. I thought that they, like, completely made that app not work, Krista. At least you have a phone that lets you uninstall the YouTube app. Some phones don't let you uninstall Google-based apps. I'm looking at you, Motorola. I dislike the video format of shorts, but shorts work, and there's a lot of people that like them. So, unfortunately, they're easy to dislike because I think they're cheap, pointless, and kind of shitty. But unfortunately, I live in an industry and work in an industry where I have to abide by crappy things sometimes, and I'm not a fan. But not much you can do. You didn't just spend like 30 minutes scrolling through shorts? Hey, you know, here's the thing, right? If you spend 30 minutes scrolling through shorts, it's no different than watching an episode of anime. Just don't spend 4 hours a day scrolling through shorts, you know? You're absolutely allowed to scroll through shorts. I don't think that's necessarily an issue, Lord of Bearer. I don't think that's the particular issue. I think there are plenty of issues with content creation and internet content creation as a whole, but I think it's more of an issue with the way it's monetized, not so much the effect it has on people. I don't think it's really changing your attention span necessarily. Which is why I use them, because I have to live within this industry. But, you know, I'm also not someone who's afraid to say that there's large parts of this industry that I despise and parts of this industry that I don't want to be a part of. You know, I don't want to be part of somebody's doom scrolling. It's actually like something that I have to do some soul searching up for every so often. I have to sit here and be like, well, am I contributing to people's doom scrolling? Or am I improving people's day? I've always wanted to create stuff that improves people's day. Your life is complete. Hell yeah. Thank you for being the 64th order from the merch store. Only a few more to get to 69. We're getting there. My shorts make you... You know, okay. Can YouTube... $1 billion merchandising idea. Sell a set of cargo shorts and just write shorts on the side of them with the YouTube logo on the bottom. Please. They'll go right next to my fuck Nazi shorts that I bought at the anti-flag show. Please. Please. Back again, time to do boring stuff. Yay, boring stuff. You forgot to put your username into the order for your mug. Can you DM to know what the order number I was? Are you saying that for thank yous, or do you just like not, because it should just end up in your email. Like if you actually need the order number, it should just be in your email. Unless you're referring to like the thank you recording things that I do. Oh. Well, actually, here, let me ask you let me ask you a question. What did you order? But I mean, if you want to know specifically, right now would be a bad time to do it. Or if you could tell me, like, sure. I mean, yeah, you could DM me and I could tell you what order number it was. But I'd also have to count because it doesn't really give me a good way to find that out. But yeah, I could DM you later about what order number you were. I'm just not going to go through and count right now. Whatever, because you're number one. Number one indeed. We have to kill these demons with bling. Looks like all the soldiers are back. Wait, hold up. What? Oh, I was going to say, what happened to the... It's just the sprite disappeared for some reason. All right, let's see how this report went. We demanded tribute, so we walked all the way across the map. The chunky orb secured tribute from the Tenebos councils, delivered from rabbit diamonds every spring. So every spring we will get tribute from that human spot. Human spot. Best kind of spot. We'll smooth everything, why not? And up here they're digging. It's kind of whitish. You mean granite? These? These are granite. It's like a dark gray color. It's almost purpley when you make it into floor. Marble is much whiter. I really need to refresh these squads. Just refreshing uniforms. These ones down at the bottom are just like failing to pick up. Add a swords. Same with the armor. Although I'm pretty sure that... It appears... they're just like incapable of equipping armor? Maybe? Yeah, granite looks really nice. Granite looks really nice in real life and also in the video game. So this is where we're going to try and kill the demons. Or rather, this is where I'm going to try and encase as many of them as possible. This is going to be a drawbridge. This is going to be the way in. We're going to let them in. Now, the only real question that I need to figure out is how am I going to access them? What I'm thinking I'm going to do is, because this is the entryway right here, I think I could just, like, actually, bet you this will work. Let's just build a support, like, right here. And then dig out what's above it and just drop something through this floor. Because that'll just punch a hole in the floor and that should just release them. Should just release them. That's the key word there. Let's see if we can chisel out some more adamantine here, though. There's water back there, I think. Cheers, True Freak, since you just bought it today. Well, thanks for hanging out today. Enjoy Caves of Cud. Phenomenal video game. I think I might upload further parts of it in larger chunks because the YouTube channel isn't generally watching them as much, which kind of makes me sad. I was really hoping it would do better, but it also just kind of confirms my suspicions that people don't necessarily watch VODs more if they're in shorter parts. Which was my suspicion. I was curious to test that. Didn't think it would be, but mildly disappointed, but what can you do? So do I. Wanderlust. Caves of Cud tutorial series. My issue is twofold. One, I'm not that good at Caves of Cud. Good enough to fuck around. I don't feel like I'm good enough to teach people. And 2, there isn't an audience for it. It's not worth my time. I do appreciate the note, though. I will keep it in mind. My bigger issue is there just isn't the audience for it. You can't argue about number 2, though? Yeah. I mean, there is an audience for Caves of Cud, and they're all really good at Caves of Cud already, right? Like, there's a lot of, like, you know, I like big games that I can dig my teeth into and play for really long periods of time, and there's a reason I play so much Dwarf Fort. It's the only game like this that really has an audience enough that's big enough to get an audience that you can sustain off of. I love Dwarf Fort. It's a very, 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 very good game. Oh, you'll be fine if you've played Stone Soup and Cataclysm, Vandernome. So you either have to go very, 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 very sheer variety, right? And play everything and never get good at anything, which is kind of like Nucrium's approach. Or be like me, where you focus very closely on one game. Is 7... Are you talking about the number that Zach and Tarn posted? Yeah, no, I know what you mean, Frank. No, I will just say keep an eye out for when Caves of Cud leaves early access, because it will leave early access eventually. And when it leaves early access, then I will consider doing something like that. But until then, no. I think right now I would have more luck doing like a Songs of Six tutorial series, but again, I'm also really bad at Songs of Six, so. I mean, I would love to do a 40-part Odd Realm tutorial series, but again, like, I actually had somebody asking me for Odd Realm tutorials the other week, and I'm like, I don't think anybody's made those because unfortunately that game hasn't sold well enough. You know, like Dwarf Fortress's player base is down very heavily, right? Since the initial launch, like there's 4,764 people playing Dwarf Fortress right now. Meanwhile, Odd Realm, the game I love, has 3. So, you know. Caves of Cud has what? 227. Yeah, that's about normal for Caves of Cud. Songs of Six has 159. This is why I play so much Dwarf Fort, and I don't deviate so often. Songs of Six bumps up real heavily whenever there's a major update. I have a question for you. The work orders menu, you can find metal. You can't make metal mechanisms, which appears to be an issue, in order to make a mechanics workshop. But the dwarf arrives and the task vanishes. They need charcoal. I'm like 99% certain it's charcoal they need. Ever played Project Zomboid? Yeah. I get bored of it really quickly, though. I'm not a huge fan of survival crafting games. I play Zomboid kind of like a party game. I don't really like playing it like a survival game, because I don't really like survival games. But I enjoy playing Project Zomboid as a game where me and 4 friends get into a car and run around with baseball bats and beat the shit out of a bunch of zombies in a mall for 40 minutes until we all die and then do it 3 more times and get bored and do something else. I'm a murder hobo in PZ? Well, that would imply I'm player killing. I don't player kill. Game named Duskers? No interest in Duskers. I'm familiar with Duskers, but I have no interest in Duskers. Any game that makes me type in any kind of like command line window while I'm trying to play it, I don't want to do that. Yeah. If you try to play Project Zomboid like a hardcore survival game, gets bad quick. Yeah, and games that are hard visibly are rough for me, for obvious reasons. Oh, that's almost done being smoothed. Brennan, you were talking about Dwarf Fortress and you decided it's not a managerial game, it's a dwarf genocide simulator? I don't agree. Like, at all. You watched a while back. You love that game. Definitely the kind of game that has the possibility of moments. Sure, but my experience with Biotrauma was extreme motion sickness. So, never going back to that one. We've killed thousands of dwarves. Genocide is a very strong word. So calling it Dwarf Genocide Simulator, I just kind of disagree with on just by the definition of the word. If you want to say it's an anthill simulator where the dwarves are halfway lemmings, sure. But genocide? No, genocide is a very specific word. That means a very specific thing. And no, not really. Because even if every dwarf in your civ or settlement dies, there's more dwarves. And even if every dwarf in every dwarven civ is dead, there's still dwarves in the world. They're just not part of dwarven civs. So if you're talking about like racial genocide, then that's almost impossible in Dwarf Fortress. It's a world simulation that you can interact with, competently or incompetently. And you can have fun doing both. Now that I agree with, Toast. That I agree with. No, I get where vendor game is coming from. I'm being kind of nitpicky with the term definitions, but based on the definition of that word, I disagree with that. You called dibs on incompetently? Okay. So many dwarves fall through the floor. I mean, Dwarf Fortress, it's an anthill simulator where the dwarves are almost lemmings half the time. That's really what it is. And then adventure mode is something completely different. Yeah, no, exactly. Like if Dwarf Fortress was a dwarf genocide simulator, then like the sole goal would be to kill as many dwarves as possible. Which I think the closest to that thing that I could think of would be Postal, and Dwarf Fortress is very much not Postal. Yeah, it's very much a god game. Dwarf Fortress is very much a god game city builder in the fortress mode side of things, because you have no direct control. It's like it's not an incorrect take. Like, yeah, a lot of dwarves will die, but it's very much it's very much what you make it. You leave the room for a few minutes and we're talking about Dwarven Genocide Simulator? Every goddamn time! Welcome back, Stony. Yeah, it's even harder with games like Dwarf Fortress. Dwarf Fortress is such a wide thing, especially when you take into account it's just, like, my favorite story of Dwarf Fort is the way my older sister played Dwarf Fort for a couple of years, right? She hasn't even played this version. I don't even think she's updated her version. She's had an install of Dwarf Fortress for a couple of years now, and the way my older sister plays Dwarf Fortress is she generates a world, XML dumps her world map so she can like read the advanced legends stuff. Reads a bunch of legends and learns a little bit about the world. Traces the world map in MS Paint, prints it out, and then takes locations, names, and some cool historical events and a couple artifacts, renames them, and uses them for her D&D campaigns. So, like, you know. And she's technically playing Dwarf Fortress. She just doesn't play Fortress mode or Adventure mode. Uses it a world generator. Also, holy shit, Trackmania released on Steam today. Well, guess it's time to reinstall Trackmania. Cool. Also, that means you can now play Trackmania on a Steam Deck. That is very good. Good, good, good. Speaking of good video games, Trackmania. Very good video game. Maybe I'll stream some Trackmania over on the Cryptcalcium account. Of course I've seen Insane. I've played Trackmania on and off since 07. Back when Trackmania was like the best free-to-play game of its era. You can't play it on Steam Deck, even though it's on Steam now? Oh, the Ubisoft launcher doesn't work for it? Oh, that sucks. I know that there's workarounds to make it work right now, because I know somebody who's been playing that version of Trackmania on his Steam Deck for the past month or two. Broke with the last update. Okay, well, it's time to unbreak it. Very good video game. How does that game even work? It doesn't. But I'm not particularly good at Trackmania, but I enjoy Trackmania. Once a Trackmania enjoyer, it's kind of always a Trackmania enjoyer type thing. I'm gonna get lava from right here, I think. Actually, is that? That's not a lava shoot. I love how we're kind of sort of just directly above this. Yeah, I don't watch speedrun breakdowns for any game. It's not entertaining to me in particular. Wait, hold on. Rocket League? How do you speedrun like, I guess you could do like trick shots in Rocket League, but how do you speedrun Rocket League? I would say Trackmania is technically $15 a year. It's a subscription fee game if you actually want to play real Trackmania. How do you speedrun Rocket League? Unless you're just like using the wrong word. Oh, I guess you could do like rank speedruns, but it's not really a speedrun. That's just being a ladder masochist. I don't know who that is. Banana Unlimited, but that definitely sounds like an internet username. I'm screwing this up, but that's fine. You know, I'll be honest with you, chat. I'm really, really glad I didn't brand myself something like that. I'm very glad that I'm just blind IRL and not like ass face twisted peanut or something. Although I used to know a guy who went by the username Butt Muncher for years, which was mwah. Twisted Butthole 123 because Twisted Butthole was taken. Yeah. Not to be confused with your cousin Contorted Asshole. From your 5 hunters for 5 minutes and one of them tries to kill a unicorn you've been trying to catch. They will do that. New brand name, Contorted Asshole. Uh-huh. New band name, Contorted. Oh, new band, not brand name. Please do Christian Rock. Good luck with that one. All right, so these will be mysterious vanishing bridges. My favorite kind of bridges. Ooh, obsidian. That's a good idea for these. Do. So now the important question. Where's the nearest water? Water in here? Not that I'm seeing. I guess it'll be up here then. Is there always underground water? I've never been on a map where there isn't, but I'm not going to say that there always is. All right. We'll get that digging up. We'll fill this upper layer up here with water. Buggerlugs. That's a good name. Speaking of good usernames, thank you very much for that Prime subscription. Courtesy of Amazon Prime. Our great and overly wealthy consumption overlords. Thanks for the sub. Cheers. What are you listening to? I feel like Contorted Asshole, if that was a metal band, would probably be a little bit closer to something like Anal Cunt. If I were to just, you know, be so bold. Maybe a little bit less of a, you know, third day type deal or skillet type deal. All hail Bezos. Yes, something. Maybe they're Contorted Assholes and Anal Cunt cover band or something. I wouldn't want to cover a single Anal Cunt song. This is actually a real band. You probably shouldn't look them up, especially not on Google Images. You'll probably just get images of the vocalist, like, giving himself heroin while getting his dick sucked. They're a special band. But yes, what Aquasar said. Banana. I mean, that's just their album arts. Their album arts are fine. Classy? Yep. You have a song that's like 2 seconds long, so if you're covering, that is the way to go. True. Whoa! It's Frank. What kind of dwarf would you like? Beard or no beard? And approximately what job would you like? It's been a weird one for Lurkin Aqua. How you been, dude? Do 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 do. Do do. Do 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 do. Spear dwarf. Okay, we only have swords dwarves, but I can give you a swords dwarf. They're very good swords dwarves, though. Like, I could give you Ast, if you can't be Ast. And who can you be? Oh. There you go. Well, it's Frank. He finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding and doesn't feel envious about others. He is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. He is quite polite and doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. Tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others and needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of really raising a family. Personally, sees perseverance in the face of adversity bullheaded and foolish. Finds blind honesty foolish and disregards tradition. Doesn't see cooperation as valuable and dreams of raising a family. He likes obsidian, copper, aventurine, and pebbles and rabbits for their ability to burrow. And the words of the meditation of orbs, and when possible, he prefers to consume giant bush tit. I prefer shrub tit myself, but, you know, whatever works. And guppy and bumblebee mead. And he hates large roaches. He has a pet alpaca, plenty of friends, and is a legendary cook. Trimmed bush tit. Oh boy. President Bush tit is the actual terrifying one. What? Am I about to dig into water? I forbid this for a mo. Because if I'm about to dig into water, that might actually be bad. Wait until that gets brought down first. You know, I would unironically go to a Satan's butt cheek show. Orange, can you please link Satan is my osteopath so that all of these lovely individuals in the chat room can be exposed to Satan's butt cheeks? Which is, in fact, a sentence I just said out loud. Yes, it's a real band. Yes, they're safe for work. Also, they're absolutely hilarious. There you go. There's a link to Satan is My Osteopath by Satan's Butt Cheeks. It's got one of the most earwormy opening riffs I've ever heard. And the first time I heard that, I was very, very, very stoned and listening to a record label's combo album, just kind of showing a little bit from their entire like recent discography. And I was laughing so hard, I was crying. They are fantastic. The aim would make a religious fanatic clutch their pearls. We'll make them clutch something. Mend! Back! Bend! Crack! It's me when I wake up in the morning. It's so funny you can't listen to it while driving. Yep, that sounds about right. It's one of those songs where I'm like genuinely sad that I can't like just play anything on stream anymore. Their YouTube recommendations are gonna be weird now. Come on, I don't think that British comedy metal is like gonna like destroy your YouTube recommendations. Oh yeah, sorry about that, Sentient Potato. Yeah, you gotta do that. You're gonna have to do that in Discord. I have to have my DMs shut off on Twitch for what should be obvious reasons. Actually, the reason I initially disabled DMs on my Twitch was because I was a early Prime subscriber, and the very, very, very first thing ever given away with Twitch Prime was a limited edition one-off card back for Hearthstone. And if you had Twitch Prime, you got it for free. And so, in order to stop getting DMs from a billion people a day saying, "Hey, can you give me your Hearthstone card back? Yeah, dude, please send me the Hearthstone. Are you using your codes? Like, can I have them?" Because people were selling them on eBay for $5. So. Driver lost control while driving, causes 15-car pileup, massive casualties, blames Satan's butt cheeks. I think would be the actual headline, Orange. Yeah, so I've never turned them back on. I probably could turn them back on. What the? My voice for random people just messaging me? A peasant withdraws from society? I'd love to know what your artifact of peasantry is going to be, Tun. Particularly secretive. Just say who you are in the Discord username. Because of all the harassment that still happens? Oh yeah, no, you ban somebody, bang, you instantly get DM'd, that sort of stuff too. I turned off ban appeals on Twitch because all it really is someone will get banned and then respond with a final fuck you, and it's like, cool, why does this feature exist? Actually, is it a possession or a fey mood? Oh, okay, I know it is a fey mood. Impatient, low willpower? I would say that sounds like my ex. Not description, the disdains perseverance, disdains cooperation, impatient, low willpower. Actually, over-reliant on advice isn't too far off either. 77 years old. That part's not accurate. Also male, also not accurate. Just those 4 personality traits. Healthy? She was fine. You're not the only one who does that after you get banned? What, sends a final fuck you? Wolf? Or DMs the person? Jen, I've only been banned in a Twitch chat twice. Once was because I was a mod in a person's stream and I was drunk, and I popped into his chat and said, "Hey, I'm drunk." And he's like, "Okay, cool, don't ban everybody." And so I said, "Press 1 to get banned." And then he banned me about a minute later. Until I was sober the next day, he unbanned me and remodded me for some reason. I was just like ban. I don't know. I was really drunk, admittedly. Don't mod me. This was also like 2016. This was a long time ago. You did not get unbanned? Oh, really? Ooh. The second time I got banned in somebody's chat. Actually, no, I've been banned 3 times. The second time I got banned in somebody's chat was because me and a bunch of friends were on Discord and we just watched the Game Awards and we were all very tipsy. And so we just started going from stream to stream to stream and typing in the word Kappa. So we just do like Kappa bombs, and we were just going around from channel to channel that I knew. And we went into this one channel, we all typed in Kappas, and he goes, "Fuck you, scammers," and just bans us all. We're like, So that was a little awkward. He did unban us, though, once he realized what we were doing, and also that he knew me. A whole 6 years ago? Yeah, a whole 6 years ago. Yeah. I've matured a lot in 6 years. The difference between, like, you know, like 22 and 28 is pretty major. At least in my brain. I don't know about yours. Tekkit was probably kidding. I don't think I've ever seen Tekkit ban anybody. I didn't even... There was one time he didn't even ban a bot. There was just like an ad bot in his chat and he was just ignoring. One time you've been banned was, there was someone messing around in a Minecraft stream and you said hello and you got banned. You're still banned today? Really? Good stream, though. Wow. Okay. Wait, really? Moobot auto-bans you for having it for your name? Huh. I'm very much of the opinion that if someone has a problematic or evil or mean or rude name, I will be slightly skeptical, but you really have to act like an asshole to get banned. More or less 404. More or less. Increased my frames on an average of like 5, which is pretty good. Which is pretty big when you're like in the 20s, right? Waiting for this dwarf to make an artifact. We're also prepping to siege hell again. Only 100? That seems low. Orange. I got timed out in a chat once for telling the streamer, "Fuck your opinion," with a lull emote after it. Which, fair. Fair. I'm not gonna judge him for that one. Okay, so that's a really good username. Shoutouts to Anonymous for gifting a sub to Satan's Butthole of Wisdom. One of us. One of us. You were a mod there for a month? On Jack's stream? Spicy ass. Also, that's the first gifted sub in 3 hours. Well, thank you. You're only banned once typing the name of an audio connector that in the US also means a sexual appliance? Okay, what item did you type the name of? You won't get banned here, I swear. Hurry up, Feb 5th? What happens on the 5th of Feb? Hold on a second, chat. Wait, so you just said a plug? Oh, Prime sub for February 5th, gotcha. So you got banned for typing in a plug. Not even butt plug. It's Feb 2nd here. I mean, I know exactly what a butt plug is, obviously, but I gotta say, like, that of all of the things you could get banned for, like, for some reason I was expecting you to say like a rabbit jack or something, but That is one hell of a palindrome. Just lost 20 dwarves from 50 in a couple of minutes. Light aquifer. Ooh. Wait, what? How did you lose dwarves to a light aquifer? Did they all drown? I mean, Peglin is trash, so... I played 6 hours of that, and that was one of the worst, like, shitty fucking Peggle knockoffs I've ever played, combined with crappy run-based mechanics. Pig leather, shirt blocks, steel bars, cushion, green diamond cabochons, single-cut rubles, two pieces of shirt, cherrywood logs, pearwood logs, and cherrywood logs. Now, if you want a good, and also it's a crafts dwarf shop and a interesting, so it's gonna be a wood crafter. I will say that if you want a good Peggle game that's a run-based game, I would say play Round Guard, not Peggle. Or not Peglin, rather. Play Round Guard. Round Guard is very good. Although its art's kind of ugly, but don't judge a ugly duckling by its cover. Dropping clowns into magma? No, I'm dropping water onto magma. I'm actually going to need to do a 3-layer thing. I'm going to drop lava, then I'm going to drop water. Lava first. I'd rather that site's name not be mentioned in my chat. Banana. I mean, everybody should be banned from Kiwi Farms, including Kiwi Farms. I know that Orange mentioned it first, but I prefer that that site's existence doesn't get mentioned in my chat. Partially for personal safety reasons, and also partially because I just don't want it mentioned in my chat. So, Orange, I'm going to bop that line that you said. And bop Banana's line. There we go. Please don't take that personally. And if you don't know what that site is, just go Google it and look at their Wikipedia page. Don't actually go to the website. And never bring it up in my chat again. Rocks? No. Rocks are very ineffective. Thank you, Orange. Although I am going to need to go on both sides and fill this in slightly now that I think about it. Well, actually, I'll either need to do this on the inside or the outside, or the top. Yeah, we'll do it down here. It's fine. Am I going to encase these things in obsidian? Yes, that's the plan. If you're worried it's going to melt through the floor, Dwarf Fortress doesn't work like that. You know what would be a pretty badass way of doing this, actually? Digging a trench down here. A trench. Filling the trench underneath up with lava. And then putting another row of drawbridges down. So pull the lever, drop them into the lava, then drop the water onto them, I think is the way we're going to do this. Pangolin? Where? I haven't seen a pangolin. Death Star Trench Run as a trap hall. I mean, sounds entertaining. One of your militia dwarves was hunted down and killed by a giant wolverine. He left his combat gear and corpse and walked away. Why? What, the giant wolverine? Or the dwarf? Sounds like the dwarf was removed from duty for some reason. I mean, adventure mode has light mechanics. Actual lasers? I can hear the sounds of my CPU frying itself as you say those words. You're too drunk to register everything you said, but you're in favor. Gotcha. You're typing very coherently for someone who's very drunk. They can fly? Yes, well, some of them can. But you know what forces you to fall? Water. We'll kill the stragglers. And also the way that I'm going to set this up, let's just say that flying will not save them. Shall we just say? Flying will not save them. I don't know if I can see shipping locations, by the way, Sentient Potato. Let me check. Let me look. Yeah, hold on. I mean, I already made that, you know, what's the word? That meme video using RTX on, RTX off stuff. Why don't we just use that AI to optimize Dwarf Fortress's code? If we're gonna use AI for something dumb, might as well do something useful with it. That artifact is good. Chat, I will be back in a moment. I'm gonna go take a real quick urination break. I mean, I once used a tile set where it was literally just a photo of my face. I'm just saying. I'm gonna say, isn't that just like AI dungeon? Banana? Counting, hold on. There we go. Whoa! So, Claiborne is giving away a t-shirt. If you would like to enter for your chance to win, just trying to make sure I'm hitting the right button. Actually, this t-shirt. Exclamation point enter in the chat. Claiborne, you crazy bastard. Ton, the peasant, who is no longer a peasant, has created Gish Giluker, a cherrywood earring, and offers it to the chunky orb. Will I wash it first? Did I wash this shirt? No, not actually this shirt. I mean, like, the same shirt as this one. I will not give you this actual t-shirt. It's a identical variant of this t-shirt. The aquifer that killed almost half of your dwarves? Let's see. And then I'll read the description of it. Holy crap, Belladere. Sorry, I look over at Discord. This is the first thing I see. Is that a Charizard? What is that? Wow. Oh, that fortress. Oh, did it? Yeah, you just got too much flow running on it, looks like. Yeah, that'll do it. Get down, well. Hold on, 5 shirts? Good fucking Christ, what just happened? So Claiborne just gifted intent... Claiborne gave away 5 shirts? Are you okay, Claiborne? Good lord, man. So if you want a shirt, if the bot just added you, click on this link. If the bot just added you, click on that link. Good lord, dude. That's all I have to say is, good lord. That's it. Tun, the peasant, has created Gishgulker, a cherrywood earring, and offers it to the chunky orb. Gishgulker is a cherrywood earring. All crafts dwarf ship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of cherry wood and oval chert cabochons and steel and pig leather. This object menaces with spikes of chert. On the item is an image of trillion cut gems in pear wood. On the item is an image of a goblin in pear wood. On the item is an image a goblin and a dwarf in cherry wood. Sorry. The goblin is embracing the dwarf. The artwork relates to the acceptance of an offer of peace from the constructive orb by the sins of deference in mid-spring of 63. Now we're at war with them again. During the Savage War. On the item is an image of oval-cut gems and ruby. On the item is an image of Kogsak furnace hopeful, the dwarf and dwarves in green diamond. Cogsack is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Cogsack to the position of king of the constructive orb in the year 144. On the item is an image of Kamat, Sneak Peek, the human in and Mina Mirthful Grey, the elf in shirt. Mirthful Grey is striking down Kamat. The artwork relates to the killing of the human by the elf Mina in Healer Axe in the Point of Bravery in the midwinter of 151 during the Singed he seizes. Cogsack, K-O-G, it's a dwarven name.
Can I use the everyone tag in the community server? Also, happy anniversary.
Like, is that a should I or can you? Can you? Yes. Should you? Why? Why do you need to? Is it for the thingy, the streamer vote thingy? Then yeah, sure, why not? Seems fine. Did we miss the 69 order mark? Well, so see, here's the thing, right? It takes a minute for those to count. All right, we're at 70 now. So yes, we did hit 69. We are at 70 now. But we overshot by one. But we did hit 69. For those of you, Arch, were you here a minute ago? Did you see the whole? By the way, did apparently like gifting merch is a bad idea. It's a really bad idea. You missed it? Well, you can gift merch in my chat. Claiborne here is a crazy person. That is it. Why is gifting bad? Figure of speech. You get a dwarf and a shirt? Clearly, this is now your new favorite stream, and you're not allowed to leave, Frank. No is good idea? I mean, do I have to pay for Sri Lankan users' shipping fees? I pay a maximum of $4 of people's shipping fee, which means I end up making way less money off of gifted merch, but it's also kind of fine because I'm not going to make people pay the entirety of their shipping. So I'm paying a small enough portion. You get a shirt. You get a sure. Shirt? T-shirt cannon? Basically, yeah. It's the Dwarf Fort, or not the Dwarf Fortress, the streamer equivalent of a T-shirt cannon. I could just make the winners pay all of their shipping fees, but I think that would be mean. Also, going through a real quick list, I'm pretty sure that Claiborne has gifted more merch than anybody else. Yep. Congrats. #1 merch gifter. Claiborne literally walks into the stream with a T-shirt cannon. Also, how's your birthday stuff going, by the way, Claiborne? It's cold out after all? I mean, hoodies would be better for cold weather, but... Will anybody get shirt? A church shirt? I don't like that. Rookie numbers? I don't know about that, man. That's just a body-sized beard. I mean, I don't have one. Oh, you mean like it's just coming down from like your chin? Like it just starts like up here on the neck and it's a beard? I feel like that would just look awful. Lasagna and wine? Onto the next bar soon. Ooh. Lasagna at a bar. Sounds tasty. They have beard hats. I have a beard hat. It just doesn't really fit me, unfortunately. It was the one that I bought on stream a while ago as part of that stupid Amazon sponsorship bullshit thing. And walk around barefoot. I mean, I'm never going to cosplay anything in my life, but didn't fit me? Nope. Unfortunately. Wait, what clip would be hilarious edited down? Congrats on the wins. For the tickets. Editing down a sponsored segment for the purpose of mocking it is generally not a good idea. If you like getting paid for doing sponsored segments. I hate sponsored segments, and I hate doing them. But the last thing I want to do is then get yelled at in post by them. Do the demons survive being entombed in obsidian? I'm not certain. They used to. I don't know about anymore, though. All right. Speaking of being entombed in obsidian, see if I'm going to entomb a dwarf in water. Alrighty, Pax. Catch you Saturday. I'll probably be on Saturday, unless something weird comes up. I'm doing some family stuff on Friday night, so it kind of depends on how much stuff I get done. But there will be a post on Discord if it's not happening. If you don't see a post on Discord, assume it's happening. And there might also be a secret stream on this channel. Might. Again, it depends on how timing stuff ends up working out tomorrow. Oopsies. Let's get that confirmed. Get that done. Get that unsuspended. 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 Let me get that unsuspended. I decided I wanted it thinner in post is why I lined it in walls. But I think the aesthetics are also nice. I made it the way I did initially, and then after I made it that way, I was like, actually, I want that thinner. Also, chat, because a lot of people have just like gone to bed all at once. Bastek, good night. Who's sticking around? Is like everybody in chat going to sleep right now? Try to figure this out, because it's like everybody's saying goodnight to each other and not everybody's adding each other, which is fine. But like now I'm just looking at it, just going, okay, who's still here? How long am I usually live for? Roughly 10 hours. Sometimes a little longer. 9:30 Eastern. I don't know. He'll be lurking periodically. Cheers. He'll probably go AFK soon. Gotcha. That dwarf was on a higher level and then just fell down. Wonder why. Pacific Northwest crew still here. It's still early in the PNWs. Your lurk? Really? I thought you were Claiborne. 7:30? Still early. Let's go all the way across, dig underneath this, and then keep at it. There we go. Ramp up front's been built. The night you're awake for longer than usual and the 9 hours sleeps, recent times add up. Gotcha, no? Time for whiskey and ice. It's a good time. The only whiskey I have in my fridge I don't really like all that much, which is a bit of a shame. Is there a particular reason that doesn't count as the edge? That's odd. Guess I could just put a bridge on the other side, but I really don't want to do it that way. Okay, so I guess the way I'm going to do this is this. You'll make a working sauna for your dwarves in this? 2 tile deep water, lava directly beneath. But it doesn't really work the way you want it to. For making a sauna, that is. The task screen so I can do this in a reasonable amount of time. Not actually sure what steel floor gates keep getting canceled there, but they keep getting canceled. Like, I say that as somebody who has successfully made functional-ish saunas in Dwarf Fort. You're just going to write this down? All right. Take my knowledge. Whoa! It's Frank. Thanks for the tier 1 subscription. Cheers, friend. Thank you. Yeah, I've been, I know for people who maybe are new here, or if it's like your first time ever seeing the stream or something, I am extremely low energy right now. And I've been very low energy the past 2 days, and I've also been a little bit snappy. I've been feeling a little bit manic and not in a good way. So when I get like that, it takes me a little bit sometimes to roll back to functioning, I suppose. I do hope that everybody claimed those gifts, by the way. Replay DK, thank you very much for that Prime subscription. Never played Kenshi before. Yeah, didn't really gel with me very well. Waiting for Kenshi 2. I'll say. I actually bought it on Desura back in the day. For those of you who are old like me, you might remember what Desura is. Sometimes I can be manic, but like stupidly productive. You watch a lot of the YouTube content? Yeah, thank you. Domiurg, what kind of dwarf would you like, if I can ask? Baby Blueford, hello. You should be coming in 2 weeks. Thanks again. Sweet. Oh, it's going. Trying to get the roofs ready. Don't know why they've decided to stop working on that, but any nobles? I can tell you for fact, no. They get snapped up real fast. They're like the first people to go, generally. I guess there's a broker, but I don't know if that's really a noble.
Appreciate you.
Van Guys, or Van Gauze? I remember you from last month. Thank you very much for the 2nd month. Welcome back. Yeah, I could give you the broker if you'd like that. Van Goose. Sorry. Hold on. Let me give you a nickname. That in brackets. Goose. There you go. I just gave you one of these. There's Goose there now.
Does this start a hype train?
No.
Even if it doesn't, thanks for an awesome 2+ years.
Definitely not. Never will. Thank you very much for starting the hype trade. And the 25th month! 5 t-shirts gifted out to people and a hype trade. What app is that? It's just Twitch chat with, like, FFC and split chat. Nope, you've always been able to do that. Just click on people's names and click on the little pen next to their name. Although it might be an FFC feature. Toss a coin to your streamer. I mean, you've been a bit excessive in that regard. But thank you very much for the 25th month, Aqua. What's up, Archangel? I like the spitting skull emote. You're okay with the broker? Sweet. Sorry if you had to say that twice or something. Looking for your response. There it is, Kivish. You're currently processing plants. Make cloth. I spelled that right? Bomiurg. Yes. He is often inflamed by hatred and easily develops hatred towards things. He is given to flights of fancy to the point of distraction and cracks easily under pressure, finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, and he has a very calm demeanor. He doesn't tend to hold on to grievances and doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is very open to changing his mind. He's trusting and is humble, and he tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. He enjoys the company of others, and he doesn't try to get things done perfectly. Assuming I can read where I was, he is grateful when others help him out and he tries to return favors. He tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals and doesn't focus on material goods. He's not particularly interested in what others think of him and needs alcohol to get through the working day. I like skulls, so skulls are good. He needs and he doesn't mind working outdoors at least for a time, and he doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of mastering a skill, personally believes that perseverance is one of the greatest qualities somebody can have. Sees power over others as something to strive for, and doesn't care about art, one way or another. He doesn't feel strongly about the law, and doesn't see cooperation as valuable. Dreams of mastering a skill. The Sedentary Hobo, thanks for gifting a sub to the Archangel. They have my skulls too, and the dwarves. Likes orthic lace and lay pewter. And blue garnet and nurse shark leather, sheep's wool and the color lime, maces and large gems, and flying squirrels for their large eyes. The words of the meditation of orbs and the sight of the mellow intricacy, and when possible prefers to consume beet plants and sewer brew, and hates snails. You still need to catch up. Oh no. I wouldn't worry too much about catching up, but thanks for the $5, Jerry Cord. Holding that number one. Can I ask what episode of Sizzletongs you're on? Because I think I'm one behind on my uploads right now. Plus, I print shit fair. I think 2.5 VODs behind. Ooh, that's quite a lot of hours. That's like 20 hours ish of VODs, if I had to guess. Also, I just gotta say, to the person who uploaded this to Discord, this layout is beautiful. This layout is gorgeous, even. Just awesome. Heart of the Tiger, thanks for gifting a sub to Der Ezrin Helgi, which I probably completely butchered. Thank you.
Thanks for the YT tutorial series. Big help, smiley face.
Tin SoCal, thank you very much for the $2.50. Appreciate you. So now that's done. I can do a bridge from there to there. Make it obsidian. And then a bridge from there to there. Then make a flat area there, and then do that. Then all the way across here, and then there. That's just going to go all the way across. Same from up there, down to there. This can go down to here. And then that just needs a wall piece put into it. Three days of work with something to watch on the side. Yeah, cheers. You don't see me again. You have a lovely night. You have a good birthday, Claiborne. And thanks for throwing around merch repeatedly. 5 t-shirts. That's something else, dude. Van Goose! Thanks for chucking out 2 subs. Cheers, friend. 55 seconds left on the train. If anybody has a Prime sub lying around, now's a good time to throw it at the stream. As we continue digging. You wish you could? I'm just saying. Mostly for people lurking. But you've done more than enough, Picanti. Unless your name is PC on TY, which might be right. Right, so now this over here. Bane! Bane, Bane, Bane. Thank you very much for the $30. Although I think it was like a second too late. Cheers, dude. What did I... Oh, I made that out of granite. Doesn't actually matter what material they're made out of. I just want them to be made out of obsidian. Darn. Yep. But thank you regardless. Jerry Gord as well. $30. I have to be number $20. And remember, Chet, as much as some people pretend it is, it's not a contest. Please don't do things you can't afford. 3,001 incoming? I mean, 701 would do it. God. You guys are nuts. You know what? Screw it. Thanks for the $10. It's not a great beer, but it's a beer. Bane taking number 1 again. This is a dangerous game, Jerry. Craft lager. It's just a lager. 5% easy drinking beer. It's like $20 for a 16-pack or something. The most dangerous game? No, not quite that dangerous. Whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa. Why are there blood everywhere? What is happening? Okay, so I've got a dwarf who... Frank is bleeding. Heavily. Okay, what squad is this? Jerry Gord, thanks for another...
You done got crabs.
$10 in... we do in fact have crabs, it seems. Send them through. Whoop, they're dodging the lava. Okay. Comes through. Are you okay over there, Frank? Where did Frank go? Is Frank still bleeding? Or did Frank die? Frank is not dead and is still following orders while bleeding everywhere. Dude, go to a fucking hospital, please. Like, seriously, go to a fucking go to the goddamn hospital. Dude. Okay, he stopped bleeding. Okay, go back to training then, I guess. Dismiss Frank. No, he's fine. That's a lot of blood. He just lost a couple quarts of blood. Anyway, Jerry Gord, thanks for the $10. Bane, thanks for the $10. This is quite the contest. Where did they leak from? I'm not going to worry about it too much. Maybe it's a bloody nose. True, actually. I guess we could go look at Frank's combat log. Okay, so Frank... the magma crab struck him, but the shot is blocked. Once Frank's attacks the magma crab, but he jumps rank. Frank says, "Whoa! I've improved my sword. That was satisfying. Charges. Okay, collides with one of my dwarves accidentally. Maggot Crab pushes him, but the attack is deflected. He says I cannot just stand by. There's no need to feel vengeful. This is my fight too. This might require an answer. So he was bleeding before the combat started. I don't know. Maybe he dropped his personal blood barrel. I'm a wee bit puzzled by that. So the actual smart way to do this is just to dig over to here and then dig down. Or no, literally just dig over to right there and then dig down a layer and then just pump lava in. That might actually be how we do this. So if I go up to here, dig you down a layer, dig you over to here, dig over to that, and then channel down, put a pump in here, and then just pump the lava in this way and make this into a fortification. That's the smart way to do this, which is probably what we're going to do. That's on brand for what? All right, Gwillem, what is up? Do do do. I am confusing myself right now. Did I dig these down too deep? The layers is confusing me. No, okay, it's just the ramps that are throwing me out. You're wondering, can anyone give you some advice, please? You're trying to make your dwarves a dump refuse down a hole, but they won't throw it down, and you're not sure what you're doing wrong. How did you build your zone? Did you... Okay, so, like, this is the hole, right? If you want a zone to dump refuse using a garbage dump, you want it to do that way. One tile off of the zone, one tile over top of the zone. Then they'll stand here, and they'll put it that way. They'll stand on one... Because they'll stand in the corner of the zone that they can access, and they will throw it, put it next to them, right? If it's just a one tile, they'll stand there and they'll put it straight down. So if you put it straight here, they can't stand there, so they won't put it down, if that makes sense. They can't get to it. So if it's one with one tile on the ground and one with one tile over the open edge, then they can toss it over, if that makes any sense. Good night, Jonathan. Thanks for hanging out. Cheers. Cursed Jar of Blood contains endless supply of blood as the user suffers an equal amount of blood loss. Huh. Wait, you didn't know that, Frog? Why didn't you ask? Now, if you want them to throw something over an edge, it has to be thrown over the edge. We'll have to check again. So they won't throw it down. So are they just not picking the item up in the first place? Do you have allow hauling refuse from outside? Because by default, dwarves ignore refuse. It might just be really low priority. If you make a waterfall in your inn, would it be a good idea to also make that waterfall a refuse dump? No? Would you want bits of dead rats falling on you while you're drinking your booze? No, I wouldn't. I would... Yeah, ew, yuck. No. Yes, you would. Are you sure about that? but you're just overthinking. The number of times I've seen negative reviews, Vangoose, for Dwarf Fortress that, like, just on the Steam version, that are just somebody misunderstanding how a mechanic works, it makes me sad. Ban that guy? No! Why ban somebody for, like, you know, just asking an honest question? Banana this guy? But if we banana you, won't you die? I thought you were allergic to bananas. How do I tell children? How do I tell children to not haul bodies? The daily questions about Dwarf Fortress. You go to standing orders and you go to chores. It's all in here. So if you have a certain child that's whiny, depressing, sad, you can tell them to not bury bodies. You can tell them to, I think item hauling would count. Yeah, there's refuse hauling. Turn them off of refuse hauling and burial. Yeah. There are very specific rules and ways things work. Yep. Although it is kind of annoying when I see negative reviews that are just like, fix this bug, and then they list a bug that is actually just a poorly explained feature and not a bug, which I've been seeing a lot recently. It almost is starting to feel like Dwarf Fortress is getting review bombed by certain groups of people. The number of negative reviews I've seen coming in the past few days. I don't know. Because there will just be like a flurry of like a dozen at a time. It's weird. As somebody who's actually showered in rat corpses once in real life, I wouldn't recommend it. The problem was outdoor refuse setting. You think that you missed that? Cheers. Happy that helped. Well, it's like the one time the ice machine was broke at my old job for 2 weeks and it just wasn't plugged in. I walked in after my vacation. They're like, Greg, the ice machine's broke, so just a heads up, you don't have to clean it. And I went and looked at it, looked at the back of it, and said, it's unplugged. Did you unplug it because it's broke? Or is it broke because it's unplugged? Yeah, understanding orders. Or where is it? Work orders, labor, standing orders. Refuse and dumping. Workers gather refuse, and workers gather outdoor refuse, and workers gather outdoor vermin remains. By default, these are all off. Except for the top one, the gather refuse one. I guess they wanted to order the battery-powered ice machine then. And to elaborate on the I once showered in rat corpses, I worked night shift at McDonald's, cleaning McDonald's for years. This is a well-known fact of my stream, and I haven't worked there since 2018, fortunately. It was a horrific experience. I wouldn't recommend anybody do it ever, but I worked there for 8.5 years, and I was very good at my job. I found another wall studded with gems. I was very good at my job, and occasionally would get booked for extra days on my days off to go into other stores to clean them up. And there was one 2-night period over my weekend where they're like, we'll pay you double time, and we're bringing you, and it was 4 other dudes from other stores to go clean one particular store that just got closed down because, like, they failed health inspection. So they wanted us to go in, clean all of the kitchen equipment, and move it out into the lobby so that it could be replaced. And we went in, and one of the first things that we do is we turn everything off and drain all the vats. We cleaned off all of the stovetops and everything. I pulled the stovetop. We'd moved the center of the kitchen out. We knew that the place had a rat problem, and we'd found a couple dead rats around. Moved the center of the kitchen, like the like burger assembly stations, out, and then I went and unlocked the filters above the stoves, which are the filters that go up to the ceiling, to pull them out so that we could clean them. And I pulled it out and a countless number of dead rats and some partially living rats fell out of the ceiling. I was about knee deep in a pile of rats. All right. You've discovered an unusual volcanic wall studded with gems. Wow, it's like... pretty far from us, actually. Well, actually, no, never mind. It's not that far from us. Pretty close to another one. Cool. Yep, no, I will never forget that. That's gonna be with me for the rest of my life. It wasn't worth the slightly above minimum wage, let me tell you. But I paid rent, so did what I had to do. That's a very morbid ending of a version of The Trouble with Troubles. Yeah, kinda. Caught chickens? I wish I could have caught chickens. I just got cursed at, swore at, called racial slurs, had stuff thrown at me, got robbed multiple times a year, treated like shit by my coworkers and customers. A good time. Vine is upset dwelling upon showering in rat corpses. Sips beer. I can tell you what location it was, too, when you are in this part of town, Orange. I don't want to out what location it was. And the reason it got that bad was purely gross negligence on behalf of the staff management for that location. An annual tribute has arrived. Excellent. No, Stone, you don't need to count this one. You're raiding a single goblin lair over and over, trying to destroy it, and you got it down to 10 pop, and you raided it with 10 full... with 10 full steel dwarves, but 2 died, and turns out there's a forgotten beast decided to rebuild it. Really? Oh, that's kind of badass. Vile Force of Darkness has arrived and is seeking a parlay. Well, I'm going to wait for the parlay, and I'm going to wait for these traders to leave, because I would like to be on good... oh, there's a ghostly trapper there. Let's see, do I have any... these that I can build. Let's build that. Okay. I'm going to follow the... Oh, wait, what? Did they leave already? Oh, they must have left already. All right, well, then in that case, deny. Lock the dwarves inside. Jump down here and just make sure that all of this is in the burrow for now. Because I don't really want these jobs to get canceled. I'd like this work to continue getting done. Let's jump down to this bridge. Will that lever do it now? I love how empty the fort is because everybody's down in the deep depths. But they all ended up in cage traps. That's kind of funny. See how big this siege is. The Goblin Siege, that's for sure. Boom, boom, boom. 10-hour stream. Cheers, chat. Well done. Made it. Can we do a short eye bleach segment? How about my favorite subreddit? This is /r tight pussy. It's cats in tight places. I will click on the first image. That is a bunch of tight pussy. Does that make you happy? Are we better now? There's another tight pussy. All right. It's one of my favorite subreddits. I need more of that type pussy, doesn't everybody? I love innuendo subreddits. They're the best. I just subbed to that Reddit the first time I talked about it. Cats standing up is also pretty good. Potato salad? Isn't it? No, but potato salad isn't so good anymore. Superb Owl is pretty great though. Unless the moderators got better on potato salad. It got bad for a bit. Anime titties and world news slashed for a while. Yep. Romulus, thanks to the tier 1. Cheers. That's a lot. Oh shit. We're about to get hit by an ad. Let the ads play. And I will not do anything. Then in 1:30 when the ads are done, we'll continue. You have a paralyzed miner who's been crawling by hand to his jobs for about 3 years in this fort. Really? He's chuffed his chips with his life. Well, hell yeah. I had a legless bookkeeper for a couple of years. Once. It was like a good 15 years he lived in one of my forts. Cheers, Romulus. Thank you. Means a lot. I'm working on another Let's Play. I just need to be able to get it out. I've been battling this stupid head cold for a bit, and it's been making my voice all shit, so I don't really want to start a Let's Play with this cruddy voice. But tutorials have obviously slowed down a lot because people have surpassed them. Now we're going back to more of the old, more entertainment, I suppose, / news-based content. Are you not entertained? I mean, I got a news video coming out tonight because I have to record it as soon as this stream ends. Gonna be doing one on arena mode. You need them, only like 100 hours so far. Damn, this game's addictive. It's fantastic, yeah. Speaking of are you not entertained, arena mode. Should be through ads now. What, 7th world problems? I mean, that seems pretty good. That's like /r outside. It's a shame it hasn't gotten a patch in a while. What are you doing? Reg? What are you doing? Anthro, thank you very much for the raid. How's your stream today? You were dwarfing today, right? If you guys don't know, Anthro plays a variety of video games. Some old, some new. Has been playing some Dwarf Fort recently, which I count as an old game. So this here idiot thinks he above the law. Although he might just be a visitor. He might not actually be a member of my fort. I'm not actually totally sure about this guy. But to anybody coming in from my channel, from the raid, my name's Blind. I stream way too much Dwarf Fort. Sometimes I play other games. All right, well, I guess I'll just let you leave the map then. We are the mountain home. We are preparing to siege the underworld and go too deeply, and now I need to read the Discord word story. Hold on. Apologetic from me. How are you? Sad dwarf cries much to themselves. Vile forces cannot defeat lemons. Where do automods dirty themselves with... All caught up. That was very easy. If you join the Discord, there's a room in it called Add a Word Stories, where you can add words, and then every couple hours you can make me read them. Stream is great. You were dwarfing. You had a couple hitches, but the fortress is progressing. Gotcha. You got your first migrants in a few sessions and fixed a bug with your trade post, so the future is bright. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I'm about to burn a lot of goblins. So if you want to watch a bunch of goblins burn, and then hopefully on Saturday or Tuesday next week, we will be encasing demons in obsidian. Kids can be pretty tough. There's a YouTube short of an older version of this game on my YouTube channel where a child punches a demon to death. Crushed it. Don't burn goblins? Fight me. Also, Hazazah's great. I mean, I'm not trying to burn Jesus, cilantro. Do people ever tell you that you taste like soap? Like, without any context, cilantro? I don't think so. I think cilantro is delicious, personally. I grow it, actually. Then I collect the seeds and put it in my pepper grinder. Child punched a demon to death. Yep. Child that was pushed into a pond by a duck and drowned. Huh. So, story time, chat. I once had a dwarf, right? He was a hunter dwarf and he was sleeping in the caverns, right? Right on the edge of a 30-ish Z-level drop down to a lava pit. Sleeping right on the edge of it. He was just taking a nap for some reason. Eurus McDumbface. Forgotten Beast flaps in on the map. Now, this Forgotten Beast was a blob, composed of snow, okay, with wings. So it was a flying snow blob, basically. A flying snow thing that does nothing except for being a ball of snow. So very weak. Nothing we were super concerned about. I was just kind of ignoring it, right? It flaps right up to that sleeping dwarf, and the sleeping dwarf is just sitting there sleeping. And he starts bumping into him. And the combat log was 287 pages long. And the only event in the combat log was Forgotten Beast pushes dwarf times like 30, like X 30. But the attack was deflected by his hood. He had a pigtail hood on. So every single time he would attack him, he would deflect it. Yep. And then a troglodyte ran past and slapped it and it died. Imagine sleeping through a Forgotten Beast trying to kill you. Admittedly, horrifically and effectively, but still. We spent a season haunted by their childlike ghost until you watched a wonderful tutorial on how to engrave slabs. Yep. I've never so much laughter as when I posted a link to Type Pussy up. Wait, so you went to a Discord server that has a porn channel and you posted a link to the Type Pussy subreddit? This VOD's getting demonetized. I mean, to be fair, it is a subreddit full of Type Pussy. Just not necessarily what you think. It's your friend's Discord? Fair enough. I'm not shaming. Do what you want. I remember finding a Discord once, which I can't remember the name of, so I'm not gonna like start guessing, but I found a Discord once that was something ass, and it was just pictures of people's donkeys. I was like, yeah, anyway. It was also an innuendo. But there's a donkey subreddit somewhere that has a similar gimmick. Your mom needs a good sense of humor for that. My mom would be mildly offended and look at me perturbed. Alright, so now I need to wait for these levers to be pulled. You always remember that the forum thread of weird combat logs. Your favorite one was I mean, my favorite combat log in all of Dwarf Fortress history is this one. This is my favorite Dwarf Fortress combat log in history. The spinning lion corpse strikes the lion in the upper body, bruising the muscle and jamming the left false rib through the left lung and tearing apart the left lung. The lion is having trouble breathing. The lion is lodged firmly in the wound. So this dwarf threw a lion at a lion and killed the lion with the lion. I've never seen Carp stands up, but I have seen this helmet snake stands up, which is pretty funny. But no, this is my favorite combat log in Dwarf Fortress history. Well, whoever wins, the dwarf is probably lion. Yeah, if you literally just go to Google and type in lion, thrown at lion, Dwarf Fortress, you'll find it. The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. Yeah, there you go. Exactly, yes. Fantastic book, too. Aslan, no! Okay, you know, actually, I would be interested in a, like, Narnia-themed Dwarf Fortress overhaul mod. I would be interested in that. It seems like it pop alert. Couldn't get into the Narnia series. I grew up on it. I don't think it's perfect. I think it's got a lot of problems. I think it's annoyingly Christian in the worst kind of ways. How would we even make Turkish delights? Dwarven sugar? Cat tallow? Strawberry plant? Yeah, too much Christian BS. But as a kid who was raised, like, extraordinarily Christian, who grew out of that crap years ago, it was the closest thing I had to decent fantasy. Outside of, like, maybe, like, Lord of the Rings, but wasn't allowed to read that until later. A merchant's been founded? No! They were bringing us free stuff. And you killed them. Those goblins are bad people. They will pay! Which is like the anti-Narnia? I have no idea what that is. You do have to respect Jesus, Lion, though. It's one hell of an authoritarian choice. Wait, is that actually Golden Compass? Is that the name of that series? I've never read Golden Compass or anything. Furry Jesus. Oh boy. Ending of the whole trilogy is weird. A lot of things don't stick the landing. Oh, really? Okay, well, I've never... I know of the existence of the Golden Compass, but I only just learned, I guess, the name of it. I can also turn this off. Heart of the Tiger, what kind of dwarf would you like? Approximately what job? And whether or not you'd like a beard. Dwarf is coming to pull this lever. I think it's Kiddo. Thanks, Kiddo. It's very anti-religion and poorly written, if I recall correctly. It was like the fantasy novel for atheists, if I remember right. I mostly just remember those books being not great. Was my one friend who read them's complaint. Like, yeah, they just weren't very good. Like, okay. Was forgettable. My favorite comparison for Golden Compass, around the time the movie came out, a friend of my older sister read it, and she said that it was like, if people thought that Twilight was a romantic masterpiece, they would think this is a good fantasy novel. Which is... gives me an image. Animorphs was about Scientology? I don't... what? I mean, I loved Animorphs, but... most useless bastard you've got. You don't care about the beard. Useless. Chat, what's a useless job? I don't have any Fisher Dwarves in the fort, though. The problem. There's one assigned, but they're not actually allowed to fish. Oh. How long do you... So, chat, how long... I've been streaming for 10 hours and 17 minutes. About 9 hours of that has been... Dwarf Fort. This dwarf's been pumping that the entire time. Okay. Well, I started this job yesterday. Well, found the most useless dwarf. Pumping an empty puddle. He's content. I don't always do things in the most efficient way. Oh my fucking Christ. Oh, okay. Oh. He's got to be jacked as fuck. They only gain strength training when they're actually pumping something through the pump. just pumping on the pump doesn't give them pumping training or like strength training. Oh. Oh. Well, Pump Chad? How about Pumpy? Oh, Jesus. This fucking game. Sounds like a reason to set up a pointless loop. I mean, I could just pull this lever. And he'll have lava to pump for all eternity. Unless they've changed it, Ragnar. Oh. Oh. He deserves to retire in a statue in his name? Oh, Jesus. Sorry, I'm still recovering from that. All right. Besmer clasped Carl is bashful and finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. He doesn't think before acting and rarely is jealous. He is somewhat scatterbrained and unfriendly and disagreeable, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He is very greedy and somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. He does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and he tries to keep his things orderly. He does not seek out excitement and tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. Chews his cheek when he's angry and tells pointless stories when he's nervous. And needs alcohol to get through the working day. He would personally have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder. Finds the acquisition and use of power abhorrent and would have all masters toppled. Values decorum, dignity, and proper behavior. And he dreams of raising a family. And finds those that develop skills with weapons and fighting distasteful and values sacrifice. He likes galena, tin, black zircon, ginkgo wood, masked lovebird parchment, and the color russet. Bucklers and bags and bracelets and mini forges and fire snakes. Surely I should make this into a clip for the YouTube short. Did somebody clip it? But yeah, I could probably do it. And he prefers to consume giant otter and passion fruit wine and absolutely hates toads. You have a couple friends, you worship Taron, 75 years old, and you say everything's good. What a dwarf. You're ashamed upon wearing tattered clothing. Your clothes are falling apart because you haven't had time to get new clothing. It's been like 3 years, 4 years at least Panderific. Because I think I started to... Actually, no, it's been 4 years because I started today at 2:56, I think. If someone could jump back to the beginning of the VOD today, I could tell you pretty accurately. I'm going to turn off the pump for a little bit. And just see what he does. We're going to see the life of this dwarf falling back into society for a minute. He just dies. He's going to go get a drink. I have a feeling... You know, actually, chat, you know what I should do? Heart of the Pup? Come on. Okay, fine. There you go. Pumpy now has his own role. I don't usually think much. I'm feeling great. I love how happy this dwarf is. Drinking some alcohol out of his golden goblet. What a dwarf. But just the fact that through all of the sieges, all of the dumb shit I've done today, this dwarf's just been sitting there on that pump just... Cause it's in the, what's it called? The burrow, that pump. Like, he probably leaves occasionally for meals. And occasionally for drinks. And that's it. I mean, he was a milker at one point. He's a legendary gem setter. Pump Operator Guild. Remind me on Saturday. It's a guild hall. Really? I think what actually needs to happen is that we need new sets of clothing. That's something we do need. Reach the pinnacle of pump. Something like that, yeah. The dress, yep. Silk glove was the last one. Silk hood is next. Silk loincloth. Silk mitten. Silk robe. Silk shirt. And this is why I play Dwarf Fortress without any worker assists and such, because it allows me to miss shit like that. Like, that is peak Dwarf Fortress. Like, there's just... You can't script that. Dude's probably getting pump withdrawals. Oh. Accidentally set 300 mittens. God. That was something else, chat. He's at least a legendary +5 pumper because of how much good moves it gives him. It's been like 4 years, dude. I almost want to, like, give him a guild hall, like, behind the library or something really, like, gaudy like that. Oh, my Christ. With a pump? Naturally. Just make a public... Do we really want to just have random dwarves becoming pump masters in the fort? Can I even make pipes out of gold? Oh, I can. Okay. So I can't make them out of gold, but I can make them out of adamantine. Chat, you're making me waste adamantine on a frickin' corkscrew. I don't think having a guild hall trains strength. But it's going to be entirely made from gold, I will say that much. Waste. You heard me, chat room. I mean, I'm here for the bit. I think it's really funny. But not going to deny it's a bit of a waste. You're not wrong. I did, in fact, this is my fault. I did, in fact, waste many years of that dwarf's life on a pump. In other news, the siege is still going on? Oh, right. Yeah, this is still happening. It's a video game. No butts? Okay, Murder of Phoenixes, no butts. That's what we're doing, Deep Space, yes. If the dwarf enjoyed those years of his life, was it really a waste? Valid point. Valid point. It's been fun. We'll see you when we see you, Kano. We'll be on Saturday. Unless something comes up. I don't know if I would say I'm a man of honor, but I'm definitely into committing to the bit. And this is a pretty good bit, so I will commit. Still have beer left, too. I feel like this dwarf is like the equivalent of monks that like sacrifice 40 years just like sitting on the top of a mountain doing nothing of value. You know what I mean? If the dwarf pumps off camera, does he even pumping at all? The game's tracking it, so yes. He reached nirvana using the pump. Context, please. God. This is so fucking goofy. I'm making a solid gold guild hall attached to my library to give to a dwarf who did nothing but pump for a year. For years of his life. Actually, let's see. Has he gone and gotten new clothing yet? We're probably making... Yes, we have started making the new clothes. Is he... It was very funny, though. It's like, I want your most useless dwarf. I'm scrolling down. Why do I have a legendary pump? Oh, no. I think, therefore, I am. Actually, he got off the pump and he was just like, I talked to an acquaintance and I feel fond. I mean, he does disdain power, value harmony. Well, oh, actually, okay. He values harmony. He's in harmony with the pump, right? Disdains power because he manually pumps the pump. Doesn't like power because power powers the pump for him and puts him out of a job. Values decorum because you got to have something to look at while you're on the pump. Is tough. Has been on the pump for a very long time. Makes perfect sense when you think about it. Meanwhile, goblins are burning on the surface and melting. It's a good time. Rip goblins. I mean, they're providing weapons for my future weapon traps. Oh, yay, the siege is done. That's good. Literal hell is happening up top. Access to actual hell is underground. Pretty good time. Is that a ghost in the wall? There's a ghost in the wall. Rith. What's your name? Rith Wealth's gloves. Popping masochist. Just he's a big fan of the old-fashioned way of doing things. Chat, there's a band I like called the Beths. They have a song called "An Expert in a Dying Field," which I'm now thinking about thanks to that like line in that dwarf's description of Disdain's power. It's like, well, hates power, obviously, because they power pumps for him. It's like, well, I guess you're an expert in a dying field. God. Very much like soft rock or like pop rock even. But really good little pop rock band. Yes, we were in fact literally talking about automation killing jobs last night. This is true. Pretty common subject on this stream. The Luddites were right. A lot of people were right about a lot of things. Chat room. Gonna be honest with you. I'm beat. I think I'm gonna save the game right here. And this will be... Well, I have to edit a video tonight, actually. That'll be priority number 1 for Saturday. Chat, it's time for you guys to say goodnight, YouTube. Or bye, YouTube. Or goodbye, YouTube. Rumors had a beer. It's making me doze off. So... Thank you much, everybody, for the ludicrous amount of support today. All the bits got a little crazy between Jerry Gord and Bane, as well as the gift subs and all that jazz, as well as the silly amount of gifted t-shirts that got thrown out today. Hopefully everybody got those, and hopefully they arrive safe and sound. I would like to remind everybody, if you haven't and you are interested, you could purchase something from my merch store. 70-something orders have happened through this merch store already, which is kind of crazy. So if you want like a hoodie or a t-shirt or a mug or a sticker and